Hello, sorry, I apologize for leaving so abruptly the other day. Um, I had some computer issues. We all love those issues, don't we? Well, anyway, yeah, certain things happened, and oh, well, here I am. I hope some of you, I hope you guys come back. But anyway, I'm gonna keep up to speed. Since I was computerless, I was able to get on my phone a little bit. And well, here I am. Here I am. Okay. I did catch up a little bit about certain things about the case. I guess Michelle was saying that she was sticking a shower with Fotis. That's against the law, isn't it? But anyway, um, I was just being sarcastic. Oh, good morning. Sorry. Yeah, my computer decided to be naughty, so I had to get it up and running again. So, good morning. I'm back. Sorry. I hope I didn't lose you guys. So, anyway, I was just discussing how I was able to listen to some of it. I was reading up on it, the interrogation interview. And to be honest, to see I always like to give opinions when I know something about what's going on. So I got to kind of regroup. And good morning. And for those who just joined me, very sorry. There's something happened to my computer. It went, mm-hmm. Yeah. Hi. So here I am. Thank you so much for coming back. And who was watching the trial yesterday? Yesterday I had a busy day trying to get this computer going. And here we are. Yes, and I'm so glad you came in. That really warms my heart to know that you guys choose me over 10,000 streamers. I know. I bring personality to the show, don't I? Not to toot my own horn or anything, but yeah, here we are. Let me go ahead and see if I can get the screen up, all that good stuff. Um, it's going to be 20 minutes before it starts. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. That warms my heart. Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I really enjoy this. I really enjoy trials, and I thought, what the heck? I'm gonna watch them anyway. I might as well watch with good people, right? Yeah. And you all know me that I try really hard not to be quick judge on trials. I find it irritating when somebody will say, "Hey, he's guilty," and you're just on day one. You're just on day one. It's like, don't you want to hear the trial before you decide that? Yeah. Oh, if you see the background, this is Nancy 1060. That used to be one of my handles. But I like hot coffee because that's just what I do. Oh, okay. Hello. You know what? Moonfox, thank you for the nice, warm. Oh, wait, actually, that was Debbie. But anyway, Moonfox, thanks for coming back. Yes, I would like to see the trial unfold like a book. So if I was to say, oh, she for sure wasn't involved in this murder case, which I have done, on the stream, but it's kind of like a let's wait and see type of thing. it's like, and then I read some of it this morning before I came on, how she took a shower with Fotis. Well, that's not against the law, but did she do it after he murdered his ex-wife, or not his ex-wife, but was it what? I don't know. I'm so confused. Were they still married? Were they in the process of getting divorced? Now, if he would have taken it immediately after he killed her, that is gross. Very, very gross. And I don't know. It's just, I really want justice with Jennifer, and I want to get out there and continue this trial. And I'm hoping no more computer problems. And anyway, thank you everyone for coming back. It is a pleasure. And also it's an honor that you guys choose me over 10,000 YouTube streamers, and I'm just a very personable person. I like to show people footage. I am a trained journalist. I have a degree in journalism, and I just think this is exciting to be here. Sometimes it's a challenge, but yeah. And Moonfox, thank you very much for coming. In and out. Okay, I know. I'm glad you're here, all of you. I'm glad you are in and out. That's really cool. Oh, Jennifer Crumble trial. Maybe we should trial hop. Okay, I know. That's cool. Jennifer Crumble trial. And then, you know what? You can come in and just tell us what that's all about. If this gets a little dry, we'll go over there. All right. Yeah. Anyway, to keep the content up, let me see what I can do to find some things. It'll be out in 15 minutes. We should just see if we could find something to watch. It really seems like a lot of people are covering this, doesn't it? Okay, I'm going to see if I can find some interviews that we can listen to. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's who's in for trial hopping? Because sometimes this gets dead. All right. No, we can't all be good as John. No, there's no. But you know what though? Yeah, John just has a good knack of it all, and you know, he's a great guy. Really glad I have a friend in John. And all of you. So anyway, which one do you want to hop first? We all can't be good as John, but let's strive to be not as good, but good. Let's see. Any thoughts out there? Anybody want to? Yeah, and that way we can have you lose people that way if you just stick to this. Okay, so whose trial is? What's another hot one? No, I do and I don't, but now I have nobody here, and that's okay. That's cool. But let me see if I can get another trial on. What does she watch? Let's see. Okay, her lawyer is something else with the. Oh. Okay, Jennifer Crumley trial. We're gonna go and pop in and see what's going on with Jennifer, and then we'll just kind of like, yeah, just do a little hopping, a little hopping. Oh, this looks good. I'm looking through some videos. Are they on now? Yeah, a bunch of tabs going on. That it drives my husband nuts when I have a lot of tabs going on. He hates it when I have tabs going on, but yeah, it's like, why? Okay, opening statement. Okay. His lawyer is feisty. Should we do the opening statements? All right, let's just do this because Moonfox is into this. Okay.
To backtrack him going in there. I remember it took us like 15 minutes to try to figure out because he had actually changed his clothes. We didn't know who the shooter was. We didn't know his name in the office at that time. And I remember someone
Okay, here we are.
in the office.
Hey.
Someone saying,
Moonfox, could you put a little
and then saying that he was
of
a school council
what we're
officer that
watching?
day.
Actually,
So we went back to that time of day when he was going in and out of the school counseling office to find out what he was actually wearing at that time. And we were able to follow him to the bathroom then.
How long did that process take you?
Well, because we didn't know what he was wearing. It took us 20 minutes to try to figure that out.
oh, thank
Now, are
you.
you the person? So you backtrack to the point where the shooter walked into the bathroom that he emerged from to begin the shooting. Is that right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
So are you the person, the investigator, who actually put together the
I
footage
love
of the shooting
surfing
itself?
around the
Yes, sir.
internet.
So you're familiar with.
If I get bored with something, I just go on to
Very
the
much so,
next
yes.
one. Why don't we just do that here?
I'm going to ask you to walk us through that. So
If it gets a
you
little
said-
dry, we'll go
you told
here.
us that he went into a
What do you think,
bathroom.
Moonfox?
That's the bathroom adjacent to
And
258.
Correct, yes.
do you
Tell us what
know
happened.
that? What do you think?
He
He
comes out of the bathroom.
Decision.
Um,
Who wants to
what
trial
I-
hop in this
what I
live
envision is
stream?
he comes out of the bathroom
He is
with a proud
service
chest, with
person,
his,
a cop.
almost like his shoulders were back. Like
Okay, so this was a school
he
shooting.
looked excited. He comes out of the bathroom and immediately to his left
Let me do some
is
research here quick.
a victim, and he shoots her in her neck,
Ew.
and then her boyfriend was there and shot her shot him in his, he put his hand up and shot him in his mouth.
Oh my gosh.
That's right outside 258.
Yes, sir.
What happened next?
He then quickly turned his gun to a group of 4 girls that were just standing there. He shot Hannah St. Julian, and she immediately fell to the ground. And then he continued shooting in the area that those girls were, and they sort of just like fell on top of each other, because they were hit as well.
May I first notice?
Sure.
This is a map. It's already been admitted. You can use it to describe.
What is it?
That's 5, Judge. Thank you.
Just 5. Okay. Is it a 5?
At this point, it's under a minute that all that shooting.
Okay,
happened.
Jennifer is on trial.
And then, so at that point, obviously, it must have really
Okay.
again kicked in, for lack of a better phrase, to the victims in the hallway, and they started running. Then the shooter, with just a one-arm grab, just started just firing rounds down the hallway, with no regard for obviously anything, and bullets are flying, and there's one girl
Oh no.
who's you see at the end of the hallway. She just, as the shooting starts, she drops down into the fetal position in an attempt to protect herself, and the shooter runs up to her and just puts the gun right to her head, and that was Madison. And you see her fall over. He then goes around the hallway, and there's, at this time, all the kids have gotten out of the area. Most of the kids. You see 2 girls. One stops at a classroom that obviously the victims inside have already locked the door, so you can't pull it open. You see her trying to tug on that door. And there's another girl with dark hair that comes running up behind her and like grabs her while the shooter is just shooting down the hallway. And then they just take off running further down the hallway. Then now he's rounded the corner from where it all started. Continues going down the hallway. I think at that point he might have reloaded his gun and continued down the hallway. I'm sorry. And then he stops as he gets to, like, there's a courtyard, or what they call the cubby. Jim worked on, they call this area the cubby, where the cameras are. And you see Tate Muir. He comes in the door, and then just takes a left. He must not have known what was going on. And that's when the shooter leveled the gun, like if you were at a gun range and practicing. Leveled the gun, appeared to look down the sights of the gun, and fired around. Tate just fell instantly. He continues on down the hallway, walks past Tate, doesn't care to acknowledge the fact that even happened. I'm sorry. Prior to walking down the hallway, that's right, he, while Tate's body was laying there, you see the shooter with the gun still level fires another round, and it causes Tate's body.
For those of you who are just joining me, we are just doing a little trial hopping before Michelle Troconis trial goes on.
Then the shooter walks past him.
Just to break.
You see his feet at the top of the camera frame. There's not a camera that picks them up because if there's not enough movement, they don't.
I can't find myself now.
But you see his feet stop in what I later found out to be a teacher's classroom, and he turns and then he fires into that classroom. He continues on down the hallway, looking into classrooms and stuff like that. There was one, as he gets so far down the hallway, he had fired a couple rounds down the hallway.
Oh God!
Once he gets to a certain point, all the children are gone at this point. The teachers had gotten them out of there. They had ran, out of the building and out through the door, wherever the heck they could get out of there. As he's coming back, you see him stop because the way that classroom was, if you're walking away from it, it's on your right-hand side. You don't see the classroom because it's actually behind you at this point. But as he's coming back, he must have seen people hiding in a corner because he can now see through the window. And he fires off a few rounds through that window.
Fine.
He keeps coming down. He's coming back down the hallway now at this point. And then the assistant principal, Gibson Marshall, I didn't know her at the time. He walks right past her, and sort of, I don't know what she said to him, but if she said anything. But you see like the shooter as he's walking by, and the gun's in his hand, and he sort of just turns his head and just, I don't know why, but he turns his head and looks away from her, doesn't even look at her, doesn't acknowledge her as he's walking past. And then he continues on down the hallway, and stops at the bathroom where Justin was killed. And just like an abrupt stop, like, okay, well, and he just turned right and went to the bathroom.
So I didn't tell you I was going to ask you that. You obviously have this committed to memory.
Oh, yes.
How many times have you seen this footage?
Like I said before, it's I don't know, it's burned in my brain.
And it was your responsibility to obtain that footage, to get the information to officials at the sheriff's office and federal law enforcement as well?
Yes, sir.
So you were the person who had to watch, rewind over and over again?
Countless times, yes.
Judge, this might be a good time for a short break.
Your Honor, my client could use a second if we could, please. She's like, I'm trying to like,
Okay,
retard.
okay, I understand. We
Thank
understand.
you.
Okay, so, we're gonna take, a 10-minute break, so if you can.
Okay, so, on.
Sergeant, I'm in the habit of demoting and promoting people, I don't understand. You're sergeant?
No, ma'am, I'm an analyst now. A civilian employee, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
you're a civilian.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
You're the solicitor. Okay.
Yes, sir, ma'am.
You are still a witness and still under oath, so you can't discuss your testimony to anyone during the break.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, you can step down.
All rise for the jury.
So, you can take it downstairs. You can be seated.
Good morning. Stupid computer. Again. My mouse is working. Sorry, it's just been weird. I know, I miss you too. Just a second. My mouse is acting up. I think my battery's gone, or it just doesn't work. Can I find my mouse? trying to get this mouse to work. I like this bed. I'll be right back. Good morning, everybody. I tried to get back on the other file. Jesse? I don't know what's going on with this. Oh, keep some posted. Oh, shit. I'm so sorry. This is not working. One sec. I tried to get back home. My mouse is not working. Ooh. God. I got 5 people in here, and I'm screwing up. I'm the worst live streamer on earth. Okay, I gotta get new batteries. I'll be right back. I'm still my husband. Oh shit. Right back. Okay, back. Change the battery. Okay, let me get the right courtroom. All right. Correct. Yeah. Sorry, mommy. Okay, I'm back. You guys hear enough? Yes.
Sorry. I'm just trying to figure out this situation. It was a relatively large room, large table, multiple chairs. Dimension was probably 20 feet deep by 15 feet wide approximately. It was a relatively large conference room.
How are the arrangements made for this next interview to take place?
My sergeant, Ken Ventresca, received.
Okay, there's something wrong with my audio. Okay, I'm gonna have to go and restream because I'm having issues. Yes, I'm back. We'll start all over again. Sorry. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. You guys, thank you so much for hanging in there with me. We'll just go and let me select. Yes. I hope all of you are here. I am back. Can you guys hear me? I am back. Can you guys hear me? All right, you should be able to hear me. Okay, let me see here. All right, let me go into a YouTube and let's get this trial going. Can you guys hear me? All right, fabulous. All right, let's do this. Let's go from the top, and I'm not doing that hopping anymore. Okay. Okay, I got it. Hold on, you guys. I got it. Okay. All right. Oh, I had no idea what happened. All right, we're here. Back. We started in the beginning. We're a little behind, but we can catch up during the.
You may be seated. Thank you. Dr. Kimball.
Oh my gosh, really? Okay. All right.
Are we ready, Attorney?
I'm not trail hopping anymore. This is what happens.
Okay,
One
got
moment,
it.
please. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is this a good idea to start from the beginning, Mommy?
Detective Kimball.
Morning, sir.
Detective Kimball, where we left off yesterday, you had testified that you had an opportunity to interview the defendant subsequent to June 2nd, 2019. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What date did you interview the defendant?
Okay.
It'll be June 6th, 2019.
And between June 2nd, 2019 and June 6th, 2019, did you become aware of States Exhibits 74 and 75, which I showed you yesterday in court?
Yes.
Where did the interview with the defendant take place on June 6, 2019?
It took place at the offices of Andrew Bowman, 1804 Post Road East in Westport, which was her attorney at the time.
Where in Attorney Bowman's office did it take place?
There was a conference room in the on the first floor where we all met.
Describe the conference room for the jury.
It was a relatively large room, large table, multiple chairs. Dimension was probably 20 feet deep by 15 feet wide, approximately. It was a relatively large conference room.
How were the arrangements made for this next interview to take place?
My sergeant, Ken Matreska, received a phone call from State's Attorney Richard Colangelo to contact Andrew Bowman that Michelle Troconis wanted to talk.
Approximately what time on June 6, 2019 did this interview take place?
Approximately between 1 and 2 p.m.
Who was present from the state police at the outset of the interview?
The outset was myself, Detective Corey Clabby, my Sergeant Ken Ventresca, and Detective Allison Peters, who was the administrative trooper at Troop G at the time. And then, of course, Michelle Troconis and Andrew Bowman.
Did anyone
Apologize
else from the
for all
interviews that
this.
progressed?
Yes,
Who was that?
State's Attorney Richard Colangelo.
And Mr. Colangelo, in 2019, was the state's attorney of the Stanford Norwalk Judicial District. Is that correct?
That's correct.
He has since retired, is that right?
Correct.
Was this interview also recorded?
It was, yes.
How was this interview recorded?
There were 2 cameras set up, brought in by us, and set up essentially opposite corners of the room to document the interview.
During the interview, did the defendant appear to be under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medication?
No,
What language did you communicate with the defendant in during this interview?
Okay, I'm not a
In English.
professional live streamer.
Did the defendant ever request the assistance of an interpreter for this interview?
no,
Lost half my
Did your attorney
audience.
ever request the assistance of an interpreter for this interview?
no.
Where was the defendant positioned during
I
the
guess I
interview?
gotta have a good sense of humor.
The defendant was positioned right inside the entry door, basically in front of where I was sitting. Everyone else was seated to her right or opposite her.
And specifically with respect to you, where were you positioned?
I was positioned at the end of the table, adjacent to where she was sitting on catty corner to her.
You testified that Attorney Bowman was present. Where was he positioned?
He was positioned directly to Michelle Troconis' right side.
And have you watched this recording in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes,
I have this marked, Your Honor.
Yes.
This is 78 for ID. Mr. Shulman, do you have an objection?
no, I have no objection.
Move 78 in.
State 78, admitted as a full exhibit.
Permission to publish 78.
Yes.
It looks like they're getting permissions to present the information in front of the jury. I'm getting that vibes here. Oh, thank you, Mommy. I'm not gonna court hop anymore. This is what happens when I try to get fancy. Okay, here we go. Let's see how chopped up her English really is. Of course, I saw bits and pieces of her interviews. They didn't seem like
I'm sorry.
she had a hard time. Besides, I think she has a
I'm sorry, we're just trying to figure out the sound
she has a good education that she received from the United States. So, hey, you know, that's well, yeah, me too. Nancy Fancy can't. I'm fancy when back in the day with my fashion, but not with my
Oh, here.
technical skills. I gotta learn a little more before I can get there.
Two, one's just a fail-safe, don't get spooked out. I'm here just for support of these guys, I'm the boss, so
Yeah,
we're gonna be in the background, so, you know, it's not a.
Mommy, thank you.
Specifically for us. And to protect you as well. So the weaknesses as well. How are you doing?
Oh, What is
Better than being where you were, right? Okay. You had a chance to talk with your attorney, Mr. Coleman, right? He's here with you. I just want you to know that I just came from the state's attorney for financial consulting in this case. And I had, over an hour time to talk to him about this case. So this is coming from him, okay? This is your chance. Right now, you're charged with entering prosecution and tampering with evidence, okay? This is your chance, if you want to see your family and your daughter and your mother and not get charged with murder. This is your chance. It's your one and only chance. You have to tell us. We know you weren't there. We know you were lying to us last time. We want to know who was involved and where Jennifer is. Who was involved in the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos and who and where Jennifer Dulos is right now.
The story's over.
We know you know. And we just want you to come clean and tell us everything that you know. That's coming straight from the state's attorney. You want me to convey that, okay?
She understands that she lived her right to us every day. It's still offensive.
It's still not. You're talking to us voluntarily. You don't have to talk to us. You're here, you're not in custody. We're here at your attorney's office in Westport. He's our other attorney.
She understands that she's going to answer your questions truthfully. Okay. We may all have differing views of what she knows, but she's going to answer your questions truthfully.
Okay. So you wanted to talk to us today, right?
Well, you guys wanted to talk
All right.
to us.
Okay. So tell us everything you know about the night of May 23rd, going into the morning of May 24th, in the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos from her home in New Canaan.
Just going from Thursday night, they're asking you through Friday.
I might not be accurate with the times.
As best you can.
Yeah.
Best you can.
But my daughter called me, the room of my daughter is, you guys been in the house and
We personally have not, but we
the room, it's once you get off the stairs, and then, you walk 3 meters, and
All
it's,
right, Jennifer, I'm just gonna stop you just for a second. Or excuse me, Michelle.
I can go faster.
No. You know that we've done search warrants, executed search warrants at Fort Jefferson in Farmington, right?
And then you are inside the house looking for things, yes.
And that's where you live,
Yes.
Fort Jefferson Crossing,
Yes.
and you live there with Fotis Dulos
And my daughter, Nicole.
and your daughter Nicole.
Yes,
And how old is Nicole?
12.
Okay. You have to understand that we have more information than we had last time we spoke.
Okay.
So do you remember when we talked about how we felt that you were going through a list or a script?
Yes,
Okay. We found that piece of paper, those papers.
yes.
Okay. We don't need to go through those. We need to know, what do you know about what happened to Jennifer Dulos
Okay.
on the 24th of May and where her body is? You have enough information right now for Fotis for murder.
Okay.
Right now, you were not arrested for murder, he's not arrested for murder. You both are arrested for tampering with evidence and entering prosecution.
Yes.
In all likelihood, he will be arrested for murder. You need to tell us what you know. This is coming from the state's attorney. Just listen. You need to tell us what you know about Jennifer's murder and Fotis Dulos. We know that you weren't there at the
I'm
murder.
coming back. Sorry,
At the time.
technical
We know you
difficulties.
had
I'm not fancy with the internet.
We need to know that. We do not want to go through. Listen to me. We don't want to go through the
Really
script.
fancy is
Because we
fancy
found the
for
script.
fashion.
And if we start to review
Just say,
the script, the rehearsed
not
story
internet.
that we found documentation of, our instructions from the state's attorney at that door. And when we walk out that door, that will be it. This is coming from the state's attorney. So please tell, I don't want to hear the script. I want to hear what happened to Jennifer, and I'll hear who's involved in her murder.
You're asking me something that I don't know. But can I say something? Don't get upset to me.
I'm not upset, I just want you to understand where we're
When
from.
you say rehearsal, it's not a rehearsal. It's Sunday.
Okay, you'll have a chance. We found a piece of paper that mirrors your statement to us. We don't want to talk about that. We want to talk
What
about.
do you want me to tell you? You told me
Just,
something.
right, let me try it. What he's asking you is to tell them what you did, what you heard, what you saw, what you did
I'll be right
Thursday
there.
night.
Thursday night, I went to sleep with my daughter. I woke up at the same time that I usually woke up, besides on
Who
Thursdays.
was there?
Yes.
He was there all night. Did he leave?
Well, I left the room at 12:59 because there was thunderstorm. My daughter called me. You guys have my phone, and you can see that I talked to my daughter.
Well, we can see that you may have talked to your daughter, but we can also see that there were no thunderstorms. According to that,
I don't know if thunderstorm. It was
you just said
raining.
thunders.
I know, but
There was almost zero precipitation that evening.
Okay.
I just want you to know.
okay.
Just going to pause the video at 6 minutes and 49 seconds. Detective Kimball, you indicated to the defendant that there was zero precipitation that evening. Where did you get that information?
Got that from two sources. I got that from weatherunderground.com and timeanddate.com, two websites on historical weather.
And what area was that historical, well, beginning with Weather Underground, what area of Connecticut were you researching?
I was researching Farmington.
And what area did it display?
It displayed weather from Brainerd Airport in Hartford, which is approximately 24 miles to the northeast.
Okay, with respect to time and date?
Oh, I'm sorry, 2019, May 24, at approximately between midnight and 1 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. And so did you, well, let me ask you this. Were you trying to be deceptive with her, or was this the best information that you had at the time?
I was not trying to be deceptive. That was the information I had at the time.
Thank you, sir.
We're checking out every aspect that we can of your story. Your story has some significant problems.
Okay.
Okay, so you were with your
My
daughter.
daughter called me at 12:59, I believe.
I don't need, okay, so you slept
And I
with
slept
Nicole
with
that
her
night?
until 6:40. Yes, that alarm.
When you left the bed with Focus, was he there in the bed?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so at
12:59.
1 o'clock in the morning, you went in with Nicole.
Yes.
Okay, and then go ahead from there.
I slept with her. Her alarm and mine are set up. I think hers is at 6:35. Mine for sure 6:40. We woke up. She takes showers. I go to my room. I also do the same thing.
It's Focus there.
He was there. We woke up.
He was there at the house.
He was in the house.
So what if I were to tell you that I have evidence that he was not in the house at that time? Or, do you see what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't want to be over dramatic. I don't want to, this is not, listen, this is not any kind of threat. I just want you to understand. You have a daughter who's 12 years old. You have a mother. How old is your mom?
60.
Okay, all right. You want to see that, right? You don't want to go to prison. You don't want to get arrested for
I was trying to, I'm sure you got released from the court, right? Lines around. Have you looked at the news at all? Have you seen your face plastered? I mean, I'll be honest with you, you're probably one of the most hated women in America right now. And I'm not being mean. So this is like the golden ticket. If you know where he could have done something and could have, where he frequents, if you could tip us off, maybe he said something in jest, something in passing that you can say, you know what, that rings a bell. Maybe.
All right, let me try to,
Okay.
if you wanna know, where he, frequents, where the possibilities are that he could have done something, we have spent time in doing that. But, you know, I want you're asking her about that morning. And I think she understands, you know, what she's facing. Are you sure that Fotis was there that morning? When you woke up?
Well, I slept with Nicole, so I believe he was, but now that you tell me he wasn't, he wasn't.
Did you see him that morning?
No, I did not see him, like,
So I think Michelle, that helps us. It does, that's huge.
okay,
So stuff like that.
okay.
That's the honest thing we're looking for. I remember he said it was for certain. He was there the other day and then we.
Well, because we take
We're not
care of
gonna-
almost everything,
Okay, right.
so like, I get paranoid because it's not like,
Okay, well,
if you
first
tell
thing.
me what I do, like even on Monday, I was trying to do the timeline and I couldn't think like what happened on Monday.
So we're not.
Let's take a breath here,
Yes.
okay? You're in my office, all right? I want you to just tell the truth and relax, all right?
Can I just cut to the chase here? You do know where she is, and can you please tell us, or at least lead us in the right direction?
I don't know, but
And then we can worry about the other stuff later, because right now we need to find Jennifer.
okay, I don't know, but.
Can we see what you have?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect,
Just get away from all that.
okay?
He's not cooperating.
All right, this is, she's done 2 drawings here, okay?
Okay, my whole mind has changed.
The first,
Cooperate.
the one on the left side, is a drawing of where they used to go motorcycling
In the back
in the back of the
Other
house.
property.
for Jefferson Crossing.
Okay, okay, so,
Can I explain?
absolutely.
We discovered this road last year. These are like the tower electricity, and this is the, you told me the D one.
Environmental protection, public
In
environment.
that D, this area.
Just tell them what you know.
So we go with the motos, we go into this route,
Where's Fort Jefferson?
this house.
Okay, so this is Jefferson Crossing.
Yes, oh, I'm missing one now.
That's,
This is the trampoline, the playground.
okay, so you ride out of Fort Jefferson.
In the back, we go through the back of these 2 houses. This guy's upset because we're not supposed to ride
We
there.
know that.
Huh?
We know which one here.
Okay, Gerard, no? So we get to the gravel, we go, at some point, we get out because there's like another road for vehicles that are supposed to be around this. And then we go like, there's like a trail that's made by people doing mountain bike, walking, the dogs or whatever. Motos are not allowed. And we go, and this is like more trees and more off-road. Then we go. There's a little stream, we pass that, then this becomes like an open field. That here, there's a reservoir, because one time we kept going, and we saw it, and we turned back because the police was, no? And then we go back, and we go here, and we go back to the gravel and into the house.
Okay.
That we started doing it last year. Around September, we discovered, I'm not 100%, but more or less. And the last time we went, for 2 times, we've done a different road. Once we get here, this is an open field. Again, this becomes trees. There's a row of houses here. We go, we do moto, and then this is 44, and then we go back on 44 to Jefferson, because if we come this way, he gets upset.
So this is an area that you're familiar with, and that Fotis is familiar with, you're telling me?
Yes, but familiar at the most 15
Yeah.
times.
All right, because I see it says 15 times,
Yes,
this is two times.
the one that is longest, and in these 2 times, there's one that was another big. Because you cross 44, there's like a plant.
These are 2 different things, right?
Yes.
Yeah, right. Just ask you, as far as this piece of paper, Michelle, why are you showing us this? When we're asking you about Jennifer Dulos, why are you showing us this?
Because Andy said, is there anything else where you usually go with Fotis or you do things? And I said, well, we go moto. I mean, the pond is like the place where we go the most, that we're
On the day one.
yes, that's where we go from here to the end of when the competition, the King of the Pond, which is at the end of September. We pretty much, if the days are pretty, we go almost every day.
Do you know if you or Fotis went to this area around the 24th of May?
And we know.
You didn't. Do you know if Fotis did? You don't know? Okay.
The last time I went with Fotis, it was like about 3 weeks ago, like 3 weeks ago.
And you all went riding your motorcycles?
Each, yes.
Okay, through that property?
Yes.
Okay.
Just out of curiosity, do you guys normally have your cell phones with you?
I do because of Nicole, and
Yeah,
have
what about
about,
Fotis?
no, I think he leaves it.
Does he normally, I mean, he has that business right before group. That's his
Yeah.
business. He owns it. Is he like the owner or not of it? But I mean, that's his business phone, the 8625 number. Does he usually carry that phone?
If that's his cell phone, which is the same one from the company.
Does he usually have that phone with him?
Yes, but I don't know riding because I'm the one who takes a back.
How about water skiing? Does he usually carry it? Is it on the boat? We told us on the boat when he water skis. Okay.
Who's in the boat? Fotis, yes.
That the phone is with the boat,
Yes,
so
yes,
he keeps it with him a lot, right?
yes.
Because that's his business phone, the 8625 number.
I don't remember. but
It's
yes,
64
it's only
cents.
one.
Okay. All right, so you're showing us just because this is an area that you and Fotis are familiar with, where the
Yes.
Fotis is familiar.
Andy's asked me, tell me please, where do you usually frequently go or spend time? So
Oh,
I told him
back
on
to
the pond, one, this we've done, and then the lots. where-
What's this?
No, this is how it's explaining.
These are the lots that she has previously talked to you
welcome back,
about.
you guys. Hot coffee is not.
You know, why don't you explain this is, okay?
That's why I have to come
So at the upper left,
to help me out.
For group or Fotis, he owns 585 Deer Cliff, which is like 100 meters from Jefferson Crossing. This is a tear down, this is a lot that is for sale. Then Deer Cliff, I was explaining earlier, becomes like Eli Road. He with Stefan, that is from Coldwell Bank, is a realtor and a friend.
Stefan is a realtor?
Stefan Rage.
Okay.
Fotis, but I think yesterday, the day before I passed by and I didn't
No,
saw
not
I
really.
didn't see the signs anymore. There were signs of for group because the
The
way
only thing that
Fotis
you really
arranged with some
know,
people
but
that has
the
lots, they
story,
said, well, let's make a package
when
for
you
the
met with them the
MLS.
first time,
And the package with the house,
am I right, Mommy?
buy the package with doing a project of building a home, I do the home and the lot is
Is there
okay.
four
Getting a little bit more connection.
Well, I don't know if there's more, but from what I remember,
Michelle
there's
and
more.
Kate.
Okay.
You know what I mean, Michelle and the murder.
So they're in this quarter, and you can call Stefan, Rach, and ask him.
So that's on the
This is
recent,
the,
area I see.
this is the Mountain Spring area?
Well, Mountain Spring is this one, which is,
Isn't that a little, it's a little cul-de-sac, right? There's a couple houses already, and there's
where,
that area you're
Really
talking
different being
about.
this one,
pretty
there's no
nasty.
construction here, so like,
Okay.
so. What road is that?
I'm not gonna
It's in
tell
the,
them.
in Mountain Spring,
So now,
all mountain roads.
now, when you were there that day with Fotis, you told us you were there.
No, I know how that
No, that's
I
here,
that's a lot, my readers.
can we just finish this drawing? Do you mind? All right, so,
So then, Old Mountain Road, there's other 3 lots of, the owner is called Mr. Godfrey. He lives
There's
here,
no
his wife, and at some
actions
point,
available. So
with
I mean,
T-Leaf, which is
I wish
another
it was
realtor,
available, but
broker, whatever, real estate, they arrange the same thing, that if they sell a project with 4 group deals, and the lot is of the, and there's 3 lots here. But this, I think about a month ago, the Godfrey, the owner, gave it to the son that's also a realtor.
Yeah, I'm always
So,
doing things. You should see
Norman
my
has nothing to do
I have like
anymore
4 or 5
with this dirt.
So
hobbies.
Mr. Godfrey, 3 lots, it's on Old Mountain Road.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm glad you guys can't see.
And it's, how far away is it from these?
Oh boy.
in car.
Is there a crossroad?
Whoever's
There's
going
this
on,
isn't a crossroad.
just so you know, we are
What is this
behind
near, you know, or do you know?
trial, so we're just starting because of my
Okay.
You can go
lack of
Berkshire Field,
technical
which
difficulties.
is through TV.
So here we are.
What's tea leaf?
It's a
It's a residence.
yeah, like Coldwell Bank
Okay,
or.
it's a tree.
My lack of technical
So
ability.
then, this is Mountain Spring Road, but you have.
Not as
Highwood
fancy as
Road.
the other ones out there.
Well, this is longer, but I didn't remember. So Mr. One, he's a doctor, also had these 3 lots and did the same
Come on, I like
for this,
that
but
way.
this
I
sold like.
really refund is the other.
A guy came and bought the whole
I
3
don't know what
lots,
I'm talking about.
supposedly.
He was frequenting with lots for us, so that's just some lots that you know that you
Well,
couldn't.
I've walked this, like, I walked this lot maybe like 3 or 2 weeks ago
I
with
think the
the
story
people
doesn't
that bought them.
make sense.
It's like,
Maybe it's
the
just
couple came,
lying.
the
No
husband and
saying
wife,
goes.
and we walked all the way up because he wanted to
If
see the
the story doesn't
highest
make
point
sense, it
to
usually is
build a
lying.
home and not be around like other homes. So yes.
Oh, I
the
understand,
4 houses
Debbie.
we walked this,
I
but that was my
have those
only
issues.
time that I walked this particular lot.
I
This one I've never walked, this one I've walked them like probably like 5 times with different clients.
know. I'm just glad all of you are back. Thank you.
Then there's like a lot in between
Putting
where
up
the
with me.
what, and then these 3 lots belongs to Fotis, but in 80 it's the house.
That's 84, 88.
Yes. This one, he just sold it to the Pavlonis, the 88. Pavlonis. They did a deposit of 50,000 and they were working on the drawings. I met with him. I saw him on Thursday, the 23rd, in the office around 3. And I left because I had to pick up Nicole, but they were talking about the budget with Fotis and before. Fotis built his home in 77, that people are living there already. And then there's another cul-de-sac called Olcott.
That's the one I was thinking of, all count.
Okay, Fotis just sold this lot to the owner of 77 that apparently he bought it to build a home for his son, but Fotis has, for what I know, he has nothing to do with construction because Metaphor, I think that's another name, correct? They are builders as well, so he's building a house for the son. So all these places I've walked, besides not this, but the rest I've walked with Fotis. I've even driven my motorcycle around here in the past, in the lots.
No, it's not very old. While we're talking about these locations, especially even the water property, have you guys, when you guys are back there dirt biking or going for walks or anything, has he ever made any comments, hey, this is a good place to, this is super private back here, is this, you know, has he ever made any comments
Yeah,
about
it's like a paradise for me.
paradise or, hey, if you were gonna kill someone, I'd throw him back here, because it'll let her fall. You know, I'm just saying things in general.
We talked that this is a paradise for a motorcycle. Obviously, we knew that it's kind of illegal because you're not supposed to ride there. But it was like.
It was kind of illegal to drive
You
there.
can't say that you saw
But,
photos
hey,
from the moment you
good
woke
anyway,
up
right?
until about 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the day of the 24th, correct?
Yes.
Based on what you told us, so that you,
In my mind,
not in your mind,
when
what
he
you can.
corrected me, I thought because that's how it is daily based, he was in the office.
You don't know for a fact you didn't see.
No, I did
It
not.
it was a large home, so.
So when you did see photos that day,
Stop the video at 24:01. Detective, the defendant just indicated to you that she did not see Fotis in the office. Is that correct?
Correct.
What had she told you on June 2nd about seeing Fotis in the office?
She said that she went to the office and she saw a meeting between Kent Moeni and Fotis Dulos. She saw him.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, so the first time she said she didn't see him in the office, but the second time she did.
No, a little bit before because we had lunch.
Lunch, but I remember from the other day when you and I spoke, that you had said it was sometime between 1 and 2.
Yes, but then again, I don't have my phone, so I did receive a call from him at 1:50. What was it? It's somewhere in the paper, 53 or 57. So obviously we
But when you gave
because I'm not
time to
talking
your
to
attorney,
him.
you didn't have your phone.
The
Okay.
phone was taken away.
So
I
we're
got
not-
AT&T. I got into it.
we're asking kind of like general questions, like, is he there or not? But you really shouldn't need your phone to remember out. Like, was Fotis at the house? Was he in the shower with you or not? On the morning, that's what you're saying. We're not looking to pin you down on time. Well, maybe he wasn't, maybe you just thought he wasn't, right?
No, he wasn't. I tell you, because I'm so used to taking showers
Alright.
with him. In my mind, when I'm nervous.
Okay, well,
I'm trying to get to a point.
Okay.
And my point is that when you're eventually at the other properties with Fotis, he's out doing something. Just explain to us honestly how much you really did or didn't see, what he was doing or where he was. Because we've already determined that initially, whether you were meant to be or not, you were untruthful with us about where Fotis was and what you knew. Okay? I'm not saying you were lying, I'm just saying that the information you have now come forward that you didn't really know what you were saying you didn't know. So when he was walking around the property where you guys were, which was what? Mount Spring?
8 Mount Spring.
You been here?
Yes.
Yes. Did you really see what he was doing
I
or no?
not, I saw 6 ribbons. They were like pink ribbons that he covers so people don't step, because when they do the open houses, people park in the grass and he gets upset.
Did you see him for a handful of hours or
No,
just a few
because
minutes?
I wasn't there 3 hours. I was just there for a period of time. I went inside to clean and I actually was upset because I'm like, I don't want to clean this house, but I always get upset, I get grumpy of doing something that I don't want to do.
Okay.
And I went up, I saw the counter, and I even told Andy, they were like, not poop, but something of an animal, like in front of the fireplace. And I went and I cleaned it. So I was inside the house. And then I would go out to talk because the receptions in all this area, you have to look, even in the house from Jefferson to talk, the best is WhatsApp. Or in the end of Fotis' office, or in the kitchen, or outside in the garage. So I'm usually walking around places to find.
So was Fotis often in the wood line or in the, the backwoods of these areas doing stuff other than motorcycling or?
No, but we were motorcycling that day.
I'm just saying other than you suggested. Does he often go for walks or?
He likes gardening, like in Jefferson, he's all the time doing gardening.
Okay.
Picking up, like even, I think it was Monday that I told you.
But what
That
the
day,
detective is asking,
that day,
what the detective is asking you
I-
is, are there areas around, Mount Spring or anywhere that he likes to go? In addition to the motorbiking?
the only place we go moto is here. Me, myself, I've done it a couple of times in these 2 lots, but no, I mean, I don't know if he has another place that I don't know, but with me, no.
Going back to the morning of May 25th. It's a Friday, 24th. Was Kent at the house that morning?
Yes, I did see,
I'll be right back.
he had a meeting with Fotis.
Okay, so you just told us that you know if Fotis was at the house the morning of May 24th. But now you're telling us that Kent was at the house having a meeting with Fotis the morning of May 24th. So you need to decide which it is.
Bueno, he said he was in a meeting, Kent, that he was having a meeting, no, sorry. Fotis told me that he has a meeting with Kent. I saw Kent because I went up to pick up my computer. So Kent was at the end of of the office where there's a glass table, and I saw Kent. I'm not crazy.
When did Fotis tell you that he was having a meeting with Kent? That you didn't see him that morning?
I think he told me the day before.
That he had a meeting scheduled with Kent the next day.
Yes, even as when he called me in the afternoon, in one of the calls, and I wrote it.
Go ahead.
He said, remember that Rania is bringing some clients on Saturday at 9 in the morning, we have to clean the house. That's why we had to
So the
come.
morning of May 24th, Friday,
Yes,
you saw Kent at the Fort Jefferson
yes,
crossing
yes.
at about what time?
If I got home at 8, 12, normally 8:15. 8:20, 8:30,
Well, did you say anything to him?
I
Did he respond?
guess he said hi, I didn't really pay attention.
And what was he doing? He was in the hallway? Near the office?
In the far end of the office,
So he was in Fotis's office?
yes.
Was Fotis also in the office?
In my head I thought, but like, Andy said, did you see him? I said, no, I did not see Fotis.
And I don't want you to, I mean, your attorney can't help you as far as I know, remember what you saw. He may even be able to help you
Correct.
express what you remember. I'm not trying to trick you, I'm just trying to ask.
I'm telling you,
Did you, the morning when you saw Kent in Fotis's office, Friday morning,
yes,
you remember seeing Fotis in the office with him?
no,
Okay.
I did see him. He was wearing a light, like a light jacket, I don't know, blue.
Mhm.
I remember it was light, but I cannot tell you exactly. Then I went down and I opened my computer like I do, I made an omelette. I think I sent an email to the school, to Leanne, because I have the record in my computer, in my emails.
Do you normally, do you have a question?
I got some stuff in my head that I want to sell the farm, but
Go ahead.
stuff or anything. So Kent property. I'm just thinking about your property. Where is your ring doorbell system now?
Where's the
The
what?
ring doorbell that's from the front of your house. Owners remove that ring doorbell? Do you guys ever have a video surveillance system in front of the house? That folks have, like a ring doorbell, you know, the ones that all the neighbors have that do video? Security.
Has a camera in the doorbell.
I don't, yeah, for what I know, we never had cameras in the house.
Not in the house, outside.
No, the one that has cameras and you can knock, it's the neighbor. And you can
Wait,
ask them
yeah.
and then you can see me going in and out all the time.
We already, yeah, that was like, secondly, the other thing I was just saying before, it's so mine is, Howell's ready to Tacoma. That's kind of for that to be left at their cliff, because we don't follow that raptor.
Yeah, because the way it works is that Pavel, because they don't, Fotis doesn't wanna put too many mileage in the cars, like, I mean, he wants to keep it.
So Fotis drives to Tacoma. We'll drive direct to Tacoma. Do you have access to it?
Fotis has 3 cars, the Cherokee, the Suburban, and the
Right.
Raptor. And Pavel has the Toyota, the pickup Toyota. So usually Pavel doesn't drive the Toyota to New Canaan because it's his car and he takes cars from the company.
Correct.
The only 2 cars that he usually takes, because the Suburban is kept more for Fotis to, if he needs it, like Wednesdays or Saturdays or Sundays with the kids, he takes the Suburban. And Pavel uses either the pickup truck or the Cherokee. And me, I use whatever of those 3 cars are left in the house. Because I use a lot the Raptor, I use a lot the Cherokee, and I use a lot the Suburban. Those are the only 3 cars. And Pavel always leaves his car in.
So what did you drive that day, the Friday the 24th, when you went to stop and shop at 10 a.m.? You drove the white Jeep, right?
Yes.
So we can rule that one, right?
You what?
The white Jeep you drove on Friday morning or something.
Yes.
So we stopped and shop at 10 o'clock, well, I think that cheese and a couple of things.
Yes, I can do prosciutto,
Yeah.
for sure, monster
It's
cheese,
very good.
Farber. The what?
Prosciutto is good.
And you can look, I mean, the dates of the prosciutto must be in the package inside the refrigerator.
Yeah. So you have white Jeep that day, right?
It's not my
Pablo,
car, it's.
But you're driving with, you're driving.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Pablo has the black Raptor.
In my head, yes,
In
I
your head.
didn't see Pavel, I didn't see the Raptor. But usually, if the white car is there, it's because Pavel took the.
So you took the white Cherokee that day to Stop and Shop because that was the only car left. Right, folks was not home.
No, but I don't know why I think the Suburban was there. The black car, the black Suburban,
Was there?
I think it was.
Okay. That's
I'm
good.
doubting, because you guys, obviously.
Just anything you can,
I
just think
think
of in your
it might
mind.
be was, but maybe I'm wrong, and I don't know, I don't wanna say something,
Oh,
but then you told me this.
You know you had the white, you know you had your white Jeep Grand Cherokee that morning. We know you went shopping. We know you weren't down
Yes,
there.
I didn't took a
We
picture
know
of
that.
that stupid.
Yeah, so all that little nitty gritty stuff, but I just wanna let you know, we know where you were, not where. You went to school, you went to Stop and Shop. Safe to say.
No, I went to school, I came back to the house.
Well, I'm just saying, you know you're up in the area running errands and doing your motherly things and stuff.
I left up the purse,
Right,
I also saw Hodge and the secretary
yes,
at the warehouse
Yeah.
at like around, I don't know, 9:10, 9:15. I mean, you can call him, I saw him with my eyes.
so just to be clear, I know we're all on the same page, but we know you didn't come down to the can, we know you didn't go in that garage, kill Jennifer, or
I
this
didn't
isn't,
know if she
so we're not-
lives to start with,
Right,
like
so-
I've never been down there.
I understand.
we understand that. So we're just trying to account for some vehicles and possibly, you obviously know where, all this the best. I mean, you guys are a couple, right, you live together. So we were just hoping you could help lead investigators to Jennifer,
Okay.
and maybe that would be a
I
huge
was
thing.
telling Andy, in my head, a lot of times, he's in the office in my head,
Right.
now.
Right.
I mean, I always, and even my mom will call me, what are you doing? No, I'm here in the kitchen, sending whatever. And for this man, he's in the office, in my head. Now, I obviously, everything is a doubt, because I don't know 100% if he's in the
And
office.
you look at his track record with relationships, I mean, not too good. He left his wife, you guys hit it off, I'm not saying you're in the wrong.
No, he left the first wife
The
for the
first,
second.
yes.
Yeah.
He killed the last one,
For Jennifer.
I'm
He was
just,
dating the second wife while he was married to the first.
so he doesn't have a good track record.
And then
with
he's
it.
dating you while he's married to the second.
Yes.
It's just what he does.
So that's what he
That's
does.
what he does.
Oh,
But the first one, I don't think he's dead, she's dead.
No, I'm saying his track record with relationships, and lying and deception.
Okay, yes.
oh my gosh.
Okay.
Do you,
I know, well.
okay, so I think, no question. Sean, do you make it a habit of keeping receipts?
Yes.
You do, you have a lot of receipts.
Yes, I keep them, if you,
Where do you keep them?
what?
Where, when you keep a receipt, where do you put it?
I put them in my purse and then they come and see. And then after a certain time, if you check my computer, I have a folder that says in Spanish gastos, which is expenses. And I put them monthly, and then I go in my computer and check with the credit cards with my receipts, because sometimes what you see, the bank, it gives you numbers, and I'm like, okay, I don't remember, but I go with my receipts.
How
You
often
can-
do you do that for monthly?
Like every 3 months.
Okay.
Now,
So you,
you can also go, and I must have another folder that says Dale,
this is what,
Dale,
there,
Colorado.
right?
And I keep all of the receipts too, because at the end of our stay in Colorado, I have to, with the father of Nicole, I have to make expenses because he gives me part of that money. We go half and half with everything that is with food, hotels, races, well, if it's an equipment or something, he
You gotta
pays
keep a lot of
fully.
business expense,
Huh?
records, or is it a business expense? Or you wanna keep receipts for business expenses? Or you just wanna keep
No, for
receipts?
him, because, he's never asked me, let me see the receipts to see if it's true that we're spending but I keep them, and it's all in my computer. If you go and it says gastos, and it says 2018, 2017, 2019, you will find.
So if today you went to Starbucks and you got a receipt from Starbucks, what would you do with that receipt?
I put it in, I throw it in my purse,
And then what?
and it stays there for probably 2 months.
Okay. So are there, do you only have?
And I keep mostly, the ones that I carry is the ones from my credit card, but I also use Fotis credit card for, mostly for supermarket, for gas, because he puts the gas for the company. Supermarket he used, but I think it changed the law or something, and he said, I don't need any more of the receipts, but I leave them there on the kitchen.
You only have your purse with you?
Sorry?
You keep your purse with you generally?
Usually I keep 2 purses, and actually one stay in the kitchen. That's
2 purses.
And this one, but then I have all.
You have a receipt today, you put it in that purse?
If this is the one I'm using, yes, if it's the other one, it
Do
goes.
you leave it in the purse that if you put it in, or you transfer
No.
the purse?
Where is that?
Okay, so would you say that there should be a lot of receipts in your house, in your purse?
2 months worth of receipts?
Yes and no, because I'm being bad with it in terms of like when it's with Fotis credit card, I try not
When
to.
did you last, look at your credit card bill?
Yesterday.
Okay, so, yeah, but around the 24th. Like, when did you last go through your credit card bill? Early in May or earlier?
I think on the 20th, when Fotis said that his lawyer said that we have to do a timeline to remember where we were or whatever, I think that day I went through my purse.
Jacob.
Yes, I think it was Jacob or Raymond.
Okay.
And I went, and I wanna keep track, so I like verify that I
Alright, so
was.
you don't have to tell me what your lawyer told you to do, but.
So I have the receipts and they say.
Oh,
I
it
think
says
in
we
the
have to keep track of where we
And
were.
the ones lately I gave you.
Is that what she's
yesterday.
saying?
The ones.
So there should be a
I
lot
hear
of,
that right.
a lot of receipts you can try to find out in the front
By
purse
the way.
that is actual Jefferson cost.
Yes, and probably ones from months ago.
Yes.
What if there, why would it be that there aren't a lot of receipts in that purse? Is there a reason why?
Why there is a lot?
Well, why there are a few? In other words, why perhaps in the purse are the receipts that you were referring to on the 24th and not other receipts prior to that?
Because I fixed them when I had to do the timeline. I think this was Sunday that we did, like to write down in a paper that that's probably the.
Sunday the 26th, right?
Sorry?
That would be 2 days after the 24th.
Yes. I separated and I said it was a way to prove to myself that I
Okay,
was
so you want to go
informed.
back over your timeline and want to establish your whereabouts certain times.
Oh, here's talking about the timeline.
But it's complex, listen, I went to the supermarket, I went to, I think,
So you took the receipts, you gathered all the receipts at that time in order to construct the timeline for your whereabouts, is that what you're saying?
No. To have it as a proof in case you guys ask me, where were you? And I can go and say, listen, yes.
Why would you think she has to keep a timeline just in case she talks to authorities?
Discarded, we
I
discarded
don't
them,
discard it, I keep them they're in my purses.
Well,
all of the last 2 months.
Yes, they are accumulated.
oh, let me, you know what, I'm gonna keep a timeline
Yeah.
just in case
Can I open my
the
purse?
cops
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
do touch
Yeah,
me.
you were-
I might
Ask
have.
me any
So you need
questions.
the room if you want to.
Do that,
So-
okay?
No, but I tell you, like, this is a.
Oh my gosh,
Well, I took, this is another receipt, like, I put them in, this is the.
oh my gosh.
Like, I keep my receipts, and they're basically, I throw them, and then keep
Do you
accumulating.
mind if I look at the receipts?
How long you had that first?
How many of you guys keep a
When I go,
No, how long have you been using that receipt as a receptacle?
Interrogating with
Or that
detectives.
person?
I
for
do that all the
receptacle of your receipts?
time.
How long have you
Right
been putting
now, trying to
receipts
keep
in
a
that
timeline
purse?
for my husband and I. Yeah, right.
Since you had to leave before Jefferson?
Yes,
Okay, I have 2 receipts here, one from the 5th and one from the 5th, so 2 from yesterday. Any other receipts in there?
No, I gave him all the receipts yesterday when I came here.
Yeah, honey, this doesn't look good for you.
Well, sometimes.
And then my mom, since I arrived here, my mom has been paying a lot, so I haven't bought that many things.
Look, you have to look at the fact that you're in the car when the trash is getting gone. And nobody in the world believes that you didn't know what was going on, what was not, what he was doing, what he was throwing out. There's no way you weren't asking, what are we doing?
Oh.
This is abnormal. This is abnormal behavior. You did ask him.
Oh.
Absolutely. That's what we're
We've
here.
done this in the past, to throw garbage. We've done it in Avon,
Where's George?
I've done it in your opinion, which
So when you asked them,
but
what are you
my
doing, why are you doing this?
No,
He didn't say.
It's gonna go to the state, which you said it was, okay. So you want to, process, well, if you're leaving the room, we're gonna. Oh,
You're here, good, we're going to see, right? Rachel,
yeah.
Here, Bowman, nice to see you, sir. Jerry, over the zone.
No, we're here for you. We want to get.
Everything I say, I'm saying it wrong, so.
No, we're not expecting you to say like spot on, the things that we're asking, the information we're asking you
Can
for.
I go
just
back?
listen. The information that we're asking you for does not require, should not require you to have your phone to be precise with times. We're asking in the morning of kind of questions. These are general questions right now, and you shouldn't have need to have your phone, or you shouldn't have to be referring to receipts. We're trying to get information on where Jennifer is and what happened to her and who was responsible for what happened to her. Because we have a pretty good idea what happened. We need to find her for the family. And I said, and when the state's attorney Lansville walks back in here in a minute or two, I think he may have a few things just to explain, because I feel like you're not telling us everything.
Okay, what I was explaining, that throwing out the garbage, for me, it's not, well, this is something new that we've done.
Okay.
What I was concerned was that I'd never been in that area.
Sure.
So I was like, why here? And yes, it was like construction, cars, I'm like, he would stop, someone honked, I'm like, you have to move the car. Then he moved it 3 meters and he stopped again, like, it was like too much.
So what kind of question did you ask?
I said, why do you have to be doing that now?
And what did he say?
No, nothing, he's like, relax, everything is fine, it's just a few minutes. I was on the phone too, I was texting, talking, so it's not like I was like, let me see, like, and you have my phone, you can see that.
Right, we're not worried about showing that you're there, you placed yourself there, we understand.
I know, but it's not like,
We're
he
just
said,
going
you
by-
wanna go to Starbucks, I said, yes. If I would have had my daughter, which I usually have her
Yeah.
after 3:30, when
Yeah.
she doesn't have activities of
Right.
school, because
But she had to play that night, right?
she had a play, I would have stayed at home. I would have not gone to Starbucks. That wasn't a plan that I went like, yeah. I went to Starbucks, I was alone in the house. I had to wait to pick up Nicole at 9 at night, because her play was from 7 to 9. I went as a companion, but if I knew he was doing something wrong, I would not even walked into that car. That's the part that I'm like, wow, I mean, if he really did this and he's putting myself.
You have to see from our side, when we first spoke to you, I asked you specifically about something you dropped in the sewer and you pretended like you didn't know. 20 minutes later, now all of a sudden you know. The first time we talked to you,
Oh, all of a sudden she knows.
The first time You told us that you were in the house and woke up, you took a shower with Fotis. Now you didn't take a shower with Fotis.
Okay.
So this is all gonna come out and it makes you look like you're not telling the truth.
I know.
You're not
Of
telling the truth.
course it would
If
put
you
you
told
in
me that I'm hanging Johnny and that I'm
I'm not
like
trying to
beating my
panic
head,
you, but we want you to relax. We
I
want you to
can't,
relax.
how can you relax if I'm like, like a murderer?
I'm not trying to upset you, stop talking and take some deep breaths. I understand you're nervous, just tell us, okay? And we're not here to make you nervous. We want you to, just, well, I'm trying to tell you how you can be less nervous. Breathe and just listen to what I'm saying. We want you to take your time and give us as accurate information as you possibly can, but give us all the information you can.
Okay.
Because if this comes down to a trial, you would have a jury of 12 people, and they would be told the story, and then they would have to say, is that a believable story? And I'm not sure they would believe the story. So
I think we were talking about the drive. And I think you asked her, John asked, what did you say to, what did he say to you? Trip.
Yes,
It's your
it's basically, what I'm saying is that nobody is believing that you didn't know as you're going from can, throwing stuff out, dropping stuff in the sewer. No one's gonna believe that you didn't know what was going on, and then we retrieve these items, and we've already told you what we retrieved. So,
The license plate.
more than that,
And-
more than that, we're not gonna go over what we retrieved, just suffice
I
to say.
remember the license plate in
Right. Can you tell us anything about that license plate?
a peel with blood. And you
Okay,
showed
Michelle,
the
can you tell us anything about that
I
license?
don't, I didn't even know.
Did you ever see it?
No,
Right, but you saw the mailer?
the FedEx,
Box.
well, what I saw was in a box, it was like an envelope.
Like a soft side envelope?
Yes, it wasn't a box,
Okay.
it was an envelope, what
Did
I
you
saw.
see photos putting it into the store?
I saw it that I did see in the car, I don't remember if it was in the back or in the
That's fine.
feet.
That's fine.
That I do remember seeing. Now that they had license plates inside, I did not know. I did not know those license plates belong, and I didn't know
Mhm.
that they existed.
Okay. And that's possible, that's feasible. But given all of the information that you're driving.
And sorry,
Absolutely.
I don't remember if it was you or you told me that I handed it to him.
That's, yeah, that was,
And I said
Don't worry about
yes, but
don't worry about
because I
that.
was nervous, I don't know if I handled it
Don't
or
worry
not.
about that. That's not, you saw it in the car.
But
It's on video being, okay.
both of you or someone of you
Don't
that night
worry about
asked
that.
me if I
Disregard that,
did.
ignore that. And right, so we passed that, that's not an issue. It's not an issue.
Well, but I said that yes, that I passed it.
Okay, we're starting over with that. Point is, it's in the car, it's on video going into the drain, we pulled it out of the drain, we found what was inside. That's all we need to know. As far, and you're telling us you never saw him doing with anything with license?
No, I've seen those envelopes before in the office,
Okay,
underneath his printer,
okay.
because he sends a lot of, supposedly, he sends a lot of.
But given what's going on, where he's driving the Raptor, you're riding, he's stopping at multiple locations, people are beeping, you're saying, hey, let's get out of
And
here.
I remember a fire truck.
When a fire truck goes by, and you ask him, why are we doing this?
No, why we're here, this
Why we're
area.
here? And he says, what?
He said, relax, it's okay, it's just a few
And
minutes,
and are
right?
you saying that there was no other conversation about what was going on there?
I was on my phone
I understand
texting,
that.
you can even verify
I
it.
don't need to do that, I'm asking you the conversations that are on the
There's
phone,
no
that were
calls.
going on between you and
Oh, I
Fotis.
was a little bit upset because I didn't wanna be there. I didn't wanna be in that area, I've never been in that
Because you said,
area.
what, creepy, you called it creepy. It's not a nice area,
I
right?
told it creepy to you guys, I don't think I said creepy to him.
Okay. But you knew you were somewhere you don't normally go, right?
Actually, when I went to the guy to see the GPS, I was driving with my mom and the GPS almost got me there and I'm like, I remember this, like this area, I think, and I told my mom, this is where I think we drove, because again, I think some of you said, or you told me that there was no construction, and I remember seeing.
We're talking about today, we're having this conversation now, don't worry about what you said.
Well, because I said things.
Just listen, please.
Well, this is a good time to take a break.
So after you guys are driving down, use.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our break until 11:20. Please do not discuss the case.
All right, whoa. Huh.
All rise. This Honorable Superior Court now stands in recess. You can exit.
All right, so her stories absolutely, in my opinion, do not make any sense at all. Now, I have been taught by a very wise mother who always said to me, Nancy, when stories do not make sense, it's usually a lie. Now, I'm not going to, like I said before, I don't come up to conclusions of guilty or innocent until I actually see the whole entire trial. And now that's why, because if I did, then I would be changing my mind and then I would be feeling like I'm wishy-washy. And I try very hard to avoid that. So here we are on day 11, and I apologize for not being around yesterday, trying to get things organized with the computer and all that good. As you could tell, I just have some issues. And now it's all kind of folding together, and I did do some reading. Does she have a shower with him or not? I don't know. Who's ever in here that can? I know we all do things and listen to different views while we're doing stuff. Yeah. So here we are. And you cannot ever put somebody to prison just because you think somebody's guilty. We all know that. We're all savvy on here, and we all know from following so many trials and seeing a lot of testimonies, and we just kind of wait for judgment. At least I do. And I'm describing to my chat room, this is why I don't. I am not one of the live stream YouTube streamer who coverage a trial and just quickly go into a verdict, because that's not how I roll. That's just who I am. I didn't used to be this way, but when I first started to follow trials, I heard from a very good attorney. I'm not going to name any names, but I'll just say she said that it's good not to do that until you actually hear all the evidence, until the end. So I'm not going to even ask a chat room until all the evidence comes in and we are waiting for verdict. And that's where I make my crucial decisions if somebody's guilty or not guilty. So do I sit here and like a jury? Yeah, pretty much. She did tell the police that she was establish a timeline if questioned. Yes, I got that too. She was, see, this is why when I said I couldn't get her, um, I couldn't, I couldn't connect her. And I said, I don't think she's have anything to do with this, right? Well, you know what? I just broke my own rule, didn't I? This is why I have to stop myself and say, Nancy, listen to the whole entire trial. This is a very important statement, Mommy. Do you sit and establish a timeline just in case you're going to be questioned by a detective? Right now, Michelle's not looking too good for me. It really does come down to the jury. Does it really matter what we think during these trials? No. You know what it really matters? Those juries, those jury members sitting in this trial. That's what really matters. And at the end of the day, I can tell you all kinds of theories. Will they be true or will they not be true? I don't know. So your real answer is no. That to what? I'm sorry, I'm rambling here. But I'm paranoid enough to say yes, right? Okay. So just to question my own thoughts, just to challenge myself right now. Here we are, a woman who is holding on to her dear life because she might be sent to prison. She was involved with a madman. And now we're learning that she had timelines because what? Fotis wants her to keep all the receipts in her purse. Am I on the right track? I think to making a timeline is something that's really, really important to this case right now in my personal, humble, journalistic view of the whole thing. I am not a lawyer at all, obviously, and I am a trained journalist that is presenting facts, not opinions. So when, well, yeah, I'm doing my opinion after the fact, or you know what I mean. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm a journalist giving my own opinion too, as well. Yeah, I was never there. And also, I don't know if anybody heard me or not, but I had a very wise mother used to tell me years ago that when stories do not make sense, 99% the story is false. Someone is lying. So I'm working with this, with the notion that she established a timeline just in case she gets questioned by a prosecutor, or I don't know. Oh gosh, who does that? And then she told the police one thing, and then she told the police another. And now during this interrogation, you know, during the interrogation, she just tells another story. Your mother was nice. She said, I just know you're lying. Well, she basically said that too, Mommy, but she told me that, yeah. She told me I was lying after she made that statement. That's how it worked. She says, Nancy, when a statement doesn't, when you are telling a story and it doesn't make sense, usually usually it's a lie. And I think right now you're lying. Right. My mother was nice. But she didn't sugarcoat a thing. She wasn't one of those mother who sugarcoated. Thank God she didn't. So here we are. We're on day 11, and when I was missing in action. But that won't happen again. Hopefully, knock on wood. Okay. So, yeah, I'm just trying to keep this going, and I'm just seeing it in a different light right now, this whole thing. I am just totally stuck on her timeline. I'm thinking, I believe, I'm going to always say, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that she said that Fotis said we need to keep track of where we've been. Absolutely. Absolutely. But if you would look at her information, okay, I skimmed through it, but I'm not positive, but she did have education here in the United States. So her English is not, she can understand English very well. Well, okay, so all right, here it is. Okay, she said she needs an interpreter, right? Oh, hi Debbie. Okay, let's talk about this, shall we? Let's talk about the interpreter now. Different subject now. The interpreter is there in the courtroom, right? Because she wants the jury to believe that she doesn't speak English very well. She doesn't understand English very well. So now we have the jury that knows that. Now this is all unfolding to me. This is like crumbling down of how we possibly can see her in this crime and the involvement she must have was in. But does that, like I said, I have to see the whole entire case unfold. It's like reading a novel, just like one of the viewers said. I gotta watch it all come together. That's glad you guys come back after my fiasco with the computer. And it's good to be here. Oh, you're so sweet. Thanks, Mommy. I am not going to trial hop. That's what got me into trouble. Okay, you're quickly behind. We are listening to the interrogation of Michelle in the room with the detectives, and they're telling it. She's telling them that she keeps a timeline, and just in case she needs it. Okay, and then also we are discussing about the interpreter and the interpreter in the courtroom that she probably doesn't need. Does she still have that interpreter? Yeah. Oh, he did. Okay, and Mommy just said something for us. Thank you. I love that we all work together on these trials. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. Okay. Her attorney even tried the race card for the neighbor where the dog. Oh. Quickly, does anybody know she still has this interpreter there? I don't hear her. Goodness sake. She doesn't need an interpreter.
We can bring Detective Kimball back in.
All right. Bring the jury.
He's, Your Honor, there's a jury coming for the
Yeah, my brother
the
calls
other
too.
trial going on, so the elevators are a little.
Well, she would have been sitting next to Michelle. Well, the son and I have this craving for homemade bread.
Thank you. We can bring the jury back in.
Bring the jury back in. Nobody said it better than Judge Newman during the Murdoch trial. You know, my trial nerds watch that. I'm a trial nerd too, so I loved it when he said, "Bring the jury in." Yeah, it does. The soup. I love soup. I eat a lot of soups in this time of year. I probably had that for lunch. Clam chowder. It's Friday. Oh boy. Saw some clam chowder soup in my pan.
Will counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, we're going to resume playing the video at 53:49.
Thank you.
All right, here we go.
And do you remember any of the roadside roads?
I remember we went one that was like, I believe it was like the avenue,
Yeah, that's Albany Avenue, that's the main
the
road.
main road.
Did you take a right
We took
and then
Yes,
went
right.
down? You happen to remember what road that was? Or what was nearby? Okay. You went down a little ways and then went.
Mommy, it's canned in a landlocked state.
Okay, so you don't know the road,
I
that's
do
fine.
know that we went in a loop, because at some point I
Okay.
think we went back to the same road.
They're asking
Not
if
the
you tried
room
to
boy,
move
but it
anything.
sure sounds good.
Did he stop and throw anything out?
I think he stopped somewhere in a corner.
In the corner, and what did he?
Was it houses,
No,
stores?
no, I think there was like a green area open in one of the corners.
So there was an open area on the corner, and what did you put? You put like another bag in something? Was it a dumpster? Was it a green garbage can?
I do remember that. I think I saw something.
Oh, you know what sounds really
open,
good
it
is
was
just to go
graying
back
out.
to go
but like no,
back to
no
Florida.
construction.
A bunch of
Uh,
seafood
How
things.
many times did you stop when you, before you got back to that
30
neighborhood?
times, I don't remember, if I stopped 30 times, I wasn't drunk.
Again,
I don't
listen,
remember.
Done some
30
wine,
stops.
this is,
good Chardonnays.
we're starting over.
She's going
From the
to
time
her
when you were on
body
the main road,
language.
when you got off the main road until you
Oh,
got back
she
onto the main road,
is.
you stopped how many times? Once, twice,
Fried
more
fish.
than that? Can you remember?
Yeah, but I like fish that isn't fried so I can taste the whole fish. I'm a fish. I know. I live in the middle of the United States, and people were really, really
Just asking if you can.
amazed how much I love seafood.
Okay, I'll let you.
One for sure.
Because I was like, hey, we have seafood. It's just not as fresh, but
And I think one,
fried fish.
I'm like scared to say, because if I say 5, you say no, it was 30. If I say 10, you say 6.
We're not getting touched.
Oh, she's getting mad.
Your recollection, right?
My recollection is that.
One stop.
One stop that I remember in a corner.
Okay. Where there was some open space and green grass. Near that stop.
There were buildings, but one spot, I don't know why, for one reason, I think it was open, unless I'm.
Well, I'll be honest with you, we don't know yet. We're gonna find out. We're just trying to have you help us find out, that's all. This isn't a
That's what I
trick
remember,
question
but
we're asking you.
Maybe and then they were out, they were like home, then,
Homes,
or.
housing projects,
Huh?
housing project homes or regular?
What is house projects?
Like apartments.
Apartments, like rows of apartment buildings.
Be like a brick thing.
Did you only see bags being thrown out? Did you notice anything like a rug or anything?
The rug that was, he placed up alongside the building, large rug that was rolled up. Okay, that's, I don't know if where that rug may have come from. Because he does have dumpsters on his properties, right? Otis? He's got,
You mean the home, that like,
Otis has a regular access to dumpsters on his properties, but on his
the big
construction.
ones?
Yeah.
Yes, but when the big construction is done,
Well, yes, yes, you guys put your trash out on Fridays, right? Fridays is trash day for your neighborhood?
well, he puts them out on Thursday night.
Thursday night,
And I
right,
put
so
them
trash
on
is fine.
Friday morning.
So why go to the city of Hartford and dump your trash all over the city? That's
We've done it before.
Why?
why.
I don't have like a.
You're very strong holding, Michelle. You know
I
that.
know, but-
And you're not-
But because I don't know, he doesn't, because he doesn't wanna keep the bags in his house or in the construction area. But I don't know, like,
Oh,
Sit your place right up the road.
so if
we've
we,
done it in the club.
so we look at historical phone records, we're gonna put you guys in Hartford together in the task dumping trash all over the city.
No, I said, I've never been in that area.
So we're gonna put him in that area dumping trash in Hartford.
I don't know if he's done before.
You said he went to Hartford before, doesn't he? He doesn't.
No, I said that we've done it in the past, not in that area. I've done, but not me, don't, but he's done with me in A1, in the club, in the pond. We've done it.
Would you remember of?
You remember?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
that's fine, you have a dumpster, you wanna throw something, I get
yes.
that, okay?
And we did it once when there was a home parade of something I think it was last year in New Canaan. I helped him in New
And
Canaan.
you can,
Yes,
okay.
Yeah,
Have you ever been in New Canaan before?
yes,
How many times?
You
have been in New
think?
Canaan?
in my whole life.
Before you said you've never come down this way.
Well, I never do, I mean, like her house I've never,
Okay,
but to 183 Hemlock, it's a house that he construct, probably I've been there with the whole parade. I think it was like 4 days in a row, I went every day.
When was that?
Don't
Recently?
put those on mute because when I
No, that
chew,
was, I
I'm
think,
very
last
loud.
year. It's like a tour that they do of homes, and one of his homes was in that tour. I went once again to take pictures of that house with the photographer, but we met there with the photographer, so that can be 5. I've been once that I went to interview last year.
I kind of want to stop you for a second, because especially now that it's,
Maybe
all right.
12 times I've been in New
All right,
York.
yeah, now state's attorney Williams here, I want to distribute. This is not a meeting where we want to expand. We don't want to expand things. We don't want to learn a whole bunch of things. We want to focus on what we believe we know. Right now, like I told you before, you're under arrest for certain things, not for murder.
Access Lord.
What?
Access Lord?
No, you're not. No.
We're not.
No, listen to me. Try to listen. I need to know who went down in the evening with Fotis on Friday the 24th and murdered Jennifer and where her body is. That's why we are here. We are not here to go back. Several times during, I've heard you going back to the script. I don't want to go back to the script. I want to go forward. Okay? You have to know you live with Fotis. You lived with him you lived with him during that time.
Let's talk about what led up to this. Fotis recently shaved his head bald and all the hair off his body, correct?
The hair I think.
You did. Go ahead.
Why?
Because the skiing season is starting, and he said, can you do my hair? He got out of the shower, and I said, yeah, and the machine wasn't.
We have pictures of him water skiing with full head of hair.
They've done it in the past.
So quite honestly, that's a bunch of crap. Listen to me.
You see
Listen to
pictures?
me. When did you shave his head?
2 weeks ago.
Did you shave it any more than one time?
Mhm.
Okay, I went to the State Police Academy. Monday morning, we had shaved heads. Friday morning, I was standing in the back at attention, and I would look out over a sea of stubble. If you shaved his head 2 weeks ago, he would not have had the appearance that he had the day that we spoke to him. It was shaved more, listen to me, it was shaved more recently than 2 weeks prior. So you need to tell us the truth.
The way I can prove it, if you go in his
I
Instagram,
don't want,
I shared it that day, or in my phone. the
What's
day-
that day? On his Instagram?
It's in the
Did
Instagram.
you shave it after Jennifer won this?
No,
Prior?
before, yes.
You met him on Saturday morning, so
No,
just trying to.
he shaved his head before.
And all the hair on his body as
No,
well?
that I didn't.
But he did do that, right?
I know that, I don't know.
Is he
I-
routinely?
You don't- No, he does,
He does.
he does. The back, he walks in the same place where I walk. I got him the gift card for waxing his back. And he goes there or to a Chinese where I do my that's called fancy nails. That I don't get control of, like when he walks with shave or the head, he asked me, can you do my hair? I said, yes. If he got out of the shower, I went like this, the machine doesn't work. I turned the thing, I went again, it didn't work. I put it in 0 and obviously I got him bald. But in the picture is in Instagram and we made even a joke that.
listen to me. We feel confident. Listen to me. We feel confident in a few things. First of all, I'm gonna say you planned this. There was a lot of pre-planning that went into this.
Okay, but I think
Listen to
that's told.
There's a lot of pre-planning.
Michelle, tell me this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I see a lot of pre-planning.
So
And what happened to his body? He shaved his head?
What he did. We wouldn't be here. I would have talked to your attorney and asked you to come in if I thought in a second that you knew what he was gonna do. I wouldn't waste our time, because I would have just said, we'll arrest her. We're here because I think you could help, like they said, you can help yourself. Because there's information, whether you think about it, and it might be something simple like, hey, you know what? That day, he got out of the shower, he asked me to shave his head. It's the first time, I don't know, 2 weeks, whatever it was. And he never asked me to do that before, but he asked me to do it that day. So for you, it's a normal day, he gets out of the shower, he shaved my head. So I never did it before, but okay, I'll shave your head for you.
Huh?
Right, so, but that's information
Oh,
that
that's
they
normal
need.
behavior?
We're not saying you do what it is gonna do, but that's the stuff that they wanna talk to you about.
Okay.
That's what we're trying to, when they went to your house,
No, it's not in my house.
when they went to his house, there was things that they found that weren't there. They look at the closet, there's a section of stuff missing out of the closet.
Of which closet?
I don't have that intuitive knowledge from the Bain people. I'll find out.
In the shoes, your shoes in the closet, there's a section of them missing.
My shoes missing?
Shoes there.
I don't need two of these and
No,
one.
no, that's what I'm saying. So maybe you don't know what he did with them,
With my shoes?
but maybe you could say, hey, my closet, all the shelves have shoes on them.
No,
That's something,
like, I don't have that many shoes.
okay,
So
But this is
that
what they're
only
asking
two
you.
shoes I took is this and a New Balance
okay.
from my shoes, and I think a lot stayed like in the floor.
Do you have any flats that you wear?
Yes, I just bought 2 pairs on Saturday, a red one.
Right, but that's, we're talking about before Friday.
If I had flats, my flats, I don't have flats, I
You have-
have a red,
Would they be in the closet if you had them?
they can be,
They'd
usually,
be in the house somewhere.
yes, they can be in the mud room, in the TV room, in the family room, in Nicole's room.
So would it be weird to you if the police went in there and they searched the house and they didn't find any of your flats?
They weren't,
I'm asking, would that be,
I know, yes, of course, but
okay,
I didn't know they to choose.
well, we don't know, we searched, we didn't find any flats.
We can't
No,
do things that aren't there.
I have flats, I have 2 that are exactly the same, black and gold, that they have like a gold and like this.
Attorney McGinnis, can you
Dress
stop the video,
shoes,
please?
flats.
Yes, sir.
Court would like to see the photographer, please. Mr. Photographer, would you approach, please?
What's going on? What is going on? Oh, you guys, more drama. Wants to see the photographer for what? That's not good. Holy moly.
One hour, 7 minutes, and 12 seconds. We're going to resume playing from there.
Thank you.
Ones that have like a buckle that is silver.
So that's what, so
That's
this
right,
is
we are
what the point, the point is not to trap you.
Oh,
We're not looking to do that.
Okay.
We're
God.
looking for information that can help us. See, because when he came back to Farmington, you know who he was with, or who he was by himself.
Remind me, are they
When you
on
first
lunch
went in,
now?
No, yes, he went to the
I
house.
totally
and
forgot we were
he
behind.
was in the house saying, let's go and have lunch. I saw only him, I didn't
How
see
far are we
anybody else.
behind?
Where did you go to lunch?
In the kitchen, no.
Okay, and then he left the house
No,
and went
no.
by himself to,
Or that was
Let me get some
coming
food. I'll
back.
just keep this rolling.
what time did you have lunch, I guess?
My food.
My guess was around 12 and 1. I told them the other day from 1 to 2, but again, usually my lunch are from 12 to 2 at the most. In those periods, I eat.
Just don't, you can't keep all just based on this.
Right, but that's first, okay, but he first went to that house, not the,
The house,
okay,
first thing we have up the house is 119, yeah.
okay. So that makes sense. And when you first saw him, he was by himself, what car was he?
When we're talking
No,
about
I didn't
cars.
see because I saw him, I was
You saw
up
him?
and he was
Okay.
coming the stairs. I said, can we go and eat? And I said, yes. I went down. I took the pastel de papa. I here.
Sorry, how was it dressed?
Jeans, And he doesn't, for my knowledge, he only has, for what I remember, 2 blue jeans and
I
one
only
black.
wanna know what,
And
how
a
you
light
dress.
shirt, a light shirt.
Like a t-shirt,
Yes.
or like sleeves or no sleeves? Short sleeve, not long sleeve.
No,
Like
like
this, or
like what I'm wearing.
Hold on, the collar, do they have a collar?
Like it's like what I'm wearing.
Like a polo shirt?
No, she had no business to be at her house.
That's what I
How
remember.
how did you know he was back in the house? Well, that actually.
Because he said, he calls me Oni. He says Oni, and I was in Nicole's room. So I'm like, yes, we go and have lunch? And I went down and he was looking up and I was looking down. I said, yes, we went and I went
That's
down the stairs.
noon or 1 to 2, you're not sure.
It's all that.
No, I said 12 to 1.
It's all right.
Did he appear normal to you? He was his normal self? Was there anything wrong with his hands, his arms, his body, anything? No,
Not that I
nothing that you noticed?
zero.
No.
But just for this Windows effect, you're not sure how long, when he left in the morning, right? You didn't see him. Once Nicole called you at 12:59 in the morning,
I went to
you went to hers, and he may not have been there in the morning when you woke up. Is that what you're saying?
yes.
Do you know if Fotis had a rash on his body in the days prior to this? You have anything wrong with his skin?
He said that he was getting poisonado,
When did that
but I don't know if it was like, not that day, but I don't know if it was Saturday or Sunday.
It was after the 24th that he said that. About the poison
I
ivy.
believe so.
And how this was going on for you guys, he said he's starting to get poison ivy.
I believe so, but
Okay.
again,
So-
I don't,
That's fine, don't worry about me coming along with it now. Is there any place on these properties where you got poison ivy before?
Yeah.
yes.
Where?
Exactly.
So in the trails where you go motorcycle,
In this part
in this part of the trail,
that I fell with the
and
water,
this is by the power homes.
yes, but before, this is like, I think it's called plant,
Yeah.
if I'm not
Okay.
wrong. Huh?
Good. Good, we're gonna try to get you a better picture.
I've fallen there before, and when I don't have the jacket and all the motor equipment, I've gotten poison ivy there.
Okay. It's very simple that you got it, it was very easy that you got it, right? You just,
Yeah.
because you weren't covered.
Yeah.
Okay. Did he tell you where he was getting the poison ivy? No, he just told you.
And also, sorry, and in the pond, when I've gotten out of the water, I got the poison ivy too.
Which pond, the one behind the salt
Where
storage?
we
You
ski,
ski over.
I got the poison ivy in those 2 places, me.
Okay.
Corey, to get the laptop.
Can you give us a show where it actually was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take a look.
If you run through the video, it's not running over.
Yeah. I don't know. All right, thank you for coming back. I love seeing you all here.
The way he usually dressed.
Clean shirt, friends.
We, it's all right. It's all the way to your turn.
I don't know.
And just make sure you're clean as well.
That's a good question. I will have to look that up.
I think that's good for the 2
Let me see if I can find. You know what? I'm gonna go find the information word. Because that's a good question. Let me write that down. I would say, I don't know. Let me go look. Hopefully I'm not okay. I don't think I-
Yes, please. Well, who's that? Did we ask you any questions while your term was out?
Sorry?
Did we ask you any questions while your term is out of the room?
Well, you still have to talk.
Perfect, thank you, go ahead.
about like 3 weeks ago, we went to visit this, there was this guy that he called Fotis, his name Nick. And he called.
Is Nick somebody new to you that you know?
Oh, yes, I saw him once that day and I said, that guy's creepy to Fotis. And he has, I don't know how many acres, like 20, 30 acres, close to the ski resort in Sundown. And so that area is called New Hartford. And we went with the pickup truck to look at that land around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And the place is like very scary. And the guy was American, small, with mustache. He had like a, what you use to carry your pants, suspenders. He had an old pickup, and he showed us that piece of land for Fotis to see if he knew someone to sell it, but he was always talking, I have a helicopter, and this is to sell it for celebrities. And Giselle Bundchen has a helicopter, and he was talking about Bill Gates. I mean, I'm like, okay. We got, Fotis got there, I got ticks, Fotis got ticks, and he got poison ivy there too. And this guy
I'm
started
still
calling Fotis
trying
like
to find
at 4:30 in the morning,
information
like for 4 days in a row. I
when
said, please block this guy, because this guy
interrogation
is
started.
like,
Do you know what they was calling?
If anybody
because
else
he wanted
knows, that'd be
Fotis
great.
to sell, to help him sell this property.
Right now, I'm
If
gonna
you go to that place, like,
research that while I have this
he's into
on right
construction,
back.
he has machines, very old, and they were like all parked around the place. And we passed by that place and he had like chainsaw, but like the size of this table, like a ghost with like a scary face, like everything he had done, it was like a meat
I just
screen,
found it.
hook, like
May
very
2nd,
creepy. And I remember I said,
2019, which is not
this whole family, because we're gonna get
far
killed.
away from when the whole thing started.
And he called
Does
my
that make sense
but I
now?
was checking it out. So
Found
that
it.
time I called him.
Yay.
And then I don't know what happened to this guy. I never heard from him again.
Alright, so we have a laptop here.
I'm gonna post that in chat so everybody
Satellite.
knows what's
So
taking place.
here's Jefferson Crossing,
Oh.
here's Fort Jefferson Crossing, and here's Eli and Deer Cliff. So you guys would ride out,
Oh wait, this is Fotis' house.
okay, alright, so that's fine.
Yeah, we
So-
go out here, all this is.
Right.
Alright, so
We
you're traveling east through the woods, to behind the property.
go behind here, that this guy gets upset. We go up here, because this looks like a power, can you open it more?
I'm doing it. Alright, so you're traveling along the southbound side of Jefferson. Yep, and,
Go up here,
yeah, go ahead.
how do I go?
You gotta push down and then drag. We'll zoom
Yes.
out there.
So, see, we go this,
It's a trail, this is where the power lines are,
all this is power,
because they gotta cut. Okay,
and that's, is this the restaurant? or
that
there's
looks like,
more?
I don't know if that's all of it. There's a body of water here, there's a body of water here, I'm not familiar with it.
Bueno, okay, I don't know, I just know that we go out here, we do this, and then at some point we go in between here.
Yeah.
I thought I
Here we
heard
turn
that
around
when
and
you
then we
said
go
this,
back.
but I wanted
So all
to.
this is like trails.
Let me zoom in, are you traveling, are you guys motorwaying on the cleared portion or in the woods?
Thank
go
you for
over the
stopping
pier and
in
then-
and listening with me.
And then it becomes like wood. I mean, I can take you right there, just leave.
Well, we'll see what. I'm getting problems.
That whole loop, when we do it in motor, it takes us about 40 minutes.
So it's a big area.
Any idea, alright, is there any, like, landmark where you guys turn right, you're going up here?
I mean, if you put a video and it shows, I can,
Well, I mean, the thing is, if it's bigger, then it's hard for you to see, I was trying to zoom in for you.
but anyway, we can go all the way up to Route 44, so look, Route 44. That's where we done this.
Yeah, exactly. That was fast. A week later.
Would you want to take a ride with them?
44.
Yeah.
You need a life.
44 is
So
here.
all this, we do
Yeah,
that.
she's, she's a way to do that.
We do that all in autumn.
Okay.
And 2 times we crossed even 44 and we kept going to the power line.
Well, this is all power.
Yeah, that's where we were.
Well,
But this was 2020. I only do it 2 times. One time with Karen and one time.
Debbie, this is a very good point.
So this is property that you closed a bid on. But are
Well,
you
he's
saying
really
that
not
you have no
so much.
specific knowledge that Jennifer Dulos' body is in here? You don't know?
I mean, I can tell you where we drive motor, but
I mean,
I
let me
never
ask-
saw 40.
Is there anything else about this area that you can tell us? Because this is.
The more she talks,
great expanse.
the worse it gets.
It takes us 40 minutes.
So 40 minutes round trip.
Yes, and we're back in the house cleaning the motor.
Okay, and how fast you guys going on motorcycles? You on you going through the woods? I don't know. So I don't know. 30, 40?
No, yeah, 30, 35
Okay.
at the most.
So 20 minutes out is at approximately 30 miles an hour is basically.
In the gravel, when we go into the woods, a little bit less because I fall, he falls. There's rocks, we sometimes stop, move a log.
Is there anywhere if you were to hide something, like a body,
That's like a pirate.
is there, it's like, how would you say a pirate is?
It works big anywhere you can put someone.
Thank you for joining me today.
In what, like a cave and holes and water? Any idea? Let me ask you a very simple question. What do you think happened to Jennifer Dulos?
Oh.
Where you said, you guys,
No.
okay, but I don't know, and I've seen the newspaper,
Sorry.
she got
No, no.
in the
No,
garage.
no, don't
We're
answer
asking you
that.
for only your knowledge, not what you read in the newspaper, not what you think.
Good, attorney.
I think
Speak
that
up.
she's still somewhere, hiding. Pero bueno, you guys said that you find blood, so obviously she's not hiding from good.
What do you think would happen to
What
Jennifer's
Fotis have told me
body?
that in the past, before they were married, I don't know when, how many years.
Yes.
She fought with her parents and she disappeared and she moved to Aspen. And she got an inheritance of an aunt of
So
$3
he
million.
is
And
paying
she lived
attention.
like for 3 years in Aspen and she changed her name to Jennifer Bay, which I still receive in the house, magazines with
Let me ask you a
her.
question.
Then
Let me ask you a question. You have 20 children,
one of mine,
and Nicole, she's 12.
yes.
Would you ever leave your 12-year-old daughter, listen, would you ever leave and go hide and not tell your 12-year-old daughter where you are? Why not?
Because I'm a healthy person, I won't do that.
Okay. Because she would be very sad, right?
I don't think she did. I think
Something
I'm
that
trying to
doesn't even
stop.
cross my mind.
It wouldn't even occur to you to do that.
I'm gonna have to look
Jennifer
at
has 5
that.
children
Yes.
and other family members. Do you think, why would she go hide and not tell them for a period of time where she is and she's safe?
Can I talk about the report?
No,
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 because
listen, wait a minute, the question was.
my question is,
Oh,
my
let me
answer that I
talk,
can give is because from my understanding, she has a borderline personality
She
disorder.
got that information from photos.
This is a man who killed his wife, so.
Qualities,
She told me he was.
yes, I got it.
And it happened.
Our impression of photos.
Yes, I got it from photos and there's a.
I don't think she answered it. I could be wrong. I don't think she was answering.
Well, I'll be honest with you, Jennifer's on my mind, okay, because I worry every day and every night about Jennifer. So I apologize for calling you the name of the person in this thing. Now, boy, that's. So Michelle, here's the thing. We're here to find out where she is. Okay, we don't think that you're not the one who orchestrated this. Our impression of Fotis is that he is a manipulative, controlling person. That's everyone to get rid of, right? Based on the information. So
Everybody's in.
everybody, and he wanted to get rid of his wife. And he did that. And we're looking to find her for her family's sake.
Kill the mother of his 5 children.
And we want help from you.
I mean,
Who's to say he turned on to you?
yeah.
Hey, do you guys think she knows about you?
Somebody who appears to have been wanting to get back with that mom, according to his phone.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't get it.
It said, here he kills the mother of his 5 children. And according to his, from what we hear from other people and his phone, he appeared to have been wanting to get back with
Sure.
that woman.
Who wanted to get back to
I
her?
thought it was one of
Fotis, the love of your life. The man,
man.
yeah, the man you sleep with every night.
Text message.
Yeah, the man you sleep with every
So
night.
you think, for 1 second,
So imagine what he would do to you.
so he was trying to set you up.
His first wife for her. Was married to her for a long time, had 5 children. 2 sets of twins.
You don't think,
Your daughter knows them well too, doesn't she? She had a family that she always wanted with those kids.
Well, not the family that she always wanted, because I believe she has a nice family and she's happy.
No, what I mean is other children. She has, yes, she has a lovely family with you, her father, your mom, absolutely,
As
cousin.
you saying, we have the text messages from Fotis to Jennifer. We're going back to March. We have it.
Well, when March,
We have his phone. We have it.
I know, but for what?
You show Michelle, when he tells you,
Fotis, let me tell you something about Fotis.
yeah, no, it's okay.
Show her friends. We want to tell you something that everyone in this room is like. Fotis lies to everyone. And the reason he lies to everyone is he cares about one person in the world, and that's himself. He didn't care about his first wife, he didn't care about his second wife, he doesn't care about you. He says all kinds of things to all kinds of people to get what he wants. Okay? He manipulates, he controls. We have no doubt he did that to you. He lies to you. So we're trying, I know, I'm trying to. So he owes you, he feels he owes you nothing. If he could put this murder on you, he would do it in a second. Okay? We don't think that is true. And we want what is fair. Yeah, we will. Return to the
That's not what we're talking about.
I can't hear you.
When your church comes back.
Okay, they're on recess until 12. Yeah, my short-term memory just remind. The court is in recess until 12:25.
Person to have a relationship.
I think we're almost caught up.
Loves only one person. And that's
Maybe.
himself. He will do anything he can to get out of what he's done.
We'll be caught up, I think, after they get back from recess. So I think we're
You think you have information?
a little new.
I can walk the whole world with you. I can take you like a motor, please. I can walk. I can
Okay,
spend a month with you. I can do whatever you want, but I didn't do it.
You know what I want you to do now? I want you to stop talking to me and take some breaths. Just take some deep breaths. Okay.
I don't think the tears are acted. I think she is upset about the whole entire thing and she was involved in it.
Realization of somebody that you care about, what they're really all about. That's what
Basically, she probably was duped.
he's always been that way, and he will never change.
Michelle,
Oh, so he's still alive and
was that his idea? He asked you to do it? You never did that before?
To him,
Yeah.
I've done it to another boyfriend.
Well,
Yeah, but
she wants to stay loyal to him.
That was the first time since you've been with him that he ever did that.
No, he's done it before. There's some Father's Day picture, he's in the car with his kids. I think it was in 2017, he also had his head completely
Okay.
shaved. And there's a picture.
What about for you shaving his head?
For you.
I know that person, I did it
Okay.
to him.
Yeah, and he's asking it.
Yes, he asked me that.
You know,
I
that's,
actually, we made fun of it, like, it was something.
you didn't know what it had.
What is it?
No,
Right.
But but that was the first time he asked you to do it. Other times he did it to himself.
He got it in a barber shop. He comes, but it wasn't that short, that's true. Not as short, but that short was my fault, that I put that thing,
He was bald.
yes, less than you.
He was bald like who? Like Pavel?
No, then I've always met him, without here.
Fotis was very similar to Paul,
Like
the way Paul Val was, right? When you shaved his head, or was it more like me?
Hmm.
Or more like Ken. Sorry.
No, like when I shaved it, it was like him, but he has gray hair. So it doesn't, you look like you have more hair than him.
Yeah, well, I had a lot when you first met me. I shaved it out.
We don't think you.
No, I think I made you like that.
It was like this.
I don't know, I don't remember.
Don't worry about it. We're not saying you knew why he was asking you to shave his head, but it's important for us to know that was the first time he asked
Yes,
you.
it was.
Okay. So these are the kinds of things that can help us. Can I ask you something else, Michelle? I know I kind of paused all the first, but that Friday, when Jennifer was reporting missing, when you were at church, you saw Fotis in the early morning hours. That whole day, did you find it's kind of odd that he called you at all? Did you talk to him all day? Is that odd too? Because let me tell you, we have phone.
20 times and there are days that we talk zero.
Did you try calling him that day and ask him where he was?
No, I don't do that. I mean, in my head, he's in the office, but again, it wasn't
Okay.
for what you say.
And what did you do the next day?
Me,
You and Fotis?
at 9, we had a meeting with Rani and the couple. Like for an hour, he explained all the process of work, blah, blah, blah. I showed the maps, I brought my computer because his computer wasn't supposed to be working for the server. I got into the server with my computer. We showed them a map of the whole of another project in that Fotis budget for this lot here. And they were from the home residence. And then he said I have to go because he was supposed to leave his kids at 11. And Rania took them to the lot and 80 mountain.
And this is Saturday, 25th.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
And Fotis left and I stopped in CVS to buy a gift card for Nicole's birthday girl, a $25 credit card. Then I drove to Edwin Walker. At 11:30 we were there and Nicole with all her friends, they got into a bus.
So let's stop there. What did Fotis do for the rest
Oh,
of
he's
the
still
day
there.
on Saturday?
Well, he supposedly was with the police, with his lawyer.
You figured if your mother and your 5 kids were missing, you would want to help your children out and give them everything, anything. Maybe you can help out where she is. Fotis did not do that. Fotis actually was extremely uncooperative with this whole thing. So
He's done nothing.
He doesn't talk.
He's said a word. He won't say a word.
Isn't he told you he was gonna talk to the police?
No.
No, okay. He just.
might get a lawyer.
He thought
He
he
told
was.
me, no, he told me, because the night before he talked to Lauren and he said, we have to meet at 11. I don't know where, they were meeting with the kids and Puebla, which is the supervisor. So we supposedly drove. At some point he called me. I don't know if he was already with Jacob. And
Who's Jacob?
Jacob.
My first lawyer.
it was his lawyer, and he said we're going to the police because the police called me to testify, to help, or I don't know what.
It's normal for a missing mom, when you go to find out.
Yes, and supposedly he went, I don't know, I wasn't there, and he went with Jacob.
But you would think that he would drop whatever he was doing the minute he heard that the mother of his 5 kids was missing, get his ass where
He
he
wanted
got
to
him.
go to New York, but I don't know who told him, you cannot come here, better stay. I don't know if it was Jacob or Mike Rose.
Yeah, that's all right, that's.
You know, that this conversation I did listen because we were in the office at the end of the office talking, he was.
Now, you,
Then the police called me 2 times and Jacob
you
said.
dumping trash in Hartford the day before was a shit was argued, right? And then the next day, Jennifer's missing, it's all
No,
news.
nothing, we found out at
Okay.
8:20 that the police came to the house.
Okay, did you look back for yesterday and say, you know what? We're dumping trash all over the city of Hartford. Well, I didn't see Fotis yesterday. Why are, you know, it's not piecing in your mind?
Just make the connection.
Okay. Oh, it's not just.
No, I don't think like that. I might be being stupid, I may.
No, you're trusting and that's understandable.
You're loyal girlfriend.
It doesn't cross in my mind that I'm sleeping with someone that is thinking of killing someone. If I would have, I would have not been here, with my daughter.
Well, not only did you think about it while you were sleeping with him, he involved you in the cleanup.
Yeah.
But that's even worse, I hate him because of that.
Got you in trouble.
I hate
According to
him
what you're telling us,
because of
it
that.
wouldn't be the case.
But I was cleaning the house, I wasn't
Listen,
cleaning
the
your
only
bedroom.
reason you even got arrested, according to your story, was because of Fotis.
Oh
Yes.
God, he was growing and he
Go
was
back to that
never
Friday.
involved.
Do you know where Fotis' phone was in the morning?
She got caught up.
It was picked
She
up.
was
Picked
just
up.
came clean
Would he normally have his
in the
phone
beginning.
with him? Doesn't he?
Yes,
Little
no,
what
a
it
lot,
was.
yes, but sometimes he leaves them, he's very,
Well, listen, he has a business. It's a big money business. He has a phone, business phone, and the business phone is his cell phone. Doesn't he normally carry that cell phone with him
Yeah.
to accept business calls? Because his wife is missing doesn't mean his business is it's ended, right? Right?
yes.
All right, so Saturday, wouldn't he have his phone with him?
He didn't have it.
I'm asking
him on
you.
Saturday.
On Friday. On Friday, wouldn't you expect him to have his phone with him? Because
But he didn't have it.
First things first,
So listen to the question.
wouldn't, on Friday, when
Yes,
you didn't know where he was,
yes,
wouldn't you expect to have his phone? He had his phone be with him,
yes.
okay? What if he said it wasn't with him? What if he said it was at the house?
In the house,
Right. Well, what if we said that? Would that be unusual? That he left his phone behind?
All day.
For the time,
well,
Kind of around
if
the
you
bird.
put it like that, yes, but,
that would be unusual?
yes.
Okay, does he, when you call him, does he normally pick up? Unless he's busy?
Or he left the phone
Okay.
in the pond, and he comes back and then he said, oh, come with me and let's pick up the phone
So,
because I left.
so the pattern for Fotis is to generally have the 8625 cell phone with him, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't know his number by memory.
Okay, it's the business phone.
The only one
It's
that I
the
know.
AT&T phone.
It's
Okay, so
860.
478-8625. It's the one on the Ford Group business
Yes,
site,
yes,
right?
yes, yes.
The one on the Ford Group
Yes.
business site. So if he doesn't have that phone with him, that is unusual.
Probably would say yes,
Okay.
but he has left it in the past. He leaves.
So when he leaves it in the past, he leaves it and says, oh, Michelle, I left my phone, we have to go back and get it. And he realizes it within a half hour or an hour, not 6 hours, right?
No, no.
Or in this case,
Does he get a lot
14
of-
hours.
Does he get a lot of phone calls throughout the day? How often does his phone ring?
Right now,
Once
it's
an hour?
so,
Like once an hour?
I don't know by hours because I don't
This
check,
isn't
but
quiz, this is a
I know, but
approximation, like how many phone calls?
like right now, I know that the business is going slow, so he doesn't get as much as
So how many
like
calls do
he
you
talks
think you would get
during the day.
during the morning? Would you get at least one?
Bueno, yes, at least one, I guess.
But you're,
Yes.
yours, significant other, he's got guys on job sites down in the king, these guys aren't calling him safe. They go us.
I'm not, I'm
No, I know,
on the
but-
phone with
Well,
him.
for example, this case alone, I work in this case, I'm on my phone all the time, my significant other's phone. Jesus, you're on the phone a lot, because I'm working. That's
What
what this is.
when are you talking, because I don't understand. On Friday,
Yes, right.
No, so these patterns of behavior, this self
Anything. So
yes,
you're gonna spend Tuesday with Fotis, you're gonna go to breakfast, you're gonna hang out, he's not gonna work, he's gonna spend the day with you.
No,
He doesn't do that? Okay.
a Tuesday to hang out and have breakfast, no, on a Saturday or Sunday, probably, yes.
Is this
it's
phone ringing Saturday or Sunday?
Yes.
this is his regular patterns of behavior, right? We're just looking for
It's also
behaviors.
on the phone. Like how often, I cannot tell you, he received 100, he's not like in a stock market.
Is there the times when you're out to dinner with them, or you're having breakfast, and, or hang out, the guys are calling me at the job site, they wanna know if.
Each time he talks, he
Right,
walks, he
right.
walks all over the house,
Okay.
and not over all the house.
This is
Because
good.
the house has bad reception, so he either goes to his office,
One spot.
the kitchen, or outside the house. Those are like the three best spots to talk in for Jefferson.
When he arrived home that morning or that afternoon, Friday 24th, did he mention his phone at all?
No.
Did he ask you where it was? Did he mention you that he had left it at home?
No.
Did he ask you if you got any phone
And
calls?
he actually called me like at I have it down, like at 1:30 something, he called me.
He called you to say what?
Like, he called
But
me
if
for.
you walked in and you wanted to go.
But you remember the time that he called you, but you don't remember.
Okay, after,
And even me and my daughter, and even me, where are you? I'm in the office, I'm in the house, like, even inside the house, we call each
It's a
other.
big house.
because It's a big house, so it's-
absolutely.
for me, that's normal to say, even with my
So you didn't
daughter.
get any calls to him that morning?
No, I didn't.
No. Oh, well, okay. So we go
And
back
when
in
he's
here.
with, when he's with the kids, I cannot call,
So
so
here's,
obviously I'm used to not
Well,
talking
here's
to
what-
him during the day.
so here's what we do, is we do have phone records dating back, I can't give you the exact date, we have a lot of phone records. We have your phone records, we have Fotis' phone records, we have Fotis' second phone records.
Sexual?
He's got another phone. So,
You didn't know he had
even
another?
though he had another phone, the phone that, when we took you guys to the real estate police, with all that stuff, that phone,
Well, he bought a phone with Jacob on Saturday, when the police took his phone.
That's
or
not
this is what
fire.
he
that's
told
not true.
He
So that's
told me
another lie
Jacob,
you told
he
you.
told me Jacob bought me a phone.
No,
That's
a
very
lie.
That's the
nice.
same stuff.
Sure, that's a bull.
Okay, I'm telling you
No,
what
I'm
he
just
told me,
saying,
like,
I'm just
I
telling
agree
you.
with you.
He had that number as a prior. So would it be,
Is it a 208, 20?
203?
The 203.
If you check my phone, I have two numbers for him. He used to have one that I don't know, and that one, then I think he gave that line to Petros. But when the mom took the phone, I don't know if he stayed with that line, but I never saw that phone or that line or that letter.
We have the US Marshals and the FBI condensing all of your call records. So it's gonna be, what you're saying is normally you wouldn't talk to Fotis, you wouldn't text them or call them throughout these hours of days, because he's working. You guys don't do that normally? Is this gonna be the only day that you haven't been calling him?
No, there are other days we don't talk
Okay.
during that day.
Okay.
And especially when he's on the weekend with the,
Yeah.
with the kids, because he's with the kids,
Yeah.
we don't even talk.
Right.
And on Wednesdays, when he's in the afternoon with the kids, we don't even talk. Like, we started sending one text, like, are you guys with the, are you with the kids? Like, something like that.
Well, he did leave his phone at home that morning. Morning that Jennifer went missing. Does that strike you as unusual?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know, I didn't see that one, but yes, probably it's weird.
What time is Fotis usually put his head down and go to bed? Is he late night guy? Is he up?
Very late.
Okay, what does he do at night? Usually, what's his routine?
Just going to pause it at 1:43:44.
Okay, I think this is when they're gonna go into break, so I think
The
we're kind of
defendant
caught up.
indicated to you that she did not see Mr. Dulos' cell phone. Is that correct?
That is
Maybe.
correct.
Did there come a point in time, specifically August 13th,
Yes.
2019, where you had an opportunity to speak with the defendant again?
Yes.
What did she tell you about Mr. Dulos' cell phone on August 13th?
She indicated to us that on Friday, May 24th, Fotis Dulos' phone was in the office of the court group.
And did she speak with you about anything she did with the phone?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
The phone rang and she answered it.
So keep on playing at this.
It probably is a good idea to just take a 10-minute break at this time and come back at 12:25, and then we will go all the way until 1 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case.
No, our
Yes.
story doesn't make sense.
All right, this honorable superior court now stands in recess.
So obviously we're not gonna wait 10 minutes. So here we go.
$11:30 to
This is
12.
why they
He's
pick
in
up.
bed and you're in bed, you guys have your nightstands, I'm assuming, tablets, whatever people lay in bed, are you guys phone scrollers at night? You know, like Facebook or reading the news, does he do that at night?
He's unlocking his Facebook and Instagram.
On his phone or on his tablet? So you guys are laying in bed, right, in your next phone?
He uses, lately, he's been bringing his computer, watching us movies.
Okay,
Because
you know what he did that Thursday night? Was he have his phone in the bedroom? Was he
usually
hanging
the
out?
phone, he puts it in the window that is next. In the bed, I sleep in the side coming in, and he sleeps in the one close to the bathroom.
Yeah.
And he puts his phone on that window that is going towards the back, that's where he charge his phone. Me, I charge it next to that.
Do you remember what he did that on that Thursday night? Was he laying in bed on his phone next to you? Or was he, I mean, if you can remember.
I think
I
it
know
was
it's-
him, I don't remember him.
What time does he usually wake up?
He a lot at
Usually.
6:40, but he wakes up, and a lot lately, he's been waking up around 4:35
In the morning.
in the morning, and I don't know,
What are you doing while he's up? You stay in bed?
I get upset and I
Is
say,
he getting, is he loud, changing?
he's very loud.
The couple say, you know, someone's loud in the morning.
Yes, and when I cannot stand it, I go to the closet.
That morning, did that
No,
happen?
because I was in the closet. I mean, I don't know what happened in that room.
And then, second, does he own a pair of Converse, like the sneakers like you have on, does he own the guy's version of those?
He
Shoes.
has Converse, I don't know, but it's another brand, black.
Like similar to those,
Yes,
a different brand or black?
I think they're golden rules, ones. Yes,
And he was wearing what when you saw him downstairs on that Friday morning calling out?
pair of jeans and a light shirt.
Shoes.
He has a lot of like similar to the one that you're wearing, so could be that one, it could be one like this, or like with, it was light.
And as far as you can remember, Michelle, that was the first time you saw him, so you don't know if he was wearing something different. When you were, during that morning, that Friday morning, do you know what car, was there a car missing? From, he has three cars?
Well, usually they sleep all the cars inside the garage.
Okay,
So the way we usually park,
but Friday morning, do you know if one of the, you have the Suburban, the Raptor?
Cherokee that I
Sure.
drove, that I parked next to the garbage
Was
man.
there,
Yeah, that's the
when
one I
you
drove.
did, when you took to
And I
call to the
don't-
school?
Yes, and I don't know why I think in my head that the Suburban was there, but maybe I'm making it up.
Okay, so you're not sure if the Suburban was there when you were taking Nicole to school, right?
No, I thought in my head, and I think I told them yes, that I saw the car, but now I'm doubting.
Right. Okay, was the Raptor there?
Well, the Raptor sleeps on the other, there's another two other garage, and I don't go there if I don't have to,
Okay.
where the motors are.
But you said before that you'll take whatever vehicles are left over, right?
Yeah, but in this case, I took a jet.
Yeah, and the Suburban could have been there.
It could have. I mean, obviously, for me, the best car to use is the Cherokee, because it's a more like little,
Yeah.
the Raptor I hate, but I have to use it a lot. And the Suburban, I don't like it, but man, if there's
When
nothing,
did the damage happen on the Suburban?
that was me, I crashed it.
Would you remember when?
Yes, Friday before the 24th, I went with Petu. We went down to Massachusetts for a flea market. There was a big flea market. It was raining and in Brimfield? In Brimfield, Mass. It was like an hour away from Farmington. Yes, it's a big one. It's a couple miles long. Sorry? A couple miles long. Yes, you just walk like a road and there were like tents, it was raining, disgusting. My friend, she has a store, so she buys things and they do restorations of furniture. She and her partner, they do. And so on the way back, like around 2, I was on the right line to get exit 67 and a girl with a Toyota, a blue Toyota, obviously didn't look and she turned. And I put the brakes and it didn't stop.
So after the accident, you came home, and when did you plan to get it fixed?
That was Friday, the crash. Saturday, Sunday closed. Monday morning, Manfred, the girl's insurance calls me, and we arranged. They said we're gonna send you an email so you can take the pictures of the car to do a quote. So I did that. And they say it takes 24 hours for the quote to arrive. Then they said you didn't put I think it was the registration. So I sent the registration. So anyway, I think on Wednesday or Thursday, I spoke with insurance. They said that yes, and they sent me the quote, 600 and something. Then I called, because they said we can give you the body shop, or if you have someone in mind. Foti said use Davidson. So I called Chevrolet Davidson in Tampa. They said I can give you a time for after Memorial on Tuesday morning.
So you drive it up not there?
Yes, in the morning, like around 8:45. I called Enterprise. We arranged the cars, and then Tuesday I dropped off Nicole. I came back home. And then I went to take the car, and they gave me another car. But Foti said, please ask for an 8-seat car because you were supposed to see the kids.
His intention was to go see his children.
Yes, so that's
His wife is that soon to be ex-wife.
yes, because that was Tuesday that I took.
After.
Yes. And then the girl gave me another car, I don't know the brand, but you guys can call them. And so I drove to the house, and she came like around 1, and we exchanged cars. She got me a Yukon, similar to the Suburban. Well, that's the car that I was driving.
Yeah. Okay.
And now you're in the studio.
Well, I rented because Andy said get rid of the car, don't have anything to do with Fotis. We were staying in the hotel where you guys arrested us. I'm in the same hotel, I changed rooms, and I got out of the Fotis account or points, and I changed them, and I'm staying there.
Were you guys arrested this?
12 until I know, because I have no house, no car, no.
So you're upset with Philip
Yes, of course.
because he implicated you in this whole mess?
Because of that, because of what you told, I don't know.
What's the biggest thing that's upsetting you right now?
The problem that
Is it your house? What's upsetting
No,
you?
what's the-
Okay. Is it your relationships over with Fotis? Is that what's
No,
happening?
it's
Is it
like
that-
the whole thing that I can be in prison because of him.
What's the thing that's getting to you most right now?
That I
Which part?
can be like daughter was untitled because of him.
They could be in jail because of that?
Yes.
Does it upset you that
But of
Jennifer
course, him.
does,
And he is everything, but it's a mix. Like, obviously, I have to see myself right now, and I'm
Absolutely.
worried that I have a daughter and I'm gonna be in a jail for, I don't know.
We don't want that to happen. No.
Oh. She might be in jail. Sounds like she's,
Minimize
huh.
whatever kind of jail time you're facing. You have to break away fully though from the idea that you and Fotis are
No, I
together.
don't.
Yeah,
That's what that's rack your
I
brain.
know, but
That's
you
right,
have to
right.
understand, you know, it's
No,
hard for me
We
to see
understand.
this person that supposedly was, because with me, well, at least I never felt that he did, he never hit me, he never like talked aggressively to me. Yes, we have fights as couples, but I'm also very dominant when it comes to a fight. I don't let myself down because I don't want that. I don't know, I was in Colorado, and one night I didn't call him because Nicole's dad and I were having a conversation. The next day, the text is like, "You're a liar, tell me where to take your things, or where to send your things," and sending my 2 pairs of skis. And I said, "What are you talking about?" Like, and I got so upset, I said, "Yes, put them in a container and send them here to Colorado." And then like 3 hours after,
Sounds
he
like
was
that
going, "I'm
relationship
sorry,
pretty rocky.
I know I was upset." And that's all in the texts, like if you can see them in my WhatsApp.
we have no doubt that's that's who he is, that's what he's about.
Okay, but I didn't know that at physics.
how about the conversations after Friday, after Jennifer's disappearance? How was his demeanor towards you? Was there any headbutting when this stuff is starting to break the news? Like you said in your last meeting, there's cops on your road. So what is your conversations with him during this? I mean, honestly, excuse my ignorance.
Yes, I said, this is enough, this is too much, this paper has really gone completely out of control. I'm fed up. After this is finished and she appears, I'm leaving. I'm going to Colorado. I really don't want to be involved anymore. It's been 2 years of
I
torture.
don't want to be involved
courts
anymore.
And upset, and I'm not used to this. And my life has never been in conflict. And since I met you and I moved to Colorado, to Connecticut, it's been like a nightmare.
And how do you respond to that?
And he's like, everything's gonna be okay. Don't worry, I'm sorry. Please don't leave me. This is gonna get better. Don't worry, we're gonna go through this. Like,
So he keeps talking about we, and he keeps asking you not to leave him, right? Right?
yes.
Why do you think he's doing that?
Yeah.
I'll tell you why I think he's doing that.
Nothing else.
Because he knows that you have information that if you're away from him, separated from him, that's gonna get him. That's what we're here to find out.
Whoa.
He is keeping you with him to control you and to make sure that you don't give up some information accidentally.
He said,
That shows you.
It could be information that you don't even know. Yeah, you don't know about, so we're trying to extract it out of you.
So in his
You might be
mind,
able
he
to-
says what to you?
in his mind, when I heard that, I thought he loved me and that he wanted to be with me, Nicole and his 5 kids, and be all together and supposedly, I don't know. The thing I don't understand, there's a report that supposedly was favorable for him, and he was happy about that, for what I understand.
That's when you have a lot of money, you can hire a lot of attorneys to report the divorce stuff. I mean, that's just,
Was that the latest
that
report?
report with her site stuff. I mean,
There was a psychology
Yeah.
and evaluation test done through Dr. Herman, which he interviewed me when I was in Colorado through Skype.
Yeah.
And apparently that report that they sealed it, and I spoke with Mike Rose, they were driving, saying that this report came very favorable, and he was happy about the report, so that's why it doesn't, and he was like, we're gonna get the kids, I'm gonna have the kids, legal custody, so he
He's
actually,
painting a really nice picture for you guys.
yes.
and he said, don't, like, I don't remember the words, you're like, don't be surprised that soon you're gonna be like mother of 6.
Well,
How do you feel about that? I'm like,
Don't
"Why
be
not?
surprised
It's
when
nice,
you're a
yes.
mother of
They're so, I mean, of course I'm gonna love, I love them because
When was that? When did he say that? So don't be surprised that you're gonna be the mother of 6?
Yeah.
when he got the report. I'm talking about like when the report came out.
Yeah, but was it 2 weeks, 3 weeks before?
You guys can have, do you have the
Yeah,
report?
no, just,
When did that report came out? It was like before
Ready to go with this?
Greek Easter, so it
My
was before the 28th of
gosh.
April.
April 28th.
No,
Don't be
before
surprised. You're gonna be a
before,
mother
because
of
the 28th of
zero.
April was Easter. My family came all the way from Miami and Cincinnati to spend Easter. And it was, the report was within that week, because he told everybody he was super happy, he did the Greek dance. And he was happy about the report. And my girls came to the East, Greek Easter, and he said everything's gonna be okay. The report came good.
Oh my gosh,
What
what
she
a
has
kid.
the borderline. We went to talk to
I look
Humphrey,
up
to
and
his,
here he
He's
is.
very good at what he does.
And
Hello
here
there.
he is.
So what he told you
Back.
is probably self-serving for him. All right?
I thought you'd given up on this case.
Noticed Jennifer to be
No,
unfit
my
with the
computer's
children.
been curtain.
I never met
I had some issues
You've
with
never
my
met her at all.
computer and
The only
I was
time
just
I saw
frustrated
her
that day.
2 seconds
I'm
was
good.
But you're back.
in summer of 2017, at some point in August. He had
It's just not the same
to have
without
the
you.
kids
What can I say?
supervised, and the judge gave him permission to have the kids in the pond and with a supervisor. And they were supposed, let's say, they had to leave at 12. I don't remember what time, it was from 9 to 12, the activity.
Let me ask a question real quick.
Yeah,
This
want me to
is
call my father?
the deposition of the witness that they can't actually get.
What?
Is this the deposition of the witness that they can't actually obtain?
Is this a witness that they can actually obtain, you meaning by?
By subpoena.
Yeah.
So why are we watching the deposition?
We're watching it because.
No, I'm genuinely curious. I'm not trying to, it's not a gotcha question.
Well, they're showing the interrogation and the trial to prove that she might be involved.
And this is a witness that we cannot obtain through other means?
Oh, you mean like if we would have put her up on the stand?
Yeah.
Good question.
Actually testify?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have some questions there.
Okay. Do you want to continue on or?
No, fire on. Unless you have an answer. Again, I'm walking into this relatively sight unseen.
No, it's the defendant, by the way. This is Michelle.
I don't think that that should be introduced as a matter of law, but
Okay.
okay.
All right,
Well,
we're going to fire away and you're going to explain why. Because you always throw something at us that makes us think.
You already know the answer to the question.
Probably, yeah. Should we go?
Yes, let's
Or
go.
Do you want to put yours on?
No, this is fine. If I want to switch over, I'll let you know.
Okay. Just tell me to pause it when you want to say something.
Outside the pond, in the road, under a tree, and all of a sudden, a minute later, a suburban comes. It was dark, window, I didn't see, and all of a sudden it gets really close, and I'm like, what's gonna hit my mirror? And when I looked, Jennifer was with the phone like this, trying to take a picture of me. So I saw that, and then I realized that it was her. So I went like this, like around.
Realize it was
inside the pond.
None of this should
And
come.
I think there was a motion that I was supposed that I was in the pond there, which is not true. I was never in the pond. I was outside in public wrote.
Not a
But she,
sentence.
for what Fotis told me, she made a motion that Mrs. Troconis was
Yeah.
in the pond and I saw the kids.
And legally, I
That's
cannot
what Fotis told me.
So I want
criticize another lawyer and
you
his
have to have a
course
shift
and
in your
duties,
thinking.
but
Okay, well, I'm
none
gonna
of
pause
this
this. Okay, John. What?
legally, I cannot criticize another attorney in the course of his duties.
Oh,
That is the law. That is the course of ethics. She should not have said any of this at all, ever.
well, I don't. I think you're giving an opinion. I don't think you're criticizing.
Well, in my personal opinion, I would have advised her
Not to say a word.
to not speak further.
Well, don't they usually want? Okay. I think I learned this from you. Usually, you want them to keep their mouth shut.
Yes, and that's not just from me. That's from virtually everybody on YouTube that is an attorney.
Keep your. I think I heard an attorney. I think it maybe it was you or someone else that said, I don't know how many times I have to tell my clients to keep their mouth shut.
Yeah, that is the ultimate ground rule. Is just be quiet,
Just be quiet.
and it doesn't implicate anything. All you have to do is just not say stuff. And we're doing
But why does her attorney like here? This I totally agree with Debbie right here. Her attorney just lets her keep talking.
So there are two different aspects here that we're dealing with. The first is now we're in a circumstance of a deposition. And a deposition is very different from a criminal testimony. And while they might be different, I think that it's important for an attorney to explain to their clients that this might be played in front of court at some point to either disparage their statements or otherwise challenge what they have to say in front of court.
Okay,
and that's the reality. It's
Okay.
going to happen, but it's very different when you're in a deposition setting where you want your client to be comfortable and okay with, we're going to have questions. They're going to ask you questions. It's okay. This is part of the process. And all you have to do is be honest. That is different from trying to prepare them
Okay.
when they're ultimately going to be in front of a court.
Okay, but I have a question.
Yeah.
This is an interrogation. They do this all the time in courts, in trials.
Yes, this is an interrogation.
Should we keep going?
Unless you have another question, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, but this isn't a like Debbie said. This isn't a deposition where she's in. Depositions is when you're actually in the law firm and you're asked by questions with an attorney, right? And you have.
Not necessarily. It is trying to elicit admissible evidence that will ultimately be used at trial.
Okay. All right. Let's keep watching this. What do you think?
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody ready?
Who's the judge? Is it right here? Okay. why is he here? He's here, whose interest is he serving?
Mine.
Right. We actually are trying to kind of serve yours as well.
And he's right here.
And Jennifer.
Whose interest are you serving?
Whose interest is Fotis serving?
Thanks for coming on.
Who's Fotis interested in?
Not the same without you.
In himself. So everything that Fotis has told you is suspicious. I'm not saying everything's a lie, but everything is suspect. And probably a lot of it is false, and it's to serve himself. So you have to listen first to your attorney, and then you have to listen.
And
to
by the
us
way,
for your
her
attorney.
attorney
Right.
yeah,
So when
during the
when
question.
you talk about things that Fotis has told you, you have to really suspect what. Okay.
What goes here,
So
mommy?
who is Fotis?
Good
Good
afternoon.
friends. What is best friends? Is like right hand.
Mark.
Mark.
Marciano.
Okay.
That he lives in
We
Florida. And then Andreas, that is a great.
Thank you for joining us, everyone.
No, friends.
They're
Mark.
here in the United States.
Don't forget to hit the like button.
Lives in Providence, and they went to drown together, but
It
they
warms
met
my heart.
way before because of the water ski
Yep.
world. And they, I think, Fotis said him, they're friends from.
She really doesn't make a lot of sense the way she's
Andreas.
She's like all over the place.
Great.
I tend to agree with you.
I mean, it's like I'm trying to listen to her. I am.
No, he lives in Greece. Andreas was here, like in December.
Here's what I'm trying to get. And I'm not saying you have any information about specifics of Jennifer's disappearance, but if Fotis wanted to first, and he wanted help, or he needed help, who might he use to help him?
Well, his best friend is Mark and Andreas. Andreas lives in Greece.
Okay. And
I guess he's
Mark
here.
lives in Providence.
And Mark lives in Providence. And he's also going through a divorce, and they laugh about it because they say that they're going through the same. And he actually, his trial ended over what they did. I don't know what they want to do. I don't know about the court things. But he said that he was over with his case, with his divorce. And
What about Kent?
Kent is a lawyer
Right.
of Fort Worth.
Okay.
So Ken and Fotis are kind of business partners, he's a lawyer, it's his business.
No, Fotis always said Kent is a nice guy. I worked with him all my life, and he's the.
Did you ever meet Kent's wife?
No.
Do you know if Fotis ever communicated with Kent's wife?
Yes, they were communicating because supposedly, which I think it's weird, the wife apparently put like a rape case against Kent.
Yes.
And then Fotis, like a week, like or 3 weeks ago, told me that Kent and the wife want to go back. I'm like, well, how do they want to go back?
Is it Fotis ever talked to Kent's wife? That's what we're asking. That you would know. Is there a reason why you would do that? Why Fotis would talk to Kent's wife?
I don't know if they know each other.
Well, they met.
Oh, they did?
Oh, I know.
All right, this is a way of admitting.
When?
Here's
The last couple months leading up to when, just before Jennifer went missing. To come over and be
I
intimate
just sent you a private chat.
in your house. He even met out with her at a bar.
Thank you for coming in,
Trying to work
everyone.
back, to get Kent back with his wife.
No, that, I remember he saying, Kent wants me to talk to the wife, so for them to get, but they can't because he has a restraining whatever.
You can't have
And they
contact.
cannot,
So
exactly.
you're aware.
No, yes, but I didn't know that he.
The internet part, right? You didn't know that.
He was asking her to come to your home, where you live with Fotis, to be intimate with her husband.
To be intimate with Ken?
Happy Friday. Hey, Lord.
With Kent, to be intimate with Kent. So
No.
Kent and his wife, no, not with Fotis. Kent and Kent's wife would be intimate in your home.
Okay, no, I didn't.
Yeah, so, sorry for that confusion.
So, I mean, that's again, that's another thing about Fotis that we have just found out that you didn't know about. There's always a little bit of
I
truth
knew
in
that
every
the
lie.
Kent was a divorce or
Is
a
everyone else
restraining.
making sense
So
on
there's always a little bit of truth
interview?
to the lie. So he told you the little bit of the truth was that he has to call her. The whole truth.
You're gonna have to tell me over because
It's a
it's
little bit different motivation. We're just trying to show you that.
populating a
Not the
little.
person that you find.
Not always, and not in the important stuff, like where it's not, really don't.
Actually, it should be the opposite, I should be interviewing you.
The dumpster on 80 Mountain Spring. There was a dumpster on 80 Mountain Spring, on that property, that was for sale, there was a dumpster there?
No,
Not now, but there was.
yeah, a long time.
Long time
She
ago,
gets
maybe
really
dumpsters
sharp all of a
property,
sudden.
you know, clean up
She
the
what?
last minute stuff.
She got really sharp all of a sudden.
For the last
Yeah,
years,
she was
between
crying about
the
the staff.
teammates and us, and me.
But there's no dumpster on site
I
for
told
your
those alligator tears,
There's no, don't, like the big
Yeah,
dumpster.
like a regular.
and then she's really, really upset because she knows
No,
that.
there
5-yard
is, no,
dumpster.
no.
Well, because they're actually
After the construction,
It
houses
costs
built.
like, I don't know,
dancing in on the
I
point.
think my budget is like $5,000 and
That's too much for photos.
I don't know, I'm just
Maybe you
saying
should-
that it puts it in a budget and that's what I see, and then when the.
It gets
everything-
really sharp
construction is
very,
out,
very
it
quickly.
returns. I don't know.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't work for Farber. I was helping him.
Yeah.
Because I have my dogs, I have my daughter, and it's just because I have time to do things, and I cannot be just sitting around.
Yeah, you
But,
suddenly know you
doesn't
got
pay
caught.
me. I wasn't an employee, I did help him with photos, with all that, because I like that.
So you guys living arrangements, right?
Am I totally off base?
No,
No,
It's
but
separate,
she
separate,
also
gave you money
probably
regularly,
crying
The
because
only
she
thing
got,
I have is a credit card that
that's
I
what I
use
was saying earlier.
for
God.
supermarket and gas.
Oh, she's probably
Then
crying
if
all
I have to
right,
buy something for Nicole,
but
for
she's
myself,
crying because
my
she
insurance,
realized,
my cell phone.
Right,
my
she suddenly
Texas
stopped
my
crying
phone,
because she
whatever.
knows
My
that
Nicole's
they
school.
have her.
If I do my
Right.
hair,
That's all.
that's all my money.
she's realizing that
Well, this person,
duped by
when
this
we
guy.
travel, yes, he pays for the
It's-
Yeah, the
travel,
cross Kelly
for the tickets.
tears go
But
away.
then the rest, like when I'm
Just-
in Colorado, I pay for everything.
he's a you gotta
We don't have
remember, guys,
accounts
he's a,
together. I only
Otis
have
was a manipulator,
a credit card, I
and
can
he
give
was
it
a
to you.
bully.
Two things can be true.
Finances, on any given week,
This is
how
the
much,
only.
do you have a savings and a checking, or is it, you would be, yeah,
Do I think this
How are
is
you
damaging to her?
you're on your own.
I'm on my own with my
Very,
dog.
very good, or you just, you know,
No,
Mia can say there's paycheck to paycheck, it is what it is.
No, when
Yeah.
I'm,
No, are you,
when I'm complicated, I ask my mom,
yeah, absolutely.
yes.
What about you?
I think she's a liar.
We're just trying to get a handle on the
But you
relationship, the
can-
dynamics of your relationship,
No, we don't have
Well, she's
anything. in
hard
common.
because her story keeps changing.
So when Fotis goes to visit the children, and he goes for a supervised visit, Jennifer is usually in the area.
Yeah, I think she's a liar.
Sorry, again?
When Fotis goes to visit his
In
children, yeah, in New Canaan, and for the supervised visits, and Jennifer's there. How does that make you
Yeah,
feel?
that doesn't mean that she's not a victim, but
From my understanding, they weren't talking or
Two things
sending
can be true.
messages or nothing for the past 2 years. It's always been with the supervisor, and from what he tells me, it's like, oh, she didn't give me the kids because instead of one, it was two certain, and apparently it's always chaotic. That's what he always told me. And that they only communicate with the family
yeah.
wizard plan, that because it seemed like everybody, and if it's through mail,
Yeah,
they,
we gotta get into
I tend to agree.
CC their lawyers, and I think me. That was the communication that he always said that he had. Now,
I
after
tend
that
to agree.
report, for what
I
he
think
told
that's
me,
a
they
very
started
well
having
way to state it.
communications by phone. That she called him and she was like, well, I wanna fix this. This is not working out, this has taken too long. This is what he told me. Then he said that apparently in one of the conversations, he said, do you know that your lawyer is milking you? Because, I mean, this report was to be favored to you, and he was the one who wanted her to be in the case. And
But
he was the one pushing.
The argument that we've been
for
having
me
the
to
whole
go to
time.
New York and talk, and I was the one, I think he, for what he told me, he put a motion to not have her. So apparently, she said like, yeah, I get it. I think I'm bringing a friend of mine that is a lawyer, and that apparently, saying what he said, that Jennifer was getting o sea, getting it, that was the name of Ruben, I think it's the
Didn't
name
we
of his
agree from the
lawyer,
beginning that we agree
was,
that the
was
husband
kind of
was
like,
the culprit,
you know,
but
taking
he's
advantage of the
dead?
money
So what do
and
we do
making
with
this
that?
case long. This is what Fotis told me. That was
We
like
agree. I'm
a
sorry, it was kind of rumbling when
one
you
day
were
of conversation.
speaking.
Then
Sorry, if
apparently
you
they
want
went
to
to
pause it,
I'm
we
gonna, I'm
can.
gonna, I'm gonna pause this because I
and they
didn't
went
hear
to
what
a
you
fair.
said. Okay, go.
Didn't we agree from the beginning that Flotus, the husband, was the culprit and he's already dead?
Right.
So what do we do with that? We don't have at this point, we don't have a victim because they're already dead, unfortunately. We don't have a culprit because he's already dead by his own hands. So what do we do from here? The reality is we already solved the mystery. It's not like a whodunit. Am I totally off base?
It's not like we solved the mystery. We know she's dead.
We know that the person that killed her is dead.
Right.
So there's no whodunit. The kids are dead.
The what?
The kids are dead.
Their kids? The 5 children?
2 of the 3, if I'm not mistaken.
His children are dead?
I think 2 of the 3 are, if I'm not
How'd
mistaken.
they die?
Right. So what do we have to do?
So now we have her on trial because we want to say the kids are with their grandmother.
Okay. All right. So at least 2 of the 3 are alive. I think one of them is deceased, but I could be wrong about that.
So here we are again.
So here we are. We have 2 survivants, maybe 3. Both parents are dead.
I think all 5 are alive.
Okay. All right. Then I could be very wrong about this. But you're dealing with a circumstance where you have 5 survivants. Both parents are now deceased. One by their own hand, the other by allegedly the other's hand. That's pretty bad in and of itself. We can agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
now you have 5 surviving children. You have between 2 and 3 survivant potential victims who managed to survive. And now you're dealing with 8 people who are alive by the grace of God.
Right.
Which is not fantastic. So now what do you do with that as a matter of law? You have 8 people that are alive by the grace of God.
Okay, so here it is. Okay, here's what I think I know. I think I know where you're getting at. You have a case where we know that from evidence that he killed his wife. Okay. And now, since we know that, he deleted himself from life. And now they want to go after his mistress because they believe that she was part of the conspiracy to kill his wife.
Correct. That's the original argument.
Okay, now that we have that established, now we're wondering.
Well, we don't have that established.
No, well, no, we don't, because she's okay, allegedly established. How's that?
Let's take it as a given.
Okay, so now, okay, I totally got my train of thought gone.
I'm sorry about that because
No,
I'm sitting here
no.
looking at this
No,
like
you're fine. You're fine. And now it's like I'm back to square one. Like I tell everybody on I tell our audience, John, I never ever want to make a judgment until the whole thing is actually unfold.
Right, but right now we are literally watching the deposition testimony, which never should come in to begin with. I'm actually really mad and I am frustrated that they did not make a stronger argument about this. But none of this ever should have come in as evidence to begin with. But it's coming in. Because on a very practical level, deposition evidence is testimonial in nature by definition. Period. That's nonstop. That's the rules. Those are the rules.
So depositions is never going to be an evidence.
99 times out of 10, they will never be admitted into evidence.
Well, it is still early in the trial.
Right, but it's being admitted. They're playing it in front of the
her
jury.
attorney didn't even ask for redactions.
Yeah, they're playing this in front of the jury.
Deb, you have some really good insights. All of you do. We have a great audience.
That's awful and wrong and never should happen. Yeah, absolutely. Debbie, you're 100% right. They didn't even ask for redactions.
So
the least you can do is say, hey, how about we cut out sections, minute mark 10 to minute mark 14. How about we do that?
Okay, so Mommy has a good question. We're glad you're on because we're all going to have questions.
Can here deposition be used if light on the stems? Okay, excellent question. Very, very good question.
I think so too.
If it was used for the impeachment of the witness's statement, then yes, it would come in under that very, very specific and very, very narrow grounds. If the whole point is that it is to impeach the statement of a witness, then yes, it can come in that basis and that basis alone. It cannot come in generally. And this is part of the conversation that we had yesterday. It was not yesterday, it was the day before. This comes in under the conversation that we had a couple days ago, where you can broaden the scope of a witness's testimony based upon the questions asked if they're not directly objected to. If they are directly objected to, then you close the scope of what you can ask based upon the question asked. So, for instance, and this is an excellent point and absolutely valid, if they were specifically asking a question about what the decedent said or what the witness said, in the scope of that statement, then yes, you can open the scope large enough to ask that question. If they're not asking that specific question, then it doesn't qualify and should not be allowed in as evidence. Nancy, am I not making sense? You're my ombudsman. Please tell me if I am off base.
No. Mm. No.
All right, I'm gonna take that as no.
No.
So I hope that makes sense. If that doesn't, by all means, send me another question.
All right.
I'm totally cool with that.
So what do you guys want to do? You guys want to continue hearing the trial? Does anybody else have any? Actually, does anybody have any questions at this point? And then we can just continue it. How's that?
I think Debbie's got the points in mind and is pretty cool with my explanation.
Okay, so everybody's, yeah, we all are. Yeah. So what do you think? Yes, please. Okay.
All right, so let's run it on.
Let's roll it on.
And you came, so they have rights and all that, with the supervisor. And apparently Jennifer went with them. So I don't know, that's what he told me. My upsetness was that she's manipulating, she knows she's gonna lose the kids. Be careful, because if she really has borderline and depression and all the things that the report supposedly.
Oh, wait a minute, are they talking about her?
She's playing with Fotis. So are
they talking about Jennifer being borderline?
Work with the legal system.
Oh,
If that's
come
true, that
on.
the report is okay, and that Mihan was saying
it's not
I'm concerned
appropriate.
about the kids,
But
I want-
Hell no.
This is all what Fotis. I never spoke with Mihan.
they're letting it.
I've never
They're
seen the judge.
letting it roll.
I've never seen Ruben. I've never
I can't
seen
believe it. I
And
can't
it was
believe they're
so
not
like,
objecting to
no,
this.
don't worry, it's been nice. She's actually being very nice. She's being cooperative. I'm like, okay.
Nobody's
I
objecting.
said, I want to
That's
talk to
speculation.
therapist, because this is
Absolutely.
It's not
For me,
proven it.
making
It's
like
not
a plan.
proven she is
And we
bipolar.
went to talk to Henry 2 times.
Borderline?
Together.
Hell,
Together.
what?
Fotis and I with Henry sitting in front.
What is your
And
qualifications?
he's in
Oh,
West
yes,
Hartford.
yes.
Henry.
Yes.
And we explained the situation.
You missed
So we
something.
said, check, you
She's
stay
calling
out.
Jennifer
If the kids come to
borderline.
the house, you don't
Eric,
call Jennifer,
Nancy,
you come back.
play it back.
But
Go
try
back
to
about like
prevent
10
to-
seconds,
and
15
because
seconds.
Oh my God, you guys.
Because this is beyond the pale.
Like manage the
Maybe
situation,
15
and
seconds
you-
from where we were watching.
All right.
I don't know, that's what.
Debbie, hey, pause it for a second.
Supervised visit.
Yeah.
Jennifer is usually.
Just because Wombat Mommy had a question. Now can it be used if the defendant is not going to testify? Excellent question, and is actually a very valid question. The answer is yes, if the defense doesn't object. If they do, then it should be tossed out unless the defendant has the opportunity to respond.
Okay, is this a question that you're answering right here?
Yeah.
So can it can it be used if the defendant is not going to testify?
Yes. And the answer is yes. The issue here, and this is what I think Nancy, you and I both agreed on, is that it doesn't seem fair if they don't have an opportunity to respond. And the reality is...
Exactly. And you know what else is not fair? She is not here on Earth.
Right. So when you're dealing with somebody who's actually deceased, who cannot ever be cross-examined, then we have a problem. Clearly.
Yeah, exactly.
So the answer, generally speaking, is yes, but it's subject to the cross-examination right of the defendant. So if the accuser, in this case the decedent, is dead, I can never cross-examine him or her. Ever. As long as I live, I can never actually ask them a question.
You know what, though? Now I'm seeing clearly of what you're saying about this. I don't think it should be in evidence because of this reason right here.
Yeah.
Am I right?
You and I are on the same page.
Yeah, because you know
I
what?
can never ask the question.
Here we are telling a mad woman telling us that she was bipolar. Oh, is that a reason for you guys to delete her?
I mean, again, the point at the end of the day is I can never ask the decedent a question.
No, we can't. And has she
Because they're dead.
There's no, is there evidence, Michelle, that she has even gone to a therapist?
I have no idea. And I'm never going to be able to ask
Are they ever going to fact check her, what she said?
How can I do that? I can't ask a question.
Oh, they can't even do that because she's gone.
She's dead. I can't ask the question, so I have lost my right to ask the question. And I have that right fundamentally under the Constitution. So, look, fair or wrong, the reality is I can't ask the question. My lawyer can't ask the question. Nobody can ever ask the question forever into infinity. So I'm just screwed. And honestly, the law says, you're right. You have the right to ask the question. Michelle's talking about what was told by him. She also made a comment of either, I'm guessing, or she was ready to be a parent of 6 children.
Yes,
I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. That's not the law.
No.
The law says you have the opportunity to ask the question. And there are going to be circumstances where you don't get the opportunity to ask the question. I understand that. I respect that. And I am from here to freaking Arizona. I'm right here with you. That you're right. It's not fair. It's wrong. But at the same time, we have to have the right as human beings to be able to ask people that are going to ultimately lord over us whether they're making the right decision or not. And sometimes they don't, and sometimes they do. And both sides is kind of okay.
They're okay with this?
But are you okay with this?
No.
Is it okay that a law enforcement officer who's never been elected by anyone decides how we are going to live our lives and how we are going to comport ourselves? Regardless.
To me, it's not okay that the defendant will sit there in a interrogation room and claims that some person was bipolar. That was dead. That is dead.
I agree with you.
You know, that is not okay with me.
Nancy, I agree with you 110%.
I really.
It's not right. It's wrong. It is not the way that our society is supposed to operate. It's not the way that our society is written.
And that's what attorneys are for. He should have stopped this.
But he couldn't because...
No, wait a minute. How about the cops? How about those dudes are sitting in that room right now? They should have stopped it. How do you know? Are you an expert on human behavior? Do you have your degree? Do you have your credentials? You can tell me somebody is bipolar. I can't because I'm not. That's not my specialty.
But here's the thing. At the same time, Nancy, honestly, God, I am an attorney. I am licensed. I actually do have the credentials to determine whether it's good or bad.
Well, yes, you do.
However, at the same time, I don't necessarily have the power. The answer at the end of the day is there is a mayor, there is an officer, there is a power greater than I am that can make that choice above me. And that is the reality. I don't have that decision. And there is going to be somebody who has a greater power than I do. And
right, well,
that's just what it is.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll continue this and see what happens.
Like-
I'm not sure if
In the area, we're there.
Sorry, again?
When Logan goes to visit his children, in New Canaan, and for the supervised visits, and Jennifer is there. How does it make you feel?
From my understanding, they weren't talking or sending messages or nothing for the past 2 years. It's always been with the supervisor, and from what he tells me, it's like, oh, she didn't give me the kids because instead of one, it was two, and apparently it's always chaotic. That's what he always told me, and that they only communicate with the family wizard plan, that because it seemed like everybody, and if it's through mail, they copy paste, they CC their lawyers, and I think me.
Fuck her.
That was the communication that he always said that he had. Now,
Sorry,
after that
excuse my
report,
language.
for what he told me, they started having.
Don't worry, I'm a big fan of the cursey words.
That she called him and she was like, well, I want to fix this. This is not working out. This has taken too long. This is what he told me. Then he said that apparently in one of the conversations, he said, do you know that your lawyer is milking you? Because
All right, thank you for everybody for joining in. We are watching a interrogation of Michelle.
And he was the one who pushed for me to go to New York and talk. And I was the one, I think for what he told me, he put a motion to not have her. So apparently she said, yeah, I get it. I think I'm bringing a friend of mine that is a lawyer. And that apparently, saying what he said, that Jennifer was getting it, that it was the name of Ruben, I think it's the name of her lawyer, was kind of like, taking advantage of the money and making this case long. This is what Fotis told me. That was like a 1 day of conversation. Then apparently they went to Fotis had the kids on a Saturday, and they went to a fair in New Canaan, where they have rides and all that, with a supervisor. And apparently Jennifer went with them. So I don't know, that's what he told me. My upsetness was that she's manipulating, she knows she's gonna lose the kids. Be careful, because if she really has borderline and depression and all the things that the report supposedly from
He's saying it again.
She's playing you with all this. So let that legal stuff work. Now you have the power to
She just
work with
keeps
the
on
legal
ranting
system.
and
If
raving
that's true that
how
the report is
Jennifer was
okay and that
borderline.
and Mihan was saying, I'm concerned
She's
about the kids, I
absolutely
want. This is all what
mind-numbingly
he told me. I never
stupid.
spoke with Mihan, I've never seen the judge, I've never seen Ruben,
She's
I've never seen
trying to justify everything because she thinks
and
she
because he was
could
so like,
to call her
no, don't worry,
borderline.
it's being nice, she's actually being very nice, she's being cooperative. I'm like, okay,
Yes,
this
this
is,
is one of the reasons that I love you.
What?
Because this is
It,
not normal.
one of the reasons that I love you
Making like
Right.
a plan.
is because you actually have a sense and sensibility.
Together or separately? Together.
Okay.
And I with him free sitting in front. And he's in West Hartford, I'm free. And we explained the situation, so he said, Michelle,
Oh,
you
just
stay
keep
out.
talking,
If
darling.
the kids
You're
come to
digging
the
yourself
house,
a big
you don't
hole.
mention Jennifer, don't talk
Keep
bad,
on going, sweetie.
but try to do your best to,
State
and if
loves
the kids
this.
mention, listen. And
I can't
also
say
you have
this,
to,
but genuinely,
like, manage the situation.
right complexion, right time.
With all the divorce and everything.
And you know what? I already said it, so screw it.
What I didn't
All right.
know, and I told Andy yesterday.
This is why it's good to be a small fish in a big tank at the YouTube
The Wednesday
channel.
before she disappeared, that Friday,
Me.
I don't care.
he goes supposedly
I
to
don't
Grace
care,
Mark.
you know.
When he goes to Grace Mark,
YouTube's gonna
my
be very
I help
unhappy.
him cook the food for
What?
the kids. That day I had to
YouTube's
cook the
gonna be
food, so I
very
said, okay,
unhappy.
buy food in the
Are we gonna
couple.
put me in
So
jail?
apparently he called the couple and ordered
I don't give a shit.
salad and I don't know what else. And he goes.
They're not even
So in
paying
my
attention
mind,
to
Grace
them.
Mark. I go with Nicole and Kim and Laura,
They're not that
a friend
big.
of Nicole's and the mom. We go to Ichigo.
Hey,
to
not for
a
nothing. I
restaurant
was
in West
very
Hartford
happy
to
to
eat.
get my
I
$100
and then we went to
last week.
Bicycles, and I get home at
What?
9:30.
I was very happy to get
He
my
was already in the
$100
house.
last week.
Yeah.
And so how
I
was
always
it? How
go
was
to
the
your
food?
place too, you know.
Good. We played basketball.
Different
It was
scenery.
amazing seeing him. People say hi.
You need
Okay,
the views.
that's stay there. On Saturday or Sunday, when he's talking to Jacob on the phone,
You can always go back today if you
Jacob
like.
said, Fotis, you have to be very precise how you write,
You told me, honest to God.
like a timeline.
I'm
That's
asking
how we
you
started writing the
genuinely.
timeline.
This is your channel.
It's interesting that Hartford wasn't in the timeline.
Huh?
If
It's just
you were not
interesting
a
that
black
Hartford was
woman,
not in the timeline, something
would
tragic.
this
That's pretty
conversation even
No, but this is,
happen?
no, wait,
What?
Exactly.
All right.
let me go
I'm
back.
just throwing it out there, this is kind of why we're all looking at this.
Jacob says, write down exactly where you guys did on Wednesday night, if you went inside Jennifer's house. Which means, like, in my mind. And for this goes, no, I did not go in. And he said, make sure, where did you guys eat? And he was like, and it wasn't Puebla, the supervisor.
Yeah,
I think it was on
technically it is.
I don't know. And I'm still listening to him, I'm like, what he's talking about, like going to
Shut
Jennifer's
the
house,
F
like,
up.
he didn't tell me
You're
that.
done.
He told me he was going to Grace Farm.
Can you see? I can.
So when all
I
this
can
conversation and what
doing
was
that.
like, Mom,
I asked you
Shut
the
up.
exact opposite about 5 seconds ago.
But why is
Okay, we're done here. Thank you
the
very
house,
much.
Jennifer, Grace.
A few minutes.
So when they hung up, obviously my mind I started getting very
Are you?
angry. And I'm like, Focus, where were you on Wednesday? Because you told me you went to
Did
Grace.
you realize what you just did in there?
Jennifer,
You gave yourself.
based
Just shoot yourself in the foot. Here's another gun. Why don't you go shoot this?
arrow or whatever it's called. And we ate outside. Why didn't tell me?
I have never been required
I don't know, you can
to
get it.
stand in front of the Florida
Annoying,
Supreme
you can
Court
get boring.
and justify myself.
I can't.
And I don't intend to do so tomorrow.
I got so upset. I grabbed the phone, I threw it in the phone and I said, okay.
Poor
You're being very disrespectful. And I walked away. He goes,
Oh, that would suck for my attorney. Are you kidding?
What?
And he goes, please,
I would make
stop.
that
I can tell you what
the
happened.
worst
I don't
day
wanna
in
hear
our
it.
life.
I don't wanna know anything about it. It's enough. And
I
go to
intend never to stand
was
before the Supreme Court
that
of
conversation
the
after
state of Florida.
Jacob, which I don't know if it was
I've
a
never said, what just
Saturday
happened in there?
or
What did you
something.
do?
We can stop it right now.
Yeah, we'll stop it.
I'm never going to do anything that
Ladies and
would
gentlemen, what we plan to
cause
do
that
this
to be a thing.
afternoon
Oh,
is start at 2:15,
all right, now we're on a lunch
then
break.
we'll
No, we could be
go to
all
3:15.
giggly.
take the 15-minute break, and go
What?
then from 3:30 to 4:30. If there's that much video left.
Okay, they're on a lunch
If
break.
there isn't, we'll go to
This was still
4:45.
the same
Court does not
fucking
know what the
trial?
order of presentation will be with the state after this video concludes.
I thought it was
Nevertheless,
having a fucking
Again,
fever break.
2:15 to 3:15 video, 3:30 to 4:30. If there is video, we will watch it at that time.
I literally thought
stand in our lunch and recess.
I was having a fever episode. All right, so I suppose we are done for until 3:45.
What? No, 2:15. They'll be back.
Whatever it is, it's 45-minute break. So 2:45. Jesus.
I gotta go get some lunch. Can you hold up the fort? I want to get lunch.
Except for the fact that I think I'm actually having a fever break, but I'll do my best.
Oh, you don't feel very good?
No, I'm doing fine.
Well, that's okay.
I literally, this entire case at this point is just an absolute disaster. But I can hold it up for 45 minutes.
I'm not gonna be gone 45 minutes. I'm just gonna go get my soup and heat it up, come back.
It's okay.
No, I'm not gonna be gone 45 minutes.
It's okay one way or the other.
This case is just weird to me. I don't know.
I have not seen.
Oh, yeah. We could take a break and start a new Scream.
We do that too.
Yeah, well,
have you seen anything that's actually dispositive of the case?
No. Okay. All right. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and end this, and then we'll redo it. It will be on my channel. Does that sound good?
Either way, I can keep it on. It's okay. You take your call.
And just come back for lunch?
Yeah.
Because you're going to rest, right?
No, I'll run during the break.
Okay, should we go back to your channel?
We could, but honestly, I want to get your channel more views so you get to the actual monetization standard.
Okay, we'll just do that. Well, how come we can start a new channel? Well, I don't know why we would start a new channel.
I mean, if you want to do it on mine, I can do that. But I want to get you to the viewership numbers so that you can get monetized.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna go and grab some soup. I'm gonna have some clam chowder out of the can. Nothing exciting.
That's not bad.
Be right back.
Well, welcome to Law Talk with John. Pleasure to see you all. So, what are we thinking about? when it comes to this particular case, because it is a strange one in a lot of ways, it really is. We're trying to figure it out. We saw the babysitter's testimony, and we're continuing with the prosecutor's testimony, but it is kind of an odd one as a matter of practicality. So, what do y'all think? So, Debbie has an interesting question. So is it legal for a lawyer to put their hand on a client's mouth and say, where we were? No, it is not appropriate for a lawyer to specifically advise a client what to say. Generally speaking, it is appropriate for a lawyer to say whatever you're going to say, just tell the truth and we'll call it even. But in terms of telling them what to say, the answer is generally no. So, Debbie, I cannot pull it up because that's just the way StreamYard works. So it is still haven't figured out her role. I'm guessing the nanny, but think she's involved in some way. Generally speaking, I agree with you. Everything that I have seen has indicated to me that the nanny has some sort of involvement in this. I don't know that that's the case. I obviously cannot prove it. I am not alleging it. But I, generally speaking, believe that it is likely true. Are you talking about Michelle? Michelle as well. I don't know. Sue me for a bad etymology. Whatever. Michelle, I believe, is also probably involved. I'm not certain. And I am not trying to accuse anyone of involvement. But yeah, that seems about right. Michelle bothers me for another reason. It is because she knows more than I think she ought to. And that bothers me in and of itself. But again, I can't say that she's actually involved in the downfall or detriment of the decedent. I wish I had a better answer for you. I honestly do. But I can't answer that right now. What else do we got? So Debbie So just a feeling, no proof. I'm hoping the prosecution, no more. Look, at the end of the day, genuinely, in my heart of hearts, I think that they have a case. Can they actually prove it? Probably not. I'm going like 80% not. Unfortunately. And even though I genuinely, in my heart of hearts, believe that she was involved in the case, I don't think you can prove it. I just don't think you can. I wish that you could. I just don't think that you have it. And I'm sorry. That's just my genuine opinion. All right, what are we at? I think she definitely knows something. I think you're absolutely right, Debbie. 100%. I think she absolutely does know something. I just don't know if I can prove it. And unfortunately, if I can't prove it, then it serves no purpose. What about mommy? I sound sad. Honestly, I am a little bit sad because I wish that I could actually prove the case. Unfortunately, I just don't think that I can. So it is kind of what it is, and that what else can I do? I mean, I genuinely wish I could prove the case. But I cannot do that. All right. So, Sylvia and Nancy to come back. What else do we got? You know,
Okay.
honestly, God,
I'm eating.
Sorry, good to have you back, Nancy. Can I respond to one more and then we'll go on?
You can do that.
So Debbie, honest to God, I wish that I could answer all of the questions. I really do wish that I could. Unfortunately, that's just not available because at the end of the day, there are so many questions and so many thoughts that I don't necessarily get the opportunity to answer each and every one of them. And I do try my best. But we move on and we will go back to hot coffee. Nancy, how's it going?
Good. I'm eating lunch while we speak.
All right.
Sorry.
I was just answering some questions.
Yeah, well, actually, Mommy had a good one.
I tell you about without the odds, the jury Finding out or guilty. We're not allowed to talk about that, and there's very good reason why. If you want me to explain why we don't talk about that, I can do so later in the video. That's a jury nullification question. And there is a very good reason why I just cannot speak about it directly.
That's fair enough.
Man, are you familiar with the concept?
Mm-hmm.
So you understand why I can't answer the question.
A lot of attorney channels will say the same thing.
Yeah.
That's like I was saying before. I don't like saying it right away. What my opinions are with the jury is because, for one thing, we don't know exactly what they're thinking.
And again, by law, we're not allowed to ask them.
Yeah.
So, how do I say this without getting myself in trouble? All right, I think I can. So the question that was being asked is about the concept of jury nullification. Under law, you have 4 options. You have, I think the person's guilty, therefore they're guilty. And then the court adjudicates them guilty. You have, I think they're guilty, but I don't want to find them guilty because I don't like the law. And therefore the court adjudicates them not guilty. So they're not guilty. And that's the law. It doesn't go 2 ways. Honest to God, I don't think I can actually explain the rest of it without getting into trouble. Would you like to explain the other 2 circumstances?
I don't know if I can comment on that.
All right, fine. I'll do it.
I think I'm just going to let it.
Fine, screw it. I'll do it.
What? I'm sorry.
The other option is that you think they're guilty as fucking sin, but you decide that the law is bad, so you adjudicate them not guilty, and by law, they're not guilty.
Mm-hmm.
And there is nothing that the court can do. Because if you're adjudicated not guilty, you're not guilty by law, period, forever, into perpetuity. The other option is you think that they're innocent as shit, and you decide to adjudicate them guilty, and you declare them guilty, and there is nothing the court can do into perpetuity as shit. They're guilty. That's just the way the law is. It's the way it's done. We're done with the conversation. So it sucks, you lose, and you're guilty forever. This is the way the law works. It sucks both ways. But that is jury nullification. The idea is, at the end of the day, that the law doesn't matter. The jury can decide wherever the hell they want. And it's just going to be what it's going to be. Hey, welcome to America.
And it will. I always, when I first got into this case, I always knew, and deep in my heart, that the state was going to have a hard time proving that she's guilty.
Yep. Hey, guess what? The state won.
Why?
Because 12 people said they won.
Mm-hmm.
And we're done. That's the end of the conversation.
I'll be right back. I got to put my lunch dishes back.
It's okay.
Are you okay? Because you sound like you don't feel good.
I'm fine. Don't worry about it.
And here, John. I'll be right back, you guys.
John, I have a question. I'm going to be give my brother and then my nephew jury duty. Is it okay for me to watch? And yeah, of course you can talk about it. That's the First Amendment. You can talk about whatever you'd like. You have every right on earth to talk about whatever you would like to talk about. Period. That is your First Amendment right. It always will be your First Amendment right. And anyone who tells you otherwise can go fuck themselves. Sound fair? But yeah, you have every right in the world to talk about your First Amendment right. Debbie, you know what? So unfortunately, I can't pull it up. But you're absolutely right as well. The reality at the end of the day is who gives a shit what you have the right to say? If you have the right to talk about your personal grievances against the state, then you have every right to do so. And every single one of those who wants to argue otherwise needs to go to hell. And it is your right every day, each and every morning that you wake up and you watch the sun rise, it is your right to see the sunrise, see the sunset, and be free in America. Period. There's no argument there. And to the day that I die, I will defend your right to see that sunrise.
Okay, back.
All right.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm drinking coffee. No, I'm drinking water now. I got water with me. Good. Water is the best drink ever. I know some people don't like water.
not my favorite, but it's okay.
Really? You don't like water?
You know, I actually prefer Gatorade, and it's only because I think that it's better for kind of rejuvenating.
I can't drink Gatorade after or have one of those. Oh gosh.
Fair.
Anyway, I had to drink Gatorade before surgery. How do I drink it? I drink coffee pure black. John, are you a coffee drinker?
Not really. I drank coffee back when I was doing COVID. But it was never a really huge thing for me.
All right, you guys, what are we going to do while we wait for this S show to start?
I will say that I did drink coffee when I was during the COVID period.
Yeah, I love pumpkin spice. Really? Were you
Yeah,
bored?
for about 2 weeks. And it was just to get to high school and get home.
It's to get what?
Get to high school and get home.
Were you in high school in 2020?
Yeah.
You were? When did you
Yes,
get your
I
law
was.
degree?
My law degree, I got 2021. And then I got it finally 2022.
Oh, so you haven't been a lawyer very long.
No, I have not.
Yeah, do you want some coffee now?
Not really. Again, I had coffee from 2022 to 2024.
Okay.
And I was pretty happy with that. It's okay.
No, I'm laughing because it's like there's really nothing to talk about with this trial.
This is an absolute nightmare of a film. There's no two ways about it.
Look, we're asking you what, kind of start for coffee. I mean, look at it. We're all, I think we're all slap happy from this trial, to be honest.
It's okay.
Don't worry, I'm making little tiny Barbie shoes. Look, aren't they cute?
It's okay.
It's a train wreck.
It's okay. I don't wish.
I think more people should watch us than the other, because I think we're funny.
Warner Brothers would probably shoot themselves in the head.
They would what?
Shoot themselves in the head.
No, Warner Brothers are probably calling us if we would like to do a satires of live streamers. Oh my God, that would be a good idea for a movie.
Yeah. Fair point.
What?
Fair point.
Oh my gosh, I'll be discovered by my humor. Hey, you guys, they're in a board meeting, they're in a meeting and ideas. And hey, I just saw this hot coffee chat.
God damn it.
And boy, was she funny. Oh, let's get her on, man. Let's get her on.
God damn.
How to make a boring trial exciting. Hey, we got 6 people still watching, so they kind of like my little humor.
You're literally going to make one of my colleagues die of laughter.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding. Everyone, here's how hello everyone. This is what not to do while you're while you're a YouTube channel.
How not to be a YouTuber.
This is what
101.
This is what you should not do as a YouTuber.
How to blow up your entire channel in a heartbeat.
You yell at your people. You yell at your chatters. I seen a couple of people actually has yelled at their audience.
It's okay. Have I gotten angry at you at all?
Who, me?
Yeah. Have I gotten angry at
No.
all?
You should today.
Yeah, maybe I should. But it's okay. I still like you.
Oh, really? What would you be mad at me for?
Nothing.
It would be funny if
If I really wanted to get mad, I would get mad.
Yeah, we should stage one sometime.
Dear Christ.
Right. Just to get the viewers.
Are you trying to test me?
No, I'm just having a fun time laughing.
I know, it's cool.
Try to test.
Like I said, it's cool. We're good.
What do I have with the other YouTubers' channels don't have a sense of humor?
You know what the problem is they
take things
actually
seriously.
they don't have a sense of humor, and
boring.
they are really tough to work with.
Yeah, they're boring.
Yeah, and
I don't listen to them very long because I get bored and I just go ahead because I'm watching the Two Broke. Have you ever seen the Two Broke Girls?
I mean, I've heard of them. I haven't really watched them.
They're funny.
But it's like,
well, with the other channels, I don't want to dog them or anything, but they take themselves too seriously.
It gets boring.
It does. It does get boring.
It's not fun. It's not Like,
And we have
think,
all these people that watch them. I don't even know why.
well, I think about myself, and I am not by any stretch of the imagination a fantastic person out there. Okay, fine. I'm not the best YouTube comedian on earth. That's fine.
Yeah, me neither.
But I think that I'm at least moderately entertaining.
You are. You're a lot more entertaining than the other ones are. That's why, I like humor. I like people being themselves. I like I said, I just find that some people in this community take themselves too seriously. Now, if they're watching my channel,
And that's okay. And
it's,
it doesn't bother me if some people take themselves a little bit more seriously than I do.
right.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I don't take myself seriously. You're not really supposed to.
Me neither.
You can't take yourself seriously. You're in trouble if you do. I had a parent, my mother said that years ago to me. If you start taking yourself seriously, it'll get rough.
Yeah, and it'll get very rough.
It will. It would get rough, is what my mother said. She goes, Nancy, if you take yourself too seriously, things are not going to go well for you.
Fair.
And you know what? I don't. That's why I come on here, tell people what I think, and I can have, opinion.
Well, I have the same exact perspective myself. Look, at the end of the day, I'm here to entertain you.
Right. You're here to entertain, yes, and educate.
And if I'm not entertaining, if I'm not getting a laugh from you, then I'm not doing my job.
Right.
And if I'm not doing my job, then I'm not doing my job. So, good night, guys. I appreciate you coming around and having a laugh. But if I didn't make you laugh, then I didn't do
Oh, thank you, Mom. Yeah. I mean, yeah, thank you. I'm sorry, what were you saying?
That's all. It's like, if I didn't do my job,
right,
then I didn't do my job. I'm sorry that I didn't do my job. I'll see you next time around.
Yeah, but you do. You keep people engaged. You keep people involved. And
I'm keeping myself honest.
Right.
Right? I mean, is that totally wrong?
Yeah, you keep yourself honest. And you keep things.
If I didn't give you a laugh, then I didn't do my job and I sucked. That's unfortunate. I'm gonna give it a better try next time around.
See, that's why I was laughing earlier, because of this trial. Okay, there's really nothing for me to say any further than we have already talked about. The 4 things: prove that Jennifer's dead. Lotus Boy did it. And what was the other ones? I can't.
It doesn't matter, but I'm with you. I'm with you on that. Where I understand 100% why it doesn't feel like there's the use anymore.
Where there's what?
Where there's the use anymore.
Yeah.
Because we've already cracked the problem. We've solved the matter. There's nothing further to be understood.
Do you think she should have gone to trial?
No.
I don't either.
I know. And we both have the exact same position in mind. I think we both agree that the course of the prosecution is pretty much right. So, what is there further to investigate? Honestly. And if the answer is there is nothing, then the answer is there's nothing. That's okay. I don't think there's anything further to investigate in this case. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think that I am.
No, you're not. You're not wrong.
So, it is okay to set it aside. There's nothing wrong about making that decision. It's imperfect. It's not necessarily what you want it to be, but it can actually be just okay.
Well, the thing is, do I think she did it? Yeah. Do I think we should put somebody in prison because I think she did it? No.
But that's the issue that I'm dealing with in terms of thinking it through. Do I think she did it? Yes. Do I think that Dulos had a hand in it? Absolutely. Do I think I can necessarily prove it?
No.
And unfortunately, sometimes that just has to be the answer. I just can't get to that last step. I know, you and I both know that she was involved in this.
Of course, we know that.
But can we ever prove it?
I can't prove she was.
So then at some point, you have to just accept that it's an improvable truth.
There's no way I can prove that she was involved.
You and I both personally know. We can't prove it.
But it really kind of interests me that there's other channels think, that they're proving it.
But they're not. They're failing. Take law and crime as an example. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
They have 1,500 people watching. What percentage actually believe that Miss Dulos is guilty? It's like 800.
Sometimes they take a poll, but I don't think they're taking a poll just yet.
I'm not saying that it's one way or the other. It's not conclusive by any stretch. But it speaks volumes that 800 people actually believe that she's guilty out of 2,500. So that's gotta say something. No?
Mm-hmm. I'm not there, but yeah.
I'm not there myself either. But I will say that 0.3, that's a pretty powerful statement of what proportion actually believes somebody guilty. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I am absolutely wrong. That's entirely possible. But the statistics,
I think the videos does prove that she was involved in something.
okay.
Because of her.
That's not really an argument. Because
No.
involved in something is.
That's what I'm saying. It's vague.
Yeah.
It's very vague what I'm thinking. You know, it's not like, oh, there's a gun there. I mean, I'm just still waiting for that big bang. Is this going to be it? Is this what they're going to base everything on?
You're never going to find it.
You know?
You're not going to find it.
So you mean to tell me that I'm gonna base my opinion on a video of this, and I'm gonna say she did it.
Yeah.
You want me to say that?
What is the alternative?
You want me to go and say she did it because of the.
What is your alternative?
True. There isn't one.
So pick one, make a choice. I think the one that you have standing in front of you is relatively weak.
The whole case is weak.
I know that, and you know that. That's because we actually cared about this case.
Do we?
Is there anyone besides you and I that have spent more time analyzing this case?
Well, actually, yeah, there's a whole bunch of people that are covering it.
Yeah, and do you think that they have half the qualifications that we do?
No. They don't have the insight as we do. You and I have a tendency to see through shit.
I'm asking you a question.
Do I think they what? I think they're as good as we are?
That would be one aspect of the question. The second one would be, do they have a better qualification to determine the validity or invalidity of the actual incident? Now you get to decide yes or no.
I don't think they do.
All right. So, what is the determination from your perspective that is inappropriate?
Of the case?
Yeah.
What we watched today.
So, what specifically do you think that they had wrong?
For allowing them to hear Michelle calling her a bipolar. I have a hard time with that.
So why do you think that that's a poor decision? I'm not disagreeing with you, by the way.
No, because she's not an expert. She's not a qualified shrink. She doesn't have credential. I mean, she doesn't have the credentials to even call Michelle a bipolar.
So you had a non-qualified expert essentially presenting a medical analysis of a decedent who cannot ever be cross-examined.
Right.
We're about right there?
Yeah, because you can't ask her if she's been to therapy, or you can't really, because you legally can't even ask anybody if she has been through some kind of therapy to see if she was bipolar, because that's that's HIPAA.
It's not really HIPAA, but set that aside. Yeah.
I mean, really, seriously. Oh, well, unless the court says, I don't know.
No, setting it aside, it's not HIPAA for another reason. The reason is that HIPAA only applies to mandatory reporters. So technically, the clinic was not a mandatory reporter. So it doesn't fall under HIPAA, but that can be aside. In any event.
I mean, so what's going to happen later on? Are we going to watch another video? I mean, we're going to watch another train wreck go through, and pretty much we'll see how they screwing this whole thing up.
Did they ultimately order guilty? Did they ultimately put down a guilty verdict?
No, not yet.
So we're still sitting here waiting.
We're waiting for the smoking gun to pin her on this.
All right, I think that you made the right decision, that we're just not going to deal with this case any further.
I don't see how, to be honest.
That's okay.
I think when they get back from who's ever here, I'm very sorry, but I believe that this case is a dead end, and that there's really nothing to talk about.
Well, and that's part of the reason why
John, are you going to back me up on this?
I'm going to back you up on this. You
kidding?
I'm going to back you up on this 100%.
Oh, we can't see your face.
I think that this is, at this stage in the game, a waste of time. And if you want to keep going with it, I will be there with you. But I think that it's an absolute waste.
Okay, what do you guys think in chat? Do you think this is a waste of time? If you think it's a waste of time, press 1. If you don't, press 2. You think it's going to go any further than this? Do you think we're going to learn something this afternoon that's any different than we know now?
Apparently the court is back.
Oh, let's watch it. Oh my, well, I don't see him back. Oh yeah, they are. Sorry. I got the wrong one off.
It's okay.
John, are you okay?
Yes, I'm just fine. Thank you.
All right, we love you. That's why we ask.
I hate every time somebody asks me that.
Okay, we're not going to ask you that again.
Timeline beginning at 6:40 a.m. That's enough. And I'm actually going to ask you if you could just indicate to the jury the last time entry on
I have no
the
sound.
timeline which the defendant entered.
What's time entry is 5:10.
Is there any mention of dumping trash in that timeline?
There is not.
It's the same detective. Jesus.
I see, you know, I can't get a sound. Unless they're mute anyway.
And we're going to pick the video back up at 2:26:36.
Is it just me, or I can't hear a sound?
Okay, last one, man.
Did John just leave?
Did you write that? Do you recognize that handwriting? Okay, so Saturday looks like Fotis wrote the Saturday document? Okay, I'm just labeling it for the video.
John?
So Saturday, 5:25, that looks like Fotis' handwriting? Is that okay? And I'm only showing parts. This also, that's not your writing?
No, my writing.
Okay, so Fotis wrote Friday and Saturday.
He left?
Not mine.
Well, this
Oh, is he
actually-
mad?
It has elements of both of you. Right.
Pero he wrote it, not me. That's not my.
That's why I'm right.
I think John left. I hope he's not mad, and I can't hear anything.
It doesn't say I, it says Michelle.
Michelle, where would your letter be?
Yeah.
Can I show you?
No, did you?
The one you wrote with Jamie.
The one that you wrote, with that step, for the Tuesday, did you leave it at the house?
He photocopied and he put it in a bag,
In
in
a
a
briefcase?
suitcase, yes, in a bag, in a black suitcase, with a computer of his own.
How many computers normally in that suitcase?
What was that? That, Guillaume was a guy that worked for Fotis, but he's stopped working for Fotis.
So it's a Guillaume computer, it's his computer.
Bueno, it's a computer of Forgo, but we call it Guillaume's computer because it's computer.
Okay, guys, I don't understand why I can't hear anything. Okay,
That
that's
suitcase
fine.
is Fotis and I've never opened it. That always
It has
was in the office.
three suitcases, three laptops.
But I have my computer, but you guys have it. Fotis was his computer, then that was Guillaume.
I am
That
losing.
is Guillaume's,
No, the computer.
the computer.
There's one, well, it's Forgo, but we call it Guillaume's. It was the computer that Guillaume used to use while he would work for Forgo.
So I'm trying to say.
Why
that
can't I
we
hear
found that and
anything?
Found photograph copies, oh, this is just letter.
Ah,
And normally, are there one or more computers in that bag?
okay, I think I know why.
You don't know. That's fine.
Um,
I don't know.
give me a minute.
That's why we're asking.
And there's another big computer all in the office that I do all the photoshops, the pictures, because it's the only one that has programs.
Does Pavel have a computer?
Yes.
Where did he get that computer and when did he do that?
I didn't work for Fotis before I met him, so I don't know.
So you don't.
Perfect.
So you said you.
And Andy, there was another guy working, Fotis called Andy,
Lewis.
and he was there that week. He went for a day, I think Tuesday or Wednesday, to work on Tony's budget for what Fotis did. But I did see Andy in the office on Tuesday or Wednesday, I don't remember.
So you said you made a photocopy of the letter you wrote? where did the original letter go? He said, you made a copy of it, and he put the copy of the thing, where's the letter?
The letter
Yeah.
is
Hey.
the one that I gave.
That's the one you wrote with the other attorney the day
Can you
after.
guys hear this? Can you guys hear this? I tried to text them. Oh, shit. I could hear the court. That here, you guys. I'm sorry. It's just been a strange day.
Monday. I cannot pay you. I didn't know until I arrived because I asked.
Okay.
First Saturday.
How long ago was that?
What?
That you're talking about
No, this is in March.
March. Well, yeah, this is good. So back to March, Amy Lewis is gone with the business. With the business.
From Fort.
You from Fort.
Yes.
Since March till Jennifer's disappearance, is Amy come around often? Do you see him? How was his relationship with Fotis was?
Work. With Farber, he has a better, stronger relationship because he knows Farber used to be the one that will do his walls of the house. So he would be like an independent contractor. And then Fotis hired him to be like a project manager.
Amy.
I mean, no, Farber.
So what I'm asking is from March, when Fotis lets Amy go from the business.
Yes, I probably
When was the
saw
last time you
Farber
saw? Yeah.
maybe 3 times more in my life.
Was that unusual that he was there on that Tuesday?
No, for what Fotis said, I called Andy, so he pays me by the day, I guess, I don't know.
Okay.
But I called Andy to help me work on the Farber Dulos budget.
Okay. Does Lewis and Pavel, do they dirt bike together? I don't know if he just brings them back, you guys are allowed to
Farber's
take them off.
side, Honda, that is private, and you can see it's mine, it's under my name.
Does he go back there with any friends other than you?
Two.
And Pavel, you and Fotis go back there.
I only treated Farber only one time.
What's that?
That was this road.
Okay.
This big loop, only one time, and that was like 3 weeks ago.
What was
I
it?
don't ride with
I thought I'm just kind of losing track here, but the 15 times. What was
with Fotis and me.
Smaller route.
Gotcha. All right, I don't want to get.
Of the 15 times, some of them, there was one
Yeah,
or two.
I'm to text him.
Big ones.
Gotcha. And then you mentioned Pavel goes back there too.
I'm worried about it.
Only one time
With me.
with you. And you
And
know,
that I know, and I think he.
I just
also
texted
from what
Lori.
His impression was that my impression that I got from him that he'd never been there before.
Was it just you and him or Fotis was there as well?
When we went, no, that's him, I'm gonna go with Farber.
Okay, so when you guys did that, did you stop and take in the sights anywhere and would walk around, or you just?
I mean, yes, I was talking, like if I fall, if Fotis fall, which with the 3 of us we fell at some point in one of the.
But you didn't stop and spend time in a certain area, but you just rode, fell down the road.
so after Friday, the 24th, has he been on his dirt bike back there? Has he been going back, right, doing this?
Not that I know.
When he came back from the backwoods dirty, you know, sweating.
When Fotis dirt bikes, does he wear anything on his hands?
Yes, yes.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna leave him alone. I
And
already
don't talk to me,
tell him, and it sounds like he.
He did, what kind of
Rest.
you know?
But
Yeah, well, what color? Are they
yeah,
black, are they
it's like.
rubber, are they leather?
Mine are leatherish, and it has protections here, mine.
Okay.
And I think he bought the same like mine.
Okay.
I think,
So black leather gloves?
or grayish. Either two. No, because he just bought them. He used to use my bicycle gloves that are gray with black, that are
Do
Trek.
they have any markings or any like?
Trek.
Trek.
The brand Trek, they were my
Oh, Trek.
Trek. My bicycle gloves, because at some point he lost his gloves and I gave him my bicycle gloves. But those are not military
Okay, thank you.
gloves, they're bicycle
Yeah.
gloves.
Right, so they don't have.
They don't have,
I'm gonna
no,
keep
they don't
on,
have the fingers,
everybody.
they don't have the protections for it.
We're in this together, right?
When did you use those gloves?
No, a year ago.
What brand are his knee gloves? She's not sure.
I don't know, it can be Fox, it can be KTM. The equipment of KTM, I got it to him when he bought the motor as a gift. The black pants with the stripes and an orange shirt.
The photos generally, there's black leather gloves when you mow.
The new ones that he got, if they're not leather, they're kind of, but they're more like, not neoprene, they're like a little bit stretchy.
So we talked about what happened Saturday after Jennifer went missing. What did you guys do on Sunday?
Sunday?
Yeah.
Sunday, he went to meet Eugene, supposedly.
Who's Jean?
Eugene, his lawyer. Me, at 11, I was having brunch at La Salle in Collinsville with Nicole, Hatch, Aaron, Quinn, and Jules. Quinn and Jules are their daughter and son. We ate there. Then we probably stayed there like an hour. Then I took Nicole to a place that they sell, I gave you the receipt, I don't remember the name, something Jake cake or something like that. So she got a muffin in like a popsicle, a cake popsicle in Canton. And then we went to the
I feel like she doesn't make any sense.
We relaxed, we stayed there. In the morning, I prepared a Greek salad because we were gonna do eat at the pond. So I did that in the morning, sorry. Then I went to eat brunch. Then we went to buy a popsicle, whatever this thing is. We went to the pond. We stayed there all day. I water skied. That I wasn't in the mood, I couldn't, but Hatch said, go, come on, I was crying. So he said, go. So Hatch and Greg got in the boat. He said, do you want to do the course? He said, my head is not to do the course. I just want to free ski. So I free ski. Then Nicole was hungry. We went to the marketplace. We had lunch. We came back to the pond. Nicole invited a friend. The dad brought Charlotte, Nicole's friend. They were paddleboarding. I was just hanging there. At some point, Fotis arrived. He water skis. Then Aaron gives me a menu to order pizza. So what type of pizza? I ordered a salad. I wasn't really hungry. I ordered a pizza for Nicole and the friend. Aaron goes and get the pizza, comes back, we all ate. It was Aaron, Greg, Hodge, Fotis, Charlotte, Nicole, and I.
Aaron is Hutch's wife.
Yes. And then by probably 8, we left to the house, maybe a little bit earlier.
Whose idea was it to have brunch?
Hodge wanted to have brunch. Oh, no, wait. They were going on a bicycle ride, and they said, you wanna go? I said, no, Nicole doesn't do 20 miles of bicycle, so I'll go in the car. I didn't wanna stay in the house, that's the truth.
Wow.
Oh, I was scared, I was like, worried.
Scared of what?
Jennifer disappeared, and like, she's gonna come and she's gonna like kill me and Nicole. That's what was in my head.
You thought Jennifer was gonna come and kill you and Nicole?
What?
Yes, that was one of my thoughts.
Did I hear
What
that
made you
right?
think that? You only seen her once and that was heart to heart.
Because apparently she had all these illness, and for what Foti said that she was very angry, she was throwing emotions every time. So I always felt, and I actually one time went to a police like a year ago and put I went to the court, but this is like a year ago, and said I'm worried about my safety of me and Nicole. But the police said that, and I have that paper in the house, so, and you can check it. I don't know if that's a record, but this is like a year ago. Can't help me do it.
Because this is, because of all the stuff that Fotis told you.
Yes, I'm like, okay, this woman is gonna come and kill me because I'm like,
Okay, so you're at the lake and so Fuller shows up.
yes, and he said I spent time, because he went to New York.
Did he get
That's
outside
what he told me.
to see his children?
And the police was there, he called the police, it took me an hour, he couldn't see the kids. Fotis told me he called the police, and the police came in New York City.
Maybe the police got called on.
Okay, I don't know.
And what was did he get to see his children? What was his look like when he came back?
He was supposedly concerned,
But he wasn't,
not crying,
and was he angry?
concerned, angry.
Concerned,
And he
angry?
couldn't take the kids because in his mind, he was gonna bring the kids. He told me, I'm gonna bring the kids. So he didn't come with the kids. I guess that's why he was upset, angry, concerned, I don't know.
Which one is it?
I don't know, maybe he was upset.
Did he indicate to you he was upset?
I could, well, now I know.
You've been with him?
Yeah, when I saw his face, he was like upset, like disappointed.
Did you ask him any questions?
Yes, and I said, what happened? No, I didn't see them. I know that they have a bodyguard, the police came. One of the police came down and said that there was a bodyguard, that's how we knew. That Lauren and two other people were there, so he told me he never knew what the other people were. And then I think he met Jean, that's why he was, for what he told me, 5 hours, 6 hours, maybe more.
And at any point, so when you two initially greeted each other,
What is good? And I said, hello.
yeah, were you friendly? I mean, was it,
Oh, I hugged him, yes.
did you say anything to him? Jokingly or otherwise?
I said, I think I told him I love him. I hugged him, I'm like, did you see that? And then I asked him, did you see the kids? And then he said, and we were all sitting there, it wasn't only just people. Aaron was sitting there. Okay. No, I'm not. It's like, I feel like we did.
No, if we didn't, we wouldn't be here right now.
Okay.
But did you ask him if he thought that you two would be able to have sex in jail?
Yes, I said that was a joke.
Why would you say that as a joke?
Because he said the police could have arrested me in New York, and I said, well, if you get arrested, can I have, how do you know?
Well, they talked to other people who heard it.
Well, Greg was there. Greg, Aaron, and I think Hodge. We were all lying in the grass.
So the jail comment was about what just happened in New York.
In New York?
Yes.
It's not about anything.
You mentioned a girl named Kim earlier, was that Kim Rose?
Yes. That's the mom
I know she is.
of Laura that we went on.
She's the cousin of Mike Rose that is here.
Yes. Yeah. No, you know why I think I said that? I think someone said, well, Fotis, you could go to jail because the first suspect is a hostage. I think now what you're saying. I think
Okay.
someone said that. And I said, as a joke, because I'm usually stupid and I joke, I said, oh, can you have sex in the jail? And we all laugh. That's how that joke became a stupid joke. I'm sorry about that.
So the search warrants were done. on the houses and your phones and everything.
And then the swabs.
The swabs.
Your fingerprints.
Remember when you pulled out? Yeah, I know, but remember when all that stuff was done, so they've done search warrants on the house that you lived in.
But before that, they did, you
We
guys
did
Did the buy, yep, you went in Fotis, right?
Yes,
They took your cell phones,
yes.
so after all that was done, did he have a conversation with you as to why
Why what?
it was done? What did he say to that?
I was upset, I'm like, why? And I,
Did you
but
talk with him?
we were staying, he got a hotel, Naval, and we were actually staying, he got 2 rooms, and I said, no, I'm sleeping with my mom and Nicole, I'm not sleeping with you. So he said, please then sleep with you guys. And I said, yeah, on the sofa. So me, Nicole, and my mom, we've been sleeping in the bed, he slept in the sofa outside, but because he had the lights on, he closed the door. Obviously, I was with Nicole, putting her to sleep, hugging her, whatever you do as a mom. He wanted to go and rent a car because I had to come here and see Andy. I said, and he said, I'll take you. I'm like, no, Andy said, and I called Andy, I said, Andy, is it good that Fotis come to me or with me? That he drives me, he said, I'd rather not, I'd rather have you come alone. And I kept saying, and he said, no, I'll go with you. And did he come with me? Well, I know you came down. At the end, we didn't come. Andy came to the hotel. We went to rent a car in Enterprise because he was pushy. He rented this blue that is still there, the car in the hotel. He drives the blue car. Wait. Well, I don't remember if I drove the blue or I don't know. We drove the 2 cars back, the Yukon.
Michelle, before you go, what I think Allison asked you is,
Oh, sorry.
did you ask him, hey, why the heck is all this happening?
That's a good point.
Yes, I
What did he
all
say?
the time.
What
He's
did he
like,
say?
I don't know, but everything's gonna be
I
fine.
have my
Don't
head
worry,
on. I'm
don't worry.
doing a
I'm like,
project.
what do you mean? There's Jennifer missing. We don't know where she is. We're like sleeping in a hotel. I have to bring my mom. Like travel all the way here. Nicole is like in the middle of exams, which I was concerned telling Andy. It's like too much. Like and like what's gonna happen? Like my question is always what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Because I don't know what's gonna happen. And I still don't know what's gonna happen. And he kept saying, it's okay, stay strong, it's gonna be okay. Like that's what he kept saying to me. And I'm like, okay, but I was upset.
Was he talking, sorry, was he talking to
Am I
anybody? Was he talking with you, phone call?
With
To
his sis.
Palmetto, to the guy from, New Fairfield, whatever the guy's name was. Hartford. Was he talking to Nick? Was he talking to Palmetto? Was he talking to-
I don't know.
No, but he's with, is he on the phone, talking to anybody
Yes,
that?
no, he's talking all the time on the phone. And he was, each time that you guys took the phone, he would go, his first mission was to go and get a phone. Which even my mom said, why? And he got 2 phones, and there's 2 phones in the
Who got a new
hotel.
phone? Who did he call to give his new number?
Sorry?
Who did he call? He got a new phone to make sure they had.
He said Jacob and no G.
Jacob and Jerry.
And like me, I always speak with my mom phone, I just got a phone like 2 days ago. Like, I didn't even want to talk to anyone, because Jacob says if the police calls you, don't answer, they'll leave a message. 2 times the police called me, and they left a message, and he heard them, and you guys have the phone, the voicemails are there. And then the reporter started calling, and I didn't want, and I'm like, I don't want phone, I don't want to talk to anyone, I don't want to be in this mess.
I'm sure you don't. You definitely don't. Try that.
Yeah.
At any point, while all this is going on, did you at any point think that he did it?
Ooh.
Disinformation, yes.
No.
That's.
That weekend before.
Before you got arrested?
Oh, before
Yes.
She disappeared?
No.
Before.
Because put it this way, before Memorial Day, at any point. I'll give.
I don't even know who I'm looking at right now.
I think it's the happiest I've ever been in my life.
What did you just say? I really did the best under the circumstances of a person who hates people and yet had to be amongst them.
Yeah.
Curb Your Enthusiasm. Streaming exclusively on Max.
From Fotis, he told me that in the report it says that the mom at committed almost suicide, but was she didn't suicide herself? Did you ever actually see that report? No. Physically see it and read it? No, so this is just him? Because this report is in Mike Rowe's office, because supposedly it's sealed. But this is all what Fotis told me. I don't know if it's true or not. He told me that a woman at 79 tried to kill herself, she couldn't, and she ended up in a psychiatric for 3 months. That the sister who was bipolar was in 7,000 of treatment of medication. That Jennifer was borderline personality, depression, and a slight
Stop saying she's borderline.
Minimum. I don't know. This is all what he told me.
So Michelle, your gut.
Yeah,
Okay,
she's not confessing.
Going back to this your question.
In your gut, in your mind, in your
Listen to
heart,
this.
your stomach,
Uh,
based on what you know, not what we've told you.
I think I'm.
What do you think has happened to Jen?
This is damaging to her.
That's what.
So now you're feeling as if
Better I
you
understand.
What you're telling me? Okay,
No,
I know.
what-
Now I
now-
feel yes. My God says yes.
If you're, were you married before, or were you just doing like a common child?
No.
So the mother of your daughter, the father of your
I
child.
have a very good relationship. He's
Those are
actually
the-
coming.
Okay, good relationship or bad relationship?
Yes.
If he goes missing, how do you react? If hypothetically, if they said, hey, the whole dad is missing, you're trying to help, you get that country,
It's like Argentina. You found out that the father of your child was missing.
okay?
And actually, he wants to come. He's been
Okay,
calling me
okay.
every day.
Well,
Should I go, Michi? Should I
Just
go?
listen to her.
so, Fotis is, assuming
We
the
are
ex-wife
the opposite.
goes missing, he gets an attorney, doesn't want to help, and then tells everyone not to talk to the police. Would you do that?
The attorney said to me not to talk to
Okay,
the police.
is that normal? Would you do that? Would you do that?
I thought it was, in my mind,
Right.
no. I agree with you, yes, of
Right,
course.
if you're in it, you got television, they're all around you, they understand.
No, in my mind, if I would have been told this, I would have gotten
Did you say that in
research.
photos?
No, I didn't. But because this has been 2 years of torture
Well, it was
for what Fotis
divorce,
told me.
yes,
Of
divorces
the
are bad,
divorce,
I understand.
or my parents are divorced and they're together, like best friends, and I never went to torture like this. So that's rare. Oh, it's nice, it's refreshing. We've been sleeping in the same room, I mean, they celebrate still their anniversary.
How is it been hell for you? With the third divorce all that? Why has it been hell for you?
Because Fotis gets angry each time he comes from court, he's upset, because on the weekends that obviously I cannot be with the kids. And because Judge Heller, the last court order was that the kids spend a Saturday or Sunday, I don't remember which days, 6 hours in Farmington, so I have to move out of the house.
So you're not allowed to be,
No, I can't. I
Did
cannot.
that
be.
make you angry?
Well, because I have to change, I have to look for plans on the weekend.
Absolutely, and it's-
So that's
it's
why
a
I
big
went one
inconvenience.
weekend to New York, I took Nicole to stop. Another weekend I went to Boston, and I took her to the Ballet of Boston. Another weekend we went to Rhode Island.
So you were Nicole.
Yes, and then Fotis appears at night because he spends time with the kids and then he sleeps
It
at
seems
night.
like your personal life is getting uprooted during these visits, you have to go elsewhere, and that's a huge inconvenience.
Of course.
And I'm sure it
I have to
causes
check
tension,
my day-by-day life.
and I'm sure it causes tension between Fotis
I
and
we
business.
fight all
But
the time.
I'm divorced, all of it, divorced, I have a common child, and it's a big inconvenience, but I'm just looking for, nothing for you, but maybe that's a motivator for Fotis to get rid of Jennifer, make his life easier, his relationship easier, he get the kids, he can remove that whole side.
Yeah, and I'm like
I'm not blaming you, I'm just saying, he loves you and it's causing tension. God,
No, but you
but
said
goddamn,
he doesn't love me.
what does he say about her?
He's saying that he wants to.
I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
he gets angry, right? So what does he say about Jennifer? You know,
Yeah.
that effing swear words,
I never
whatever
thought,
else.
yes, I never thought she was gonna do this to me. I never saw her this side of her. I sometimes I hope she disappears.
And I've said that about my last situation.
Yeah, but
Granted,
that in my head doesn't
Right.
work because with me and Gaston, we co-sign. We travel together,
Yeah.
we do vacations
and
together.
that's the way it should be. That's wonderful co-parenting.
Right,
Amazing.
And Gaston has even stayed for Jefferson
That's
2
amazing.
times with Fotis and us, and we've been in Miami, the 4 of us together. With
Right.
Nicole, Gaston, Fotis, and me.
That's wonderful
Like,
co-parenting.
in my mind, that's why all this
That's how it
is
should
like,
be.
For Nicole.
what?
For Nicole.
Oh, and I really like Gaston, he's a super nice guy. I mean, if I have to choose another father, I choose him 100 million times. I'm not gonna change.
And that's the normal thing to say. That's
Yeah,
normal.
I love him. I love him as a person and a father and a son. So,
But Fotis didn't feel that way about it.
no, she.
You said that he said he wanted her to go away. It disappeared.
Yeah, but
Let's just suggest, you say things in jest. No one thinks it's really gonna happen.
Yeah, like, how many times I say, like, I wanna kill myself.
I could joke at work and I could say, thank God Johnny's not here, he's gone. I wish, we get mad at each other.
In Spanish, there's a saying, and I say it all the time to my daughter, but don't arrest me for this. I say, I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah,
You know how many
that's
times
what I
I
was
say
saying
that?
before.
I have 4 kids, I know.
Right.
And she go, and
So
she
people
gets
say
me laugh
things
because they're like, how are you
because you
gonna
don't
kill
have
me? I'm
that-
like, I'm gonna kill you with a lot of kisses. Like,
Right.
let me play, I make a joke. But, I mean, yes,
I
sometimes I
think
say
I was the one
it.
who couldn't see the kid.
Yes, and for this, always.
Thinking about something is one thing. It's when you
I know,
actually
yeah, I'm not gonna do it, I'm not gonna kill no one.
So, are you, maybe tomorrow you can take these guys and show them the moto?
Just, we'll have to do some coordinating through the water company, all that stuff.
Yeah.
There's no water company.
Well, it's a reservoir property, so I'm not sure. Technically, you guys own that property? No, so I figured some type of, regional water property. So we gotta make sure we're gonna go on that right.
It's the
Yeah.
TMB, something
Yeah.
like
She
that.
works this up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll just set that out on our end.
It's the other one, the word, and
So in the
Yeah.
We'll figure that out. The bottom line is we're willing to go with some people to show us where you're talking about.
the only thing that through the woods, we're gonna have to do it walking, it's gonna take us probably like 2 hours.
That's fine.
For the path's fine enough for a vehicle, or
No,
for a truck.
for the gravel, yes, the gravel is easy.
Part of it's gravel, under the power lines.
Oh, it's like under the power lines, but it kind of have like another,
Have you ever
Road.
one of those little gators, of like this little mini vehicle, 4-wheel drive vehicles,
yes,
or ATVs for
that
big?
fits. Not in the woods, no, because there's a lot of
I
roads.
think it should be one.
Yeah.
But take it slowly.
So,
That's not.
what are you?
I'll call you.
Right.
But Andy, you're coming with me, so.
So we're moving.
I have to be in court first thing tomorrow morning, so this is gonna
It
happen.
probably takes some time.
Yeah, I mean, total resources of the waterfront.
What if we go with 2 guys that knows motor and we go behind?
Well,
We'll just.
in a perfect world, yeah, well,
We'll figure the logistics out.
So when do you wanna do this? When?
As soon as we can.
tomorrow, Saturday,
Tomorrow's.
No, tomorrow's Friday.
Right,
Yeah, no.
tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, whatever.
Alright, Saturday I can't, tomorrow I'm in court first thing in the morning, which I could try to, get back. Okay, yeah. No,
Oh,
I can take care of that.
all that.
Well, you wanna take care of it? I mean, if you want, go. I can get out of there, hopefully I'll be able to get out of there.
When you get there, just text me and I'll tell them to give you whatever date you want to get you done. It's easy.
Well, I don't have that much clothes, guys, I would like to start home with our.
Yeah, she's homeless, she has no.
So what do you wanna arrange now?
So, and I have this thing in the foot that I cannot put a boot, so the GPS.
So we can probably set something up.
Okay.
So, but I need another shoes, otherwise I don't have clothes, I don't like.
So kind of probably, they're bringing her in and let her get what she wants for her, so.
Okay.
It's great, they're the goals,
Okay.
I can give you, that's another thing I have to ask, can I give you like a list, because Nicole is living on the.
They're gonna let you go in. if you don't care. Or you let you go.
Oh, it's okay.
Is this, can I take in photo? It's like a mess, like everything's
Yeah,
like.
probably better not to take that out, but in case, talk to her about what she wants, see if I, no, let's say, if I can go and get you whatever you want, what would you get? And then
No,
if
and
you
I
get it
know all
for her,
the ski
if you get it for her, then you
equipment is
surprise her,
supposed to
that way we'll try and get it done for you. But I'd rather her not.
If she goes and there is something, it's not gonna be a good sight.
Is the house like a mess, like upside down?
I
Like,
think so. They're
you're-
pretty neat.
They just have to understand what they're saying. If there's something in there that is a surprise and it's terrible, we don't want
Yeah,
it.
there's-
Okay, no, I'll go wherever it takes.
when-
The most important is take her ski equipment out of there because she's going to Argentina and she's training. she's competing.
Listen, they just told you, you're going to get it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're. It's very.
So I can plan ahead for those guys out there, I mean, what time frame would you be looking at? I just gotta make some calls, you know.
Yeah, it is.
My only responsibility now is take me go to school. But I think you have the schedule. Tomorrow.
I don't know, I don't think I have.
Can I ask my mom?
Yeah, or no.
Well, if she has school, she starts at 8, so again, same, 6:40, well,
I'll have time after we finish the call.
Yeah, well, we have guys there, I just want to keep that, we'll figure it out, give them the time when they're showing up, they're in, talk to the state's attorney, this is good. You know, just build this escort her through whatever, get whatever she needs to get.
And then we'll find a day where we can all go for a little higher,
Is it gonna be tomorrow?
hopefully.
Well, my only thing is if we go on that.
If not,
It doesn't matter.
That's what I mean.
I'm just saying if we found something.
Doesn't take.
No.
But this part we can do in a car, because we're not gonna walk all this is gonna take forever.
I gotta lose some weight, so.
Yeah.
We're gonna know, I lost already 3 kilos. This we can do in a car, this is the part that we need a moto or walk. Because this is in between the trees, there's a log. This part we can do perfectly in car, and this takes in car maybe 5 minutes. Well, there's a part that we go, I think, yes, we can.
They'll set it up, don't worry.
We'll get it figured out.
Do you wanna see if they wanna do that?
Yeah, I can call, they're there, so hold the house, so. They just
Just
have
have to
to
be able to swing in by the way home to get the stuff she wants.
But I have to pick up Nicolette
You better get going. Where is she?
It's fine.
in the school.
You gotta go. You gotta now.
Oh, I know, but I will do
No,
that.
but I'm saying, you gotta do that, let's do it. It's
So
not me.
I'll call up there.
But-
So we'll do it,
We'll coordinate.
yeah, we'll fix that, we won't do it
But I
today,
have
we'll do it
to-
tomorrow.
yes,
You're gonna
because
pick her up, you're gonna meet with her,
you know what,
spend her
it's-
time with tonight. Don't do that, be a mom tonight. Tomorrow you drop her off at school, we'll figure the rest out.
Right, because otherwise I don't want to leave her. And I don't wanna,
Don't
and then
do
the
that.
house, I'm not gonna go with you. Is it okay?
You can go with the house.
But
You
you
can
guys
go.
are gonna ask me questions?
No.
Everybody's gonna ask you anything,
Nope, no.
you're gonna get the stuff
You're
you
gonna
want.
get your stuff, aren't you? Isn't that what you want?
Get Nicole stuff, and I,
Yeah.
if I can
And
take things
yes.
from me, yes. Okay, thank
You
you.
won't talk, you won't ask the questions,
Okay.
we'll figure out what time.
But I have to get the suitcase, all the boots, helmet, so I'm gonna have to walk.
Yeah, just keep in mind, you don't have to answer. Like, we're not gonna be asking you questions, we don't ever feel compelled that you have to answer anything, like, you can stay quiet.
Yeah.
Like, it's your right.
Tell us to be quiet if you
Tell
want.
us, yeah,
Yeah.
if you want
No,
complete
but-
silence, we're not gonna say anything.
No, but
It's your right.
if Andy's not there, they're not gonna talk to you tomorrow.
Look, we're not trying to do
Okay.
anything bad to you, we just wanna find Jennifer, and if you can
And
help
you're
us,
not
that's
gonna put
wonderful.
like, okay, my fingerprints
Yeah,
and stuff like that.
that's already done.
You're done, you're ready to do it, you're helping us,
You're helping us, in which.
we're walking with you.
No, but I see the movies that these are like the typical setup.
No, there's no such.
Have we treated you?
Have we in the room here done something different than what we told you ever? Other than when we took photos the second phone that first day? No, we're treated you well. We're not lying to you, we want
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Michelle.
Yeah.
Take your stuff.
Yeah, go get her, so.
Go get her.
And then Andy will walk in tomorrow and,
Okay,
you can go pick up stuff, okay?
okay, thank you. Can I take this as mine?
Yeah. $13.50 or $15.99.
So you're still with the credit
15,
card?
yeah.
You want 15,
Hmm. Okay.
Detective Kimball, during the course of the interview, the defendant indicated to you that she and Mr. Dulos went to Starbucks on May 24th, 2019. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And were efforts made to investigate that and corroborate that?
yes,
And were you able to review surveillance footage from Starbucks from May 24th, 2019?
yes,
And were the defendant and Mr. Dulos present in Starbucks?
yes, they were.
Would that have been before or after the trash was dumped?
That would have been after.
During the course of this interview, Pavel Gugliani's Toyota Tacoma was discussed. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Did the defendant ever indicate during this interview, June 6th, that that Toyota Tacoma was at 80 Mountain on May 24th, 2019?
no, she did not.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Did you have occasion to interview the defendant again?
Yes,
Lord, I think, you know what?
August 13th,
I think,
2019.
I mean, Mommy, I think this is
And
kind of,
between June 6th,
I don't
2019
know.
and August 13th, 2019, did the investigation into the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos continue?
Yes, it did.
It's a little clearer to me now.
And did you learn additional information?
Yes, we did.
Did you have an opportunity to review surveillance footage and Fotis Dulos' phone?
Yes,
Did you have an opportunity to receive additional DNA information?
yes,
She was asked to participate in another interview, is that right?
yes.
I have nothing further at this time, Judge.
Thank you. This is a natural break. We will resume at 3:30. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay. Break time.
All rise, this honorable security court now standing in recess until 2:30.
So what did we learn this time around? Hey, Debbie. Okay, I'm going to say this. She's beginning to look guilty to me. Is that it? I don't know. Does anybody else feel like it's going to be, she's looking guilty to you? Yeah. Yeah. She seems a little nervous because she has to keep that script and yet she's not really keeping it. Does that make sense? Oh, I bet. Well, we'd rather you be safe and concentrate on driving. Yeah, I want to see what else they have too. I'm not sure it really is moving any kind of needle, but I think maybe just a tad, just a little tad of a needle. I'm sorry, guys, my head is down. I just been working on something I needed to work on. Yeah, I mean, it's just. This is certainly not helping her. She couldn't keep her lies straight. Yeah, we can always rewatch parts later, and maybe we could do it this weekend and see where we need to revisit. Yeah, I mean, kind of. I listen to other places and see what kind of input they have on it. She couldn't keep it together. She had a hard time. Well, yeah, when she said that she was fearful of her life, and she basically said she was fearful of Jennifer. She was scared of Jennifer. Yeah, that's what pisses me off about this whole entire case. Yeah, I mean, that's what pisses me off the most with her testimony. I mean, she keeps saying that. Scared of her. Well, you can't just call somebody any kind of mental illnesses. You just can't do that, in my opinion, because you're not the expert. You're not the person. You don't have any credentials. You didn't treat the person. You don't. I mean, yeah. How dare her to even say that is so wrong. And especially in court. And that's what really pisses me off about this. Like I was telling John, this pisses me off. I mean, and they're allowing her to say it. Am I far off? Oh, Debbie, yeah. Sorry to hear that. Oh, no. Oh, well, it runs in my family too, bipolar, and I struggle with depression, and it's something you just have to fight with. And when somebody is sitting there and telling me, with her sitting there and telling everybody that she's mentally like that, is just not right. Just to save your own ass is what she's doing. She's saying that just to save her own. And that is definitely a no-no. Yeah. But why would you say that about somebody when you don't even know, when it's not clinically proven? I mean, really. And you can't even question it because, like John said, she's no longer with us. She's gone. Mm-hmm. Everybody blames the victim, don't they? Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. You know, no wonder this trial's going to take forever. They keep breaking like this. They're not moving things along, that's for sure. Well, here they go.
Good afternoon, please.
What I was wrong.
You can bring the jury in, please.
Here comes the typing. Yeah, I bet that. Yeah, I agree.
Counsel stipulate, please.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. And you have concluded your direct examination, Attorney McGinnis.
I have, Judge.
Attorney Sean.
Good afternoon, Detective, Officer Kimball, right? Westport Police.
Whatever you want to say, sir. Good afternoon, Attorney Sherman.
We've met before.
Yes,
We've spoken before.
yes.
I may, because we've gone through the last couple of days, a lot of testimony, I may move around a bit, but I will try to keep in some semblance of order, so that'll be something that's easier to follow.
Okay.
So getting back to your testimony, you were involved in interviewing Michelle on 3 separate occasions. Is that correct?
Yes,
The first was at the New Canaan Police Department on June 2nd, 2019, right?
correct.
The second was on June 6th, 2019, at the law office of Attorney Andrew Bowman
Good, they're
in
done with that.
Westport, correct?
Correct.
And the third time was on August 13th, 2019, at State Police Headquarters Troop G, right? In Bridgeport.
Correct.
The quality of the video at the New Canaan Police Department on June 2nd, 2019 is not quite what it was when you were using your own equipment on June 6th. Is that a fair statement?
Yes,
And although I'll get to in a minute, there were actually on June 6th, 2 separate cameras recording from different angles. Is that right?
that is correct.
And then when I show you a clip, which we probably won't get to today, you will see a leg of a tripod closer to where you were sitting, and that would have been the so-called second camera. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
This first interview took place the night or the day after Michelle was arrested, correct?
Correct.
And that was an arrest for the charges relating to the what we see Mr. Dulos distributing trash in Albany Avenue in Hartford, correct?
Yes,
That's what she was under arrest for at that time, right?
correct.
And you had prepared that warrant yourself, right?
Yes,
So you were involved in the investigation from almost from the very beginning, right?
yes,
She was arrested at about 11 o'clock at night, right?
yes. 11:15.
11:15 at night,
Yeah.
in Avon at the Residence Inn.
Correct.
You weren't present for that, right?
That is correct. I was not.
There were other detectives who went to the Avon, Connecticut Residence Inn, right?
Mhm.
You got to answer yes or no.
Yes, yes,
And there were also uniformed state troopers who were there as well, correct?
correct.
You were made aware that at the time that she was arrested, she was already in bed in pajamas, right?
I was not aware of that, no.
You were not aware of that, all right? But you were aware, you were at the New Canaan Police Department at the time she was actually placed under arrest, correct?
I don't know if I was at New Canaan at 11:15 PM. I was there when she arrived on the 2nd.
All right, so that was going to be my next question. You were en route there at some point and got there before she was transported from Avon down to New Canaan, right?
Before she arrived in New Canaan, yes.
And just so that I'm clear, when you had applied for this warrant, you were at that time only accusing her of assisting Mr. Dulos with what happened in Hartford, right? The charges.
The charges were,
Right. And you didn't make the decision to have her brought from Avon down to New Canaan, did you? You didn't make that decision, did you?
no, no.
And it's many miles from Avon, Connecticut down to New Canaan, isn't it?
Yes.
It's at least an hour and a half to maybe 2 hours, right?
I don't know the approximate travel time, especially at night.
And she arrived at the New Canaan Police Station, however, sometime certainly after midnight, maybe closer to 1 a.m. Is that the best of your recollection?
That's my recollection is she arrived at 12:50 a.m. That's when I first saw her.
And I think your testimony was she had made arrangements then with her attorney to meet with you later on that day, right? Because it's early in the morning now, maybe 1 or 2 in the morning,
Mhm.
and she made arrangements when her lawyer could be there, right?
When she first arrived, she hadn't made those arrangements, but they were made subsequent. Yeah.
That's what I mean. But
Okay.
then-
I just want to make sure I'm answering your questions.
Right.
correctly, That's all.
She called her attorney, right?
Mhm, mhm.
You have to answer yes or no.
Yes.
And the time that was set up was the time we see on the screen, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon when it starts, right?
Yes.
When she was transported from Avon, you were aware that she was in the room with her, when she was arrested, she was in the room with her daughter, right?
I was not aware of that, no.
Well, did you have any input as to whether she should be arrested in front of her 12-year-old daughter or not?
Just gonna
No.
object, Your Honor.
Well, grounds.
Assumes facts not in evidence, hearsay.
Well, the question is, did you have any input into the decision of having Michelle Troconis arrested in front of her daughter? Well, he would have personal knowledge as to whether he had input. But the other objection is hearsay. If the other objection is hearsay, that's overruled.
I had no input on whether she was arrested in front of her daughter, no.
You were not you were the investigating officer as of that date, correct?
I don't think I was the lead investigator as of the 1st of June.
Okay. There was a sergeant that you were aware of who was up in Avon that day, correct? State police sergeant?
Yes.
All right. And when Miss Troconis arrived in New Canaan, she was in handcuffs, wasn't she?
Yes.
And you were made aware, and you were aware that she was brought to New Canaan because that's where the state's attorney, Colangelo, had said she should be brought, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've interviewed many people over the years as a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And you've actually received training in interrogation techniques, haven't you?
In an interview and interrogation technique.
And you've seen how people react when they're afraid, right?
Yes.
You've seen how sometimes people might be afraid, but they act calm, right?
Yes.
They sometimes are nervous, right?
I would expect them to be nervous at times, yeah.
Well, especially if it's a situation they're not used to, right?
That's a natural result, yeah.
Unknown situations for a lot of people if they suddenly find themselves in police custody.
Well, what is the question?
All right. People react differently in your experience when they find themselves in police custody. Isn't that a fair statement?
Yes.
Once The interview started with Mr. Bowman present, right? Did you ever meet Attorney Bowman before?
Not before that day, no, sir.
Had you had any of the other officers in New Canaan who were there met him before?
I don't know.
Were you aware that he had been a lawyer for approximately 50 years?
No, I was not.
You didn't know that?
No.
Because I was going to ask, did you know that we were probably in high school or younger when he was already practicing law, but you don't know the answer to that, right?
That's correct. I do not.
At the beginning of the recorded interview, we see you reading a form that had what we are commonly known as the Miranda rights, correct?
The notice and waiver of rights, correct.
You say, first you did the notice, right?
Correct.
Then there's a part that you refer to as the waiver, correct?
Correct.
Now, we've learned since then that that form that she signed has disappeared or is not located, correct?
That is correct.
But in any event, the whole time, we can see her at least signing some piece of paper. Is that right?
Yes.
And her lawyer was there when that was being done.
Yes, he was.
You were not offering Ms. Troconis any kind of promises at that point, right?
No.
You didn't offer immunity.
No.
You didn't offer some kind of proffer agreement, meaning where whatever she says would not be used against her.
I don't have the authority to do that, so no.
Well, if nobody gave you that authority in any event, right?
Correct.
You were in consult with Mr. Colangelo that evening, were you not?
Yes.
In that afternoon, correct?
Yes.
And this was a weekend, right? The
Yes,
second?
it's Saturday. That's Saturday the 1st, correct.
And at no time during the interview did Ms. Troconis say that she did not want to continue talking with you, did she?
No.
She kept going, right? That is, she kept talking to you, right?
This is the 232. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, she did.
Yeah, and until that interview completed and concluded that Saturday, about 2.5 hours later, right?
Yes.
She told you on that first occasion that she had had nothing to eat since a slice of pizza before her arrest, right?
She didn't tell me that. I was unaware of that. She said that while I was out of the room.
She said it to she said it to Detective Clabby.
Clabby. Yes.
All right, so let's be clear. You were there, Detective Clabby was there, right?
I was not in the room, but I was in the building.
Did Detective Clabby mention to you that she had had nothing to eat since before her arrest on the evening of June 1st?
He did not know.
You were also aware, because I think Detective Clabby says it in that first interview, that the night before that, she had been taken up to Litchfield for fingerprinting and things like that, right?
Yes.
You remember Detective Clabby saying the part about Dulos was glaring at her, sort of boring a hole through her. You remember he said that to her?
Yes.
Now you were, and I think he said, that is Detective Clabby said that during that time, Michelle had her head between her knees and wasn't even seeing what Dulos was doing, right?
Yes.
Is that why the two of you at that point expressed concern for her safety?
Part of it, yes.
As part of your technique in investigation, let me just be clear, in your training, are you allowed to feign concern if you wish? You know what I mean by that?
I do. Yes, thank you. Yes.
Are you allowed to lie to people who are being interrogated if they're adults?
Presented deception, yes.
And I think yesterday when you were asked a similar question by Mr. McGinnis, you said I think you used the term ruse. Is that correct?
Ruse?
A ruse. You can create a ruse, like a fake scenario.
I don't remember saying that, but.
You don't remember that?
I don't remember saying that.
Do you remember Mr. McGinnis asked you about, and I'll get to a more specific place, but he asked about whether you told Michelle something that wasn't true, but the goal would be to use some kind of a false statement to try and elicit a response.
Yes.
And you're allowed to do that, right? I mean,
Yes.
there's nothing,
Yes.
nobody's told you you can't do that, right?
No.
At the beginning of that first interview, we hear Ms. Troconis ask you if you speak Spanish. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
And you had mentioned that, that the rights were available in Spanish. Is that right?
That is correct.
Including the waiver of rights, correct?
Yes,
But
correct.
even though you don't have it, you had her sign the English version, correct?
She indicated she spoke English.
Well, my question is the side that that you had her sign the English version or the Spanish version?
The side she signed was English.
Okay.
Doesn't
did
speak
say she spoke
English?
She
Right?
did.
And you agree, though, there were certain words she didn't know at various points, as we just observed?
Yes.
And she also told you that, also right at the beginning, that there are some things she doesn't understand, right?
Yes.
And in fact, we see a few times where she can't come up with the word in English. She said things like, how do you say,
I'm having a
or what's
hard
it
time
called,
believe
things
that.
like that, right?
Yes.
But you were able to have a conversation with her, though, correct?
Yes. In English.
And I think at
Perfectly
one point,
fine
didn't
what they
she
were
say that
saying.
she was in shock? Didn't she tell you that?
Yes.
And from your experience, even educated people can be in shock, right?
Absolutely. Yes.
Educated people can be scared,
Yes.
and educated people can be under stress,
Oh, yeah.
and educated people can be confused.
Yes.
At the time you were questioning Mr. Cronus on June 2nd,
Mhm.
you had a lot of information that she did not have, right? About the case.
Objection vague.
All right, about the case.
Objection vague.
Well, the question is somewhat,
I'll withdraw.
Yes,
Judge.
she
I'll-
did. She understood everything just fine.
You had already been, by June 2nd, you had been to the Wells Lane house in New Canaan, right?
Yes.
You had consulted with the other New Canaan police officers who had been on the scene, right?
Yes.
There had already been some collection of evidence and photographs taken by evidentiary service personnel, correct?
Yes.
And that also had included photography and videos by the state police evidentiary services unit of the Western District Major Crime Squad, correct?
Yes.
And you were part of that unit. When I say the unit, I mean the
Western District.
squad.
Correct. Yes.
And by June 2nd, you also had obtained a number of videos from surveillance cameras, right?
A number, yes. So,
And you had Mr. Dulos's cell phone, correct?
yes.
It had been, in fact, seized from him when he went down to the New Canaan Police Department on May 25th. That is the next day, right?
Correct.
And you were aware, just because all these names are being bandied about, when Ms. Troconis referred to Jacob, that was one of his divorce lawyers, Jacob Pytranker, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that Mr. Pytranker was with Mr. Dulos at the New Canaan Police Department on that May 25th, right?
Yes.
And then we've heard some other names like Gene. Were you familiar with an attorney named Eugene Riccio?
Yes.
And were you aware that Mr. Dulos had retained Mr. Riccio by then, as of June 2nd?
As of June 2nd. I don't know. I don't know.
All right. You had heard the name Mike Rose mentioned multiple times in these videos. You were aware that attorney Mike Rose was the guardian for the children in the divorce case, right? Withdrawn. I think that's a mistake.
Yeah, that's me.
Yes, that's a mistake. That Mike Rose was in fact one of Mr. Dulos's divorce lawyers, correct?
I knew he was an attorney. I didn't know what type.
But you knew he was representing Mr. Dulos at that point, right?
I didn't know he was representing Mr. Dulos. I knew he had been in touch with Mike Rose, who was an attorney.
You had also interviewed a number of people connected to the Farber family, correct?
Yes,
So you had learned a lot, and you had talked to, or someone from your unit had talked to Lauren Almeida, the babysitter slash nanny, right?
yes,
You had garnered a lot of information about what kind of person Mr. Dulos was, at least seemed to be from those interviews, correct?
correct. Yes.
And you conveyed a lot of that to Mr. Troconis on both the June 2nd and the June 6th interrogation dates, correct?
During our interviews, yes.
Now, when you said things such as that Dulos was a liar, he was a manipulator, he used people, were those just techniques to a ruse, or were those things that those other individuals had actually said to you, and therefore you were sharing information that you had actually learned?
Those were things that we had heard about Mr. Dulos. That was actual information we were sharing.
You had learned that he at least appeared to be successful, right?
Yes, yes.
Living in a 15,000 square foot home, right?
10,000, yes.
But if you look online, it says 15,000 if you include the office and the finished lower
Just looked
level.
online, but that's all right. We'll, whatever you say.
All right. In any event,
Large house.
At the time, you'd never been to that house, correct?
That's correct, yes.
At some point, did you go to that house?
Yes,
So you know it's pretty massive, right?
yes,
So I've already asked other people, so I don't need to go through with you, but you agreed it has something like 8 bedrooms,
yeah, yes.
6 or more baths,
Sounds right, yeah,
all tiled, chandeliers, the whole works, right?
yes.
You brought up at one point in this, I'm going to jump quickly to the second interview about the kind of finances, how Michelle's finances sort of interacted, if you will, with Fotis Dulos's finances. Do you remember those questions?
Yes,
And in fact, Michelle said that except for a household credit card for buying food and stuff, she paid for her daughter in her own way, except maybe for certain plane tickets when they went on vacation. Isn't that what she said?
groceries and gas, I believe, is what she said she paid with that ticket, that credit card, but yes,
And you either confirmed that or found nothing to dispute that, right?
correct.
Now, I want to ask you about something that was said at one point on June 2nd, after the rights were read, and I'm going to ask, Bob, if you go to minute 11, I think we have the monitors on, please. This is of the June 2nd interview. Oh, I don't have it.
I know it's been a rough week, but they don't really understand or know about what we do. So
We've seen you at some of your worst moments. We see the humanity in you. And we want people to know that it's there. That's probably people out
The
there.
2nd of June,
I saw it the other night when you were having a hard time. Whenever we were doing the friends. I could see
Okay.
it, so, you feel, and we understand that you could be.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to you. I don't know if I was treating you, I don't know if I promised you, I told you. I know it's been over the last week, there's been a significant change in your lifestyle. And there may be a downward trajectory for you. So you look shell-shocked for from me yesterday, because you were saying your safety, you look like, and you're shocked. And that's understandable, we understand.
All right. So she actually, you used the term shell-shocked, and she said she was in shock, right?
Yes,
And that just goes to, like I said, that was something that you might find a number of people, that's the reaction if they find themselves under arrest, right?
Yeah.
And you'd agree that for many people, being arrested is a shocking experience.
Yes.
Now, one of the things that you had learned, besides the financial situation that Mr. Dulos was in, was that he surrounded himself by well-off and successful people, right?
We had heard that, yes.
And you talked to some of those people, didn't you? You had interviewed some of them, right?
Me personally, no, but yes, they were spoken to.
The other members of the unit.
Correct. State
No,
police.
because we've heard from many state police officials and officers and New Canaan police, there were a large number of detectives and officers assigned to this case, wasn't there? Especially in the earlier days.
That worked the case, yes.
Worked the case. Fair to say at least 50 to 100, if you count the uniformed patrol officers that were involved, the troopers?
Fair to say, yes.
And those people who knew Fotis Dulos that you talked to could not believe that he'd even be involved in this. Isn't that correct?
Just object, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
After the after you first met Michelle Troconis in the middle of the night, you saw her at the station when she went to, and then she was allowed to call the lawyer, right?
Yes, yes.
Then you said you went home because you were tired and needed some rest, right?
Yes.
But Michelle Troconis couldn't go home, could she?
No, she was in custody.
She was in custody and she was, at that point at least, denied bail, right?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterizes.
Well, because the court knows the legal procedure, the question denied bail is a mischaracterization.
All right, I'll rephrase. She was not allowed to post bail, was she?
Until arraignment, no.
I'm going to ask now, do you recall when you asked her to sort of convey what her day was like, to recount her day, that she then responded by using terms like what my normal day was? Remember that?
During the first interview?
Right.
During
And
this.
I'm going to ask Bob, if you go to, I think it's like minute 12. 12:40. 12:40.
Yeah, I
Maybe
think you
12:30,
did.
actually.
It pisses me off. That does not sit well with me.
Usually I have an alarm set for 6:40 every day. On Thursdays, because Nicole goes to school on Thursdays, she gets in at 9 instead of 8. So from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and on Fridays, my alarm is always mine, and Nicole's alarm is always set at 6:40.
Okay, you live at 4 Jefferson Crossing?
Yes.
Okay, with Fotis and with Nicole?
Nicole.
Okay.
Yes.
And Nicole is 12?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
So my normal day, the alarm sounds. Usually I'm in my room, she's in her room. She wakes up, she's very dependent. She wakes up, I hear the shower turning on. That day, I slept with her
Thursday to Friday, it was raining, there was thunderstorms. So she called me at 12:59 when she's scared and then have the phone next to my bed. She called me, I answered, she said, I'm scared. And obviously, I mean, when she says that, I hang up and I go, let me try the phone and I go to her room. So I did that. So obviously I woke up and I was with her in her bed. Then
So first of all, let me just break that down a bit.
Judge, just for the record, he paused it at 13:43.
Thank you.
That's fine. I didn't realize the screen would go off before the pause, but that's okay. Well, next time, if we leave it up just for the pause, it'll be easier for me to say that. Because I don't have my own screen, I'm sorry. So a lot of what Ms. Troconis was telling you at this point had to do with her usual day, what she did on a regular basis, correct?
Yes, correct.
Often when she spoke, she used the present tense in her conversation with you. Isn't that right?
Yes.
That turned out to be true, even if she was talking about something in the past, correct?
Yes.
You understood that might have something to do with her not being a native English speaker, right?
Yes.
She told you that she got a call right before 1 a.m. from her 12-year-old daughter because she was scared about thunderstorms, right?
Yeah,
And
really.
that it had been
So
raining,
what?
right?
Yes.
You said in answers to Mr. McGinnis's questions yesterday that you checked on some app like Weather Underground or something, that there were no storms in that area. Isn't that right?
I checked on Weather Underground and timeanddate.com, and there was minimal precipitation. Not none, but only less than half an inch.
And that was at Brainerd Airport, isn't that
That
right?
was at Brainerd Airport, correct.
I'm going to offer Defense Exhibit K. Yeah.
I have no objection to K.
Defense K admitted as a full exhibit.
I just have a moment to use my.
Exactly. They're going to use that as their defense, mommy. Whoa, she was? Oh, that,
map, please.
oh, that's right. For that. Oh,
Now, do you recognize this from the Weather Service being the from the early morning hours of May 24th, 2019 at 12:56 a.m. Could you zoom in a little on the center, please?
Judge, if I may, I just want to indicate, is Attorney Schoenherr indicating this came from one of these sites, or is he indicating it came from Weather US, which is what it shows?
Yes, from weather.us.
so with the weather, so what? What does that have to
Do you recognize the area of blue and aqua in the center of the screen?
Yes, I do.
And what's the time indicated on this image?
It's cut off on my screen. It's down at the bottom.
If you look behind you,
Oh,
I think
okay.
you might be able to read it.
12:56 a.m. on May 24th, 2019.
All right. So is it at least conceivable, Officer Kimball, that the sources that you looked at were not actually looking at the Farmington, West Hartford area at that moment?
Yes, it's conceivable.
Okay. And I also just want to be clear, do you agree, if you look at this map, that this is the location where Fort Jefferson Crossing is? That blue area in the center there, it would include Fort Jefferson Crossing.
It doesn't include it. It's very close to. I'm not sure. I'm not that familiar with the road, so it's definitely either on top of or close to Fort Jefferson Crossing.
Then I have to ask you a different question. Now, as part of the investigation, as we listen to the questioning, there's a lot of talk about the pond, the ski
Yes.
pond, right?
Yes.
And you're aware so that everybody here is aware that the ski pond was basically down the mountain. The house was on top of Avon Mountain, correct?
Yes.
And on both sides of Avon Mountain, there's roads that go up and up, but they're quite steep, correct?
Yes.
In fact, I don't know if you've ever had to cover that as a trooper, but you know that there have been very serious accidents going down the both sides of that mountain,
Yes.
right?
More than.
Including multiple fatalities, trucks running out of control, lots of injuries over the years, correct?
Yes.
So you were aware that the pond was
God,
sort of
sorry,
part
I
of
got water.
the Farmington River Valley, which was just below Avon Mountain, correct?
When you say just below, can you give me a cardinal southwest?
That if you wanted to get to that pond, there was only one road, by the way, to get from Avon to Farmington, one main road. That would be Route 4, correct?
Route 4, okay. Yes.
So if you wanted to get to this pond, you either had to take Route 4 or you had to take Route 44, the Albany Avenue, right? Unless you take some back roads.
Yes.
And do you agree that the pond was located in the valley below Avon Mountain between Route 4 and Route 44?
Yes.
In fact, I don't know if
Not
for
familiar
people
with
that are from down here, but it's very close to the
So she
private
was the
school, Avon
one
Old Farm
who
School.
said
You're
she
familiar
didn't
with
want an
that
interpreter.
facility.
Yes.
Private
For the outrage, I spilled
boarding
water
school for boys.
and I dropped
Yes.
the F-bomb.
Okay, so it's close to there, right?
Yes.
And as part of your investigation, you knew that other officers spoke to the owner of the pond, a man by the name of Robert Haynes, correct?
Hutch Haynes, yes.
And Hutch was.
Hutch
his nickname.
was his nickname. Yes.
And that you knew he owned the Avon storage lockers that we hear talked about in the videos, right?
Yes.
He also owned the area where the pond was, right?
That's correct. Yes.
One of the things that was collected from Mr. Haynes was the surveillance cameras from the area, from his storage locker area and the pond area, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever review those videos?
I did not personally know.
All right, I'm going to ask that in the same exhibit, if we could play the video at, move it forward to about 12:45 a.m. Can you tell us what you observed?
It appears to be rain falling.
Severely heavy rain?
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
And
If we could just move it forward 3 or 4 minutes so we don't have to watch this exciting video. Just 3 minutes, just maybe before 1. Go back a little bit.
And?
Right there. So at 12:54, it's still raining quite hard. Is that right?
oh, good. We know it's been raining.
Rain, I don't see any lightning, but yes, I do see rain.
Thank you.
What does this prove?
Can you just indicate for the record what?
Yeah, why was that
Yes,
important?
that is a section of the surveillance video from the Avon storage locker units on Old Farms Road in Avon, Connecticut.
And which exhibit number is that, please? Oh,
It's
a
part-
letter.
The same
Okay.
exhibit.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
When you said to Michelle point blank, we checked, there were no storms that night, were you trying to deceive her by saying that?
I believe I said there was very little precipitation, but no, it was not an attempt at deception. It was a
Okay, maybe I.
bona fide belief of mine at the time.
But she was telling you that there was a storm and her daughter called her and she went up to her daughter's room, right?
Yes.
You're telling her that you didn't believe her when she told you that, right?
I told her that there was little to no precipitation. Yes.
In hindsight, was that accurate?
Not according to the video I just saw.
So as far as you know now, she was telling you the truth, right?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay.
When we're
And
talking about the beginning of that June 2nd, 2019 interview, and I want to play a
lied
lot
about
of
everything
clips
else,
if
so
we
why would he
recall
not
it. If
think she
not, then
lied
we'll play
about
it.
that?
You remember either you or Detective Clabby were telling Michelle that she, from what you knew, she was a good mom, right?
Yes,
And that the media had been tough on her, correct?
yes,
Would you agree that there was a lot of tabloid media with pictures of Michelle
Yeah,
Troconis
for
even
what?
before she was arrested?
I don't pay much attention to the media, but I'm aware that there was some coverage of it, yes.
It included
Attention to
her
media.
daughter too, didn't it?
I don't
Pictures
know.
of her daughter.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Well, the question really is, do you know whether it included pictures of her daughter?
No, I do not.
Between the by the way, when Michelle was telling you about her day of May 24th, one of the things she told you is that she took her daughter to school around 8:15, 8:20 in the morning. Is that right?
I think she left 7:30, 7:35.
But you confirmed the fact that she arrived at the school and brought her daughter there, right?
Yes,
Her daughter's school was maybe 15, 20 minutes away from Fort Jefferson Crossing, approximately.
approximately, yes.
And that was something you were able to confirm.
Yes,
She also told you that she had returned a purse to Mr. Haynes that his wife had left at her house, right? That is
Yes.
At the Dulos house.
yes,
She told you that they were over for dinner that previous night, May 23rd, correct?
yeah.
Ms. Haynes
Aaron.
Aaron Haynes forgot her purse, right?
Yes,
She told she got a text from Aaron Haynes saying, I left my purse there, right?
yes,
And I believe we heard
Yeah,
Michelle say
exactly.
she would bring it because it was on her way to the Stop and Shop, right?
yes,
You confirmed the fact that she did that, correct?
Subject calls for hearsay, Judge.
Well,
Yeah.
the question is, essentially, did you confirm that Michelle Troconis did a certain, or engaged in a certain activity? Did you verify that, if the court understands the question?
Yes.
Overruled.
I personally did not. I am unsure as to whether someone else specifically verified the Aaron Haynes, but we know that she went to Stop and Shop.
Okay, and you confirmed that you actually verified that you obtained videos from the Stop and Shop store showing her going in, right?
Yes, yes,
And shopping and paying for items at the cash register, right?
yes,
It's fair to say that you checked out almost every angle you could in your investigation into the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos, whatever was available, right?
yes.
You met again with Michelle Troconis, as you indicated, 4 days later, is that right?
Yes,
And there, she was still staying, she said she was still staying at the Avon Residence Inn, right?
Yes,
And that's because she had been not allowed back into her house, right?
that's correct.
In fact, at the end of the second interview, you hear her ask, she needs clothes, she doesn't even have a pair of shoes that she can change into, right?
Yes,
Her daughter doesn't have any clothes for school, right?
yes,
And she was asking permission to be able to go get some clothes for herself and her daughter, right?
yes,
And I believe it was this, we can't see him, but the state's attorney, Richard Colangelo, was in the room at that time, wasn't he?
yes,
He's the one who said he gave the permission to do that. Is that right?
yes.
I'm not sure you were asked that specific question, but there was a man with glasses halfway through the June 6th interview who walked in. Was that Richard Colangelo himself?
Yes,
And he sat off screen to the left of the camera, is that right?
somewhere off to the left. Yes, I'm not sure.
And we hear a female voice as well, but we don't see, that would be Officer Allison
Peters.
who was a detective at that time as well with the state police.
Yes,
You did not speak with Michelle Troconis in between June 2nd and June 6th, did you?
I did
personally?
not. I did not know.
You continued to conduct investigations during that time,
Yes,
continued to gather additional information,
yes,
sent additional items to the state lab to be examined, is that right?
yes,
Talk to more people.
yes,
In the interim, the house for Jefferson Crossing was being searched, is that right?
Just object, Your Honor. Vague.
Well,
Between June 2nd and June 6th was the house being searched and the property being searched.
there was a search which was conducted on at least one of those days.
There were also dogs that were brought onto the canines to search the property as well, right?
Yes.
Those were not in conjunction with the evidentiary services unit, right? It's a different day, right?
Can you ask that different way? I'm not sure I
Sure.
understand. the
On
question.
June 3rd, the evidentiary services unit of the Western District Major Crime Squad was at Fort Jefferson Crossing, right?
Yes,
They were
Okay,
there
back.
all day.
Sorry, I had to talk
Yes.
to my husband.
On a different day, before June 6th, there were police dogs of the state police searching the property as well, right?
the canine unit searched. I'm unaware of
Yeah,
exactly what
okay.
day the canine, but the canine unit is separate from our van.
It was, however, done while the house remained under police control, correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, you were aware that, as she indicated in the video, that Michelle was staying at the hotel, right?
Yes.
She talks about her mom as well, right?
Yes.
Was her mom there when you were interviewing her on June 6th? Was she out in the hallway?
Her mother is seated in the hallway. Yes.
At one point when the door opens, we see a woman sitting in a waiting area. Was that Miss Troconis's mom?
I believe it was. Yes.
Were you introduced to her as the mom?
I don't remember being so.
Okay, but there was another woman, a little bit older than Michelle Troconis sitting in the waiting area.
Oh, I'm sorry. Welcome to my world. I'm teasing.
Now,
I just told you.
at one
I'll be right
point,
back.
we hear Mr. Bowman talk about how
And I also got some coffee.
Ms. Troconis used her phone to pinpoint her
Fresh
her
hot
whereabouts. Do you remember hearing him say that to you?
So pinpoint her whereabouts.
Go ahead. I didn't-
That's all right. My understanding was she referenced her phone to determine what she was doing around the general time of a phone call or a text.
Okay,
So
well, that's
whereabouts as far as like physical whereabouts?
Oh, no, timeframes.
Okay. Yes, I will agree with that.
All right, and she didn't have her phone on either June 2nd or June 6th, did she?
No, she did not.
The phone had been seized on May 31st, correct?
Yes.
by the state police.
Yes.
By the way, I just want to, before I move away from May 31st,
Yeah, exactly. What does that have to do with anything?
to your knowledge, the first encounter that Michelle Troconis had with the state police was on that evening of May 31st, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
And Detective Clabby was in Litchfield when Ms. Troconis was
And why would he get
escorted
introduced
up
to
there,
her mother?
Yes,
She was not under arrest at that point, right?
correct. She
That was
not.
on the evening of May 31st, right?
Yes,
Ms. Troconis was up there because that's where the state police decided that they would do her fingerprints, right?
correct,
They would take a DNA swab from her cheek, right?
correct.
They'd also take, I think you referred to it as full body photographs, is that right?
Yes,
That means she was required to take off all her clothes except for her thong underwear. Is that right?
What?
and perhaps her brassiere, I'm not sure.
But everything else.
Well, down
had come off.
down to underwear, yes.
Right. And then a female police officer was brought in to take those pictures, right?
That's correct, yes.
And
Oh my God.
those pictures were of all parts of her body except for what the thong
Why would
underwear
she?
and bra
Oh my God. She
covered,
couldn't
right?
Correct,
even
yes.
change into some thong underwear. Is this Victoria's Secret now? God. I have no idea. That's what I'm freaking out.
On that first interview on June 2nd, there was a fair amount of discussion about the cars and the location where those cars were parked. Is that right?
Yes,
By the way, on that, you were shown yesterday and today the written documents, exhibits 74 and 75. And I just want to go over that with you for a minute. You did not have those documents on June 2nd, 2019, did you?
correct, that is correct. We did not have-
They were found in the house by the evidentiary services team and the van team, whatever the crime van team.
Crime van,
Okay, on June 3rd, right?
yes,
On June 2nd, Michelle told you that she was listening in on a phone call when Jacob Pietranker was telling Fotis Dulos that he needed to create a timeline. Is that right?
for Wednesday, the 22nd.
Yes. Right. Well, we'll get to that. I understand that it was then Mr. Dulos who, according to the video, told Michelle she also had to do one for Friday. That's what the video shows, right?
Correct,
But we're talking now about Wednesday, and that, according to the testimony and the video, was the first time that Michelle Troconis even found out that Fotis had been at his wife's home that Wednesday, the 22nd, right?
yes,
In fact, she indicated she was a little annoyed about that he hid that from her.
yes,
The document that you did
Yeah, that's
have
true.
for, and I just want this clarified now, of the timeline was a photocopy that Michelle identified as being her document, right?
yes,
The original, which you held up, which had the purple line on it,
How did he?
she said that was not her handwriting, correct?
that's correct,
She also told you that she did not prepare that document, correct?
that's correct,
She thought it looked like Fotis Dulos's handwriting,
yes,
but she hadn't seen it before.
yes, that's correct,
There's also, I need some clarification. She told you that Fotis made a photocopy of her written timelines, correct?
Ooh.
honestly don't remember who she said made the copy.
Well, we can get to it, but if
Okay.
I show you I'd have to play it, I have a transcript, but if I indicate to you that she did say that it was POTUS made the photocopy, that doesn't conflict with what you believe, is that right?
Yes, correct.
Fair enough. It's not important enough to me to look
Okay.
for it right now and take my time, so. In any event, after Michelle was taken up to Litchfield on May 31st, and it was in the evening, she was told she couldn't go home, right?
Correct.
That was still true, I think we just got to, was still true through June 6th, correct?
Correct.
Until Mr. Colangelo said the next day he gave permission, she can get something done.
Correct.
When Ms. Troconis told you that she gave the original of the Exhibit 75 to her attorney, you didn't know if that was true at that moment, correct?
No, we didn't.
Until when Mr. Bowman said, yes, she gave it to me, and he sort of held something up as we see in the video, did you believe it then?
To clarify, I'm not sure what she gave Attorney Bowman was the same document that she had prepared and was then photocopied, which we found. She had prepared a timeline, which she had presented to Attorney Bowman.
Well, the two photocopies
She
that
was
were
gonna
in
be
Ms. Troconis' handwriting, one was a list of
That's why
incoming and
she named
outgoing
the-
phone calls, right?
Yes.
In her handwriting.
The list of places.
She identified it as her handwriting.
And it appeared, I believe she said, but did it appear that she had needed to use her phone to document that item?
Yes.
At the time, did you know who was with her when she wrote it?
I'm sorry, can we get a time frame? I'm confused by the question, at the time.
Do you know when she was writing that document, who was with her when she wrote it?
I don't know when she wrote it, so I don't know who was with her at that time.
At one point, just so that we're clear, she did say in the video, in the second video, that Fotis told her to write down everything, correct?
Yes.
And didn't Attorney Bowman, in that first interview, say to you that Michelle relies on her phone for specific times? Isn't that what he
Yes.
said? By the way, if you knew a document was being prepared for a lawyer, you wouldn't take that document, would you?
No. I was going to object, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Now, Mr. Bowman indicated to you, if you recall yesterday, that, I think he said that, I want you to understand this is not rehearsed. Any attorney would go over everything together. It's common for attorneys to go over everything in detail. Do you remember that being said yesterday?
That's right, she did say that.
You don't disagree with that statement, do you?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, relevance as to whether he disagrees.
Well,
That's right.
as far as relevance, the question is, do you disagree with the statement that essentially a competent attorney would try to review with his client a chronology? Well,
I like this judge.
really, the objection really is foundation. Well, the court is going to sustain the objection.
By the way, could Michelle have stopped answering questions at any time?
Yes,
Could her lawyer, if the lawyer had said, we're stopping, we're not going any further, would you have then stopped asking questions?
yes,
That never happened, did it?
No.
correct,
And she never asked to stop, did she?
correct.
Even after, did Detective Clabby mention that at one point she said she felt dizzy
Which interview are we talking?
in the first interview?
First interview. I don't remember that occasion.
By the way, at the time that Ms. Troconis was arrested and brought to the New Canaan Police Station at, what time was it? Approximately
12:50 a.m. I
That,
saw her
yeah.
12:50
for the
a.m.
first time on the second.
But
Mr.
she
Dulos
stated
arrested
during
at the same time, wasn't
segregation.
Yes,
He was brought in a separate police car to the New Canaan Police Department, right?
yes.
There's some discussion about keeping her separate from Mr. Dulos. Was that at your suggestion?
I don't think it was at my suggestion.
When you told Ms. Troconis that Fotis Dulos had not cooperated with the New Canaan Police Department, she seemed surprised, didn't she?
Again, I'm sorry, the first interview we're talking?
Yes.
Yes, I believe she did.
We learned that from the nanny.
She had
Also, 'cause
indicated to you that
called,
Mr.
Fotis
Dulos had
called
told
the
her
nanny
he
while
went down with Jacob
was there.
Pytranker to speak with the New Canaan Police. Isn't that right?
Remember?
Yes,
Were you at the New Canaan Police Station on May 25th when Mr. Dulos came in with his lawyer?
yes, I was.
But you were not downstairs in the foyer when Mr. Dulos and Mr. Pytranker came in, right?
That's correct. I was.
So you were not a witness to whatever the interaction was with the New Canaan police officers that were there, right?
Trooper Chris Allegro and Officer Tom Patton, but I was not a witness. No.
Okay. By the way, I just want to be clear, I'm going back a little bit here, but when Ms. Troconis asked you if you spoke Spanish, what was your answer?
No, but I don't know of any other attributes to my answer.
Did Detective
said, "No, I
Clabby, to
don't."
your knowledge, speak Spanish?
Yeah,
Dr.
really?
Clabby has a Spanish wife. I don't know if he speaks Spanish.
Which say like Hispanic wife, you mean, is that what, you mean she's from Spain?
She
or
is,
from,
yes.
From
My-
Spain?
my apologies, yes.
Okay. And I also note, and I don't know if the jury knows it, but there were times when she answered in Spanish words. She would say, sí, bueno, pero, right?
Oh,
Yes.
Do you know
good
what any of those
gosh,
words mean?
he
Bueno as
spoke
well. At
English.
least that's what it was translated to.
You,
C,
what?
I believe is yes.
What
Don't
pero?
play the cards you
Pero.
didn't know English, please. I don't want to hear it. No.
Let me just ask you then some questions now about some
Yeah,
of the.
Span English it is.
Judge, I was going to go into a different area. I don't know if this might be I could.
A natural
fine,
stopping
into
point.
that.
5 minutes, but.
Probably a natural stopping point.
Yes, it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will conclude today's proceeding. Please, as always, avoid any media coverage about the case and do not discuss with anyone any of the evidence in the case or anything about the case.
Yeah, and don't
We
forget,
plan to resume on Monday morning at 10 o'clock. Have a
fuckery.
safe weekend.
jury. Yeah, I said it. All right. We got through today.
Rise, this honorable Superior Court now stands adjourned. So on Monday at 10 a.m.
Okay. All right. Any last thoughts before we end for the day? Yes, I'll be back Monday. I'm not going to give up. I promise. We've all been this far, so we're not going to quit. We're all good friends on here. And I promise I won't try to get fancy and try to look at other ones while we're doing this, because there's no way I can do that without screwing up my internet. So Debbie's back, and we're going to tell her that the court
try to interview. And let me back up and explain what we do with mitigation. We are to learn Ryan's life story.
Okay. Sorry about that. I was working on a project. So here we are. I'm so glad I'm not a jury in this case. I would be going crazy. I don't know. Maybe you guys want to ask me questions that it's in good taste. Not really has to be with the case. Spang English it is. Anybody have any last thoughts? I got 4 of you in here. Come on, you guys. Somebody asked me something, and let me see if I can answer it. Oh, well, thank you. Yes, I'm still going. Of course. I'm glad you're glad. Me too. Might as well. I've been through this long so far, and yeah. So anybody want to ask anything, or they want to add to something that they... All right. So why don't we just go ahead and say goodnight, and I'll see you guys Monday for sure. Yeah. Have a great weekend, and oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But Debbie, I'm so glad you're joining us. I appreciate it. We all need to take care of ourselves. So, Lord willing, I will be here Monday. Promise. Take care, Debbie. Rest. And Mommy, have a good time with your kids. And me, I will have a good time with my husband. And by that, I am going to sign off. Please hit the like button and do all the UB2B things. Yeah, well, I'm with you on that one. We still have a lot more to go through, and we still have a lot to sort out before we can make a decision. And we won't do that until the jury is deliberating. Then, we could take a vote after that. All right. Well, good night, everybody. And I will talk to you guys on Monday. 1, 2, 3, out.